folks, live from the underground layer of the Inkling Performance Laboratory. Welcome to day 2 of SuperJump. We are getting into the top cut here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, alongside the one, the only Shadow Dragon. I am Mazer Stu, the announcer. Thank you all for joining us, and it's going to be a pretty big day, and we got some heavy hitters to kick things off, Squidding Good and Azure.
Yeah, both of these are really good teams. Azure has gotten 7th at Genesis, 6th and 7th, as well as at Exodus 5. They've lasted over 3 years as a team, which is pretty incredible. Most teams don't last that long, and they've placed top 4 in many weeklies. We have Mud Cup, their Splattershot Junior main, Kika on the Blobber and Blobber Deco, Nova Halban on the Footloyal Squeezer, Toasty on the Tenatech Splattershot, Blaster, and other weapons such as the Catch Slosh Machine. And then it looks like Lily is also subbing for them, also on the Splattershot Junior.
Yeah, no, I mean, it always helps to have the experienced hands on deck. Certainly Lily qualifying for that, and big role in the community for themselves. Not to say that Squidding Good is full of pushovers. Theo, Gecko, Orochi, and Trond, I believe is how we're going to pronounce that. I do know a little bit about the Nordic languages, so I recognize that symbol. But whatever you're... wherever you're watching, whoever you are, we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're you. It is time to make it rain on Muscle Forge Fitness for game number 1. We're in pretty deep territory here, and the Charger is going to come out. That ranged play is going to be so important, establishing the middle of the stage. And as we take a look at the compositions, Squidding Good, pretty easy to see what they're going for. Coverage, and they're going to be relying heavily on Theo for a few picks here and there.
Yeah, also good thing about Squidding Good comp, they've got Double Junior, they have the Vanilla Junior, and then the Kenta Junior, which is something we don't see too often. Kenta Junior, fortunately, going down there, but it's going to provide a lot of bubbles, and together that is going to make tons of paint for that carbon. Meanwhile, on the side of Azure, we're also seeing lots of paint with features on the Blobber. We've got the Splash-O-Matic Neo, and then, of course, another Junior.
Yeah, it's
so
interesting.
Paint.
Yeah, the K Junior kind of, talk me through that, because obviously those torpedoes and the bubble blower could provide a lot of space for their teammates in the middle of the map, as well as some defensive utility. But also, just in general, the name of the game is trying to ink as much as you possibly can, and well, you gotta have people on the field in order to ink. And Gecko trying to make sure that none of that happens. 4-2 on the map in favor of Azure.
Yeah, but a nice bubble play. A bubble play from the Bobbin, the Squeezer play. So both sides are running bubbles. You have the Squeezer on the side of Azure versus the Kenta Junior on the side of Squidding Good. The Squeezer has more killing power. The Junior has more painting power. The Junior also will get these bubbles a lot faster. Oh, very unfortunate they're running straight into that bomb, but the Bobbin's getting a nice pick. And then the Bomber from Pika insta-popping that Rainmaker. We love to see that.
Yeah, the bubble probably could have helped there, as it is 64-30 on the map as it stands, and they're going to add on to that lead even more, pushing it all the way to 86. Could be 86 in this game real fast, but they are not careful, trying to get any sort of push up to there, but it's going to be 4-2 on the map as they go into that corridor. And again, the defensive utility of those bubbles could have come in handy there. Nothing in terms of specials available for them at the moment, as we are going to reset to the middle of the map. Nice little push for Azure, though. And the Chargers, Squidding Good, trying to make up for lost ground as Theo and company go on the offensive.
Yeah, 14, great push on this map. Love to see it, especially with just over half the map remaining. They can easily make that be a winning score. Mudcup going to get a nice pick there on Theo. The Chargers are not able to get away. 2 down on each side of the map. Bubbles coming out from it looks like Kenta Junior. Not able to find anyone, it looks like, but Azure going 3 down, that is never good to see. Mudcup Sharking there manages to get the pick on the Rainmaker. That's going to delay Squidding Good, and that's not what you want to see in this scenario. That was a perfect flip scenario, and they just blew it.
That's exactly what you want to see, especially if you're one of those frontliners. You got to be as annoying as you possibly can, get them trailing you, and as much progress as you can make, so be it. And they're going to unfortunately have themselves on the back heels as Azure is just picking people off left and right. How about a Squeezer popping bottles up in here on Muscle Forge Fitness as they are going to take their Rainmaker and try to waltz on home, but no progress being made as it gets stalled out real quick. You're seeing a lot of purple in midfield especially, and I mean, you respect Squidding good for their efforts. It's just not really working out quite the way that they wanted to. What's going to be the key for them as we have a minute and change remaining?
Really, the one thing that they want to do is they want to make sure that their Carbon does not die. The Carbon is their only Slayer weapon. They have 2 supports and a backline. Very unusual in this meta to not only just run a backline, but also to run double support. Usually you see a lot of Slayers. Oh, beautiful pick there from the backline. So Azure needs to keep the Carbon up, and they also need to keep the juniors up to provide paint. Bubbles coming out with a pop hitting thing too. No, Robin doing great. Already up with 13 KA. Love to see that.
No, absolutely bragging right now. 13-3. Staying on the map is, of course, probably the best thing that you can possibly do. It's a game of self-preservation, primarily defensive, but when you want to go off, you certainly have the ability to do so. Theo going to be looking for these individual picks. Not going to find any, so out comes the Stingray trying to pave some sort of path for their teammates as they have 31 on the board. That's not going to be enough compared to the 86 that Azure have compiled here in this first game, and they are going to take the Rainmaker, realizing that they just need ink on the ground. Please pave a road for me, but Toast going to provide the roadblock, running right into the wall. They're going to hold. I thought they were going to hold. Turns out they're just going to die right where they stand. So Bobin going to try to keep the Rainmaker in their possession. Gonna get to midfield, gets one more kill for the road, and that is going to be it as Mudcup gets the pickup. Azure has them feeling tangled up in blue as they are going to take game number 1.
Yeah, one of the things that we didn't mention was that Azure had 2 bomb rushes. Bomb rush is basically an insta Rainmaker pop, and Squidding Good just couldn't fight against that. They were continuously getting outpainted by the Blob, by the Junior, by the Enzap, and then of course you have Bubbles, double bomb rush. That's just going to be way too much paint to outpaint.
Yeah, and of course we are in best of 5 territory, so it's not like Squidding Good doesn't have an opportunity to come back into this, especially on a mode and map as chaotic as Blitz on the Reef can tend to be. But at the same time, it's just like in soccer. For those of you who are sporting inclined, what's the best method of defense? Possessing the ball, or in this case, possessing the Rainmaker. And you saw that. I mean, they were holding the time of possession for Azure had to be about 2-1 there, Shads.
Yeah, the best defense is usually a good offense. And playing a game where you continuously push the Rainmaker in, even when you have the lead, not only does it increase the distance that the opponent needs to push it back to mid and then into your territory, it also, of course, eats away at the time as well. Azure could have easily just played a stall game in mid. They had the paint to do it. They had the specials to do it. They instead chose to play very offensively, which we like because it makes the match more interesting.
Yeah, nothing like putting on a show for the people. And a Squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a Reef Clan Blitz. Time for game number 2 between these two very deserving teams qualifying for Top Cut through the action in day number 1. That was yesterday, and of course, that action over and under the bridge could well provide the key for this. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you can't get to the goal now, does it, Chads?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Azure has chosen to stay with mostly the same comp. They did swap the Blob out the Deco Blob out for the Vanilla Blob, so they have Rain now instead of Double Bomb Rush. Meanwhile, on the side of Squidding Good, we have almost a complete comp shift. They did keep the Kenta Jr., which I like. Bubbles very good for pushing in. A full wipe on Azure. They're going to get pushed in on really quickly as Jeffrey puts that ball in right away. But then they also have the Carbon, which they kept. They've changed their armor weapon to a 5-blocker, which I like. It has more killing power than a Junior. And then, of course, they have the Fire Fin instead of the Vanilla target, which is very nice. Oh, very unfortunate there. The ball just hitting the side of the ramp and not landing in the goal.
You know, I was about to question the wisdom of going with Vanilla Try over perhaps the Junior, but then again, they're the team with 50 points on the board, and I'm just the one talking about it. So perhaps maybe it's time for the announcer to shut the heck up. Azure is going to get splatted right near the goal. Tron going to make a victim out of them. Squidding Good, again, not performing all that poorly in game number 1, just looking for a little bit of momentum as Azure is going to get that barrier breakage and takes it all the way down to 35 points. Nabobin trying to get a bubble pop. They're fighting against that. Oh my goodness, this is like a game of tug of war as Toast, and it looked like Nabobin. Yeah, they're going to get splatted up on the bridge. Pika was looking to run away from there. Gecko says there's nowhere to run from a carbon roller. 3-2 on the map. They hold up in defense. 17 penalty points will be assessed. And for now, Squidding Good hold on to the lead.
Yeah, Theo's positioned very aggressively up here, which I like to see. Charger can lock down that entire area if it's positioned right. You consistently hit your shots. Pika getting the pick on the Charger as the bomb rush comes out. Very, very useful. Only one up now on the side of Squidding Good, that being Geku, of course. He's going to keep that ball alive. And gets a nice pick on Pika as well. Going to go for the Squeezer now, who is hiding in the bubbles. Looks like that was a trade, maybe.
Whatever it is, it was, absolutely brutal. I'm just going to state what I saw in front of me, quite frankly. Two people trying to come in, mount some sort of offensive. Not going to happen, though it is good for the lead. Orochi going to try to get any sort of progress towards their own basket. However, it looked like... Wait a second. I thought I saw a DC for a second. I think my eyes might be deceiving me. It is a little... I'm not a morning person, folks. Trond is going to... Trond is going to try to pave their own road in through the... above the bridge. Excuse me. All of a sudden, I'm getting tripped up. It's a little hectic out here, Shads.
Yeah, definitely. Ink is flying everywhere. The Blob is trying to get the pick on the Charger, not able to find it. They go down, as well as the Splash-O-Matic could get respawn. Squeezer down now. They have lost their bubbles. They've lost their armor. Pika is in a good defensive position and does manage to get the pick on the Charger, which is very key. Only one up on the side of Squidding Good. Orochi does manage to get the pick, but it's very doubtful that they are going to be able to make anything more off this push. Geku is coming in to try and see if they can hold down that left side. In a fight with Pika right now, manages to get that kill without dying.
Straight up behind them, but yeah, gets picked off by Nobobin again. Just outranged. Hey, you brought a sword to a gunfight, pal. I don't know what to tell you. Nobobin gonna try to cover as much as they possibly can. It is still the same score. I believe it is 56-50, but just like that, they come right back in. Squidding Good is going to take the lead. The Power Clam staying right in there, banging on the boards, and Toast trying to assess any sort of punishment they possibly can upon those who try to lay their hands on their basket, but it is far too late for that. 90 points on the board for Squidding Good as they look to make a dent in this top cut bracket. Azure going to get that pick off of the Blob Lobber. Will Pika, but yeah, up close ain't exactly your game. You're going to have to time out that drive in as there are about 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're in a very strong position right now. They have the rain out. They've got 2 power clams in. They have 15 clams. Another clam jumping in. I think they're going to get it. Yes, they get the jump in and a knockout.
They actually pulled that off. It was a well-timed push. We said that they needed to pick their spot. They sensed the moment of danger, and then they struck. Azure takes it 2-0 in this top cut bracket. Mudcup and Pika combining for 28 kills. Those 6 ink armors certainly coming in handy by way of Mudcup as well, and it was not for a lack of effort from Trond and company. Trond leading their team with 11 splats. But man, oh man, it is a game of patience. You just gotta sit back and wait for that opportunity. Shads, what was the big difference for you in that?
Honestly, I think it's how oppressive Pika was. Pika plays the Blobber so aggressively. So many people, when they play it, they just kind of sit back in AFK paint zone, in a sense. And Pika just plays it so oppressively. They have this horizontal flick nailed down, and it kills so fast. You're not really expecting it. You miss a shot and you will die if you're facing a blob.
It's funny, yeah, because when I think of Blob, I think of range, and you certainly don't want to be jumping into every single firefight head on when you're playing that weapon. Certainly Pika knows that as well, but when you see it played aggressively in the right spot, it's like seeing an offensive Sonic or Pac-Man in Smash Brothers. You just don't expect it, and yet when it happens, it is just chef's kiss. You're just going to have to trust me on that. A little bit of a change for Squidding Good as the NZAP is going to be employed, switching off of the vanilla try. Everything else stays the same. Azure saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're seeing that same Neo Splash that they employed in game number 1.
Neoclass is such an underrated weapon in my opinion. It paints well, it kills fast, it has such a good special. Bubbles coming out from the defensive doing and everything to cap the zone here. And it is such a good weapon, and not a lot of people play it, and I wish they did. 2 down on the side of Squidding Good versus 1 down on the side of Azure. This is do or die territory for Squidding Good. They have to win this. They have to get the reverse sweep if they want to stay in.
I mean, being as familiar as you are with the competitive scene, how hard is it to try to rally the troops? And you're looking down the barrel of a potential 3-0. Certainly morale is going to be a factor there, but also just the fact that this is the first match of the day. Like, you can't be waking up thinking, oh my gosh, it's going to go like this, and yet it's 4 down on the side. It might just be going like this.
Yeah, when your opponent has so much momentum, it just feels like a steamroller, and Azure really stole that last game from Squidding Good. They're already down to 13 points remaining. The Squeezer goes down. Orochi's going to get this cap here, which does provide a hefty penalty for Azure and puts Squidding Good on the track to earn more points. Azure are going to come in and it's 2 of them down, 3 down on the side. Oh, it's a 1v1. Members of Squidding Good have respawned, but it is right now Bubble Weapon versus Bubble Weapon on the field.
Yeah, Tron trying to go the route of self-preservation. You can't do a whole lot of good if you can't stay on there, but the Blob Lobbers, it rains death from above in the form of those little spears, and my goodness, that is some of the deadliest boba you'll ever see in your life. Pika just raining terror on these people, and I mean, really just trying to go about their day, and here comes this person just shooting bubbles from a bathtub, and you're wondering, like, what is this person's deal? But they are heavily enabled by the composition around them, I would say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Blob is one of those weapons that you really need a good comp to work around it. It provides paint, it does have killing power, but not as much as some of the other more typical meta picks. So it definitely needs the right comp to work, and it needs the right hands. But Pika has the right hands, and it has the right comp. Frontier trying to get this pick onto Junior. He's going to win that fight, but they only have 15 seconds-ish to get into this zone, and bubbles are coming out from the Squeezer, which is going to catch that zone again.
They have the right hands, and it looks like Squidding Good is getting every last one of them. It is, yeah, that's a complete team wipe. They are going to count this down, and that is going to be all she wrote, dressed up in green, but got this bracket feeling blue. Azure is going to win by a 3-0, and perhaps a bit of a surprising result, all things considered, but Squidding Good's win conditions were very specific. Azure made sure that they could not meet any of them. Toast and Pika combining for 24 splats, all in all. Not a whole lot Squidding Good could do in the face of that, especially so many team wipes.
Yeah, absolutely. On paper, I would say that Squidding Good is the stronger team, but Azure just played so well. They knew exactly what they had to do to win with the comps that they had, and even in the face of some downright oppressive comps from Squidding Good. I mean, thinking back to that first comp, the amount of paint that it had, downright oppressive. Azure was fortunate enough to have a comp that put out just as much oppressive paint.
Yeah, I mean, that's it was an impressive showing from them all in all. I think they'll be looking for a little bit higher than 9th place today, but regardless of that, we're going to keep on rolling here. Twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for SuperJump. Folks, it has been a long time coming for the Splatoon community, getting such participation like this. Over 150 teams, Shads. This is an absolute melee.
Absolutely. I mean, I can remember when another one of IPL's tournaments, Low Ink, got the first time that it passed 150 teams. And it was such a huge deal because nobody thought it would ever get past that much. And now we have a whole major going on with 150 plus teams.
Yeah, which is just unreal. It just goes to show that there are so many people that really care about this community, and frankly, it's a community that deserves quite a bit of support, more than it's gotten in the past. I think we can all agree on that one way or another. But folks, you can definitely support us by hitting that follow button, that purple heart to follow. Subscribe if you're so inclined. If you think it's time, drop the prime. Anything that you can do to support grassroots Splatoon is more than appreciated.
Absolutely, and of course, we always have staff applications open as well if you want to apply. See if you can commentate, see if you can host a tournament. We'd love to have you join us. Do we have another match? I know it's a tournament, but do we have another match picked yet?
That we will. We'll certainly see what we have coming up. What I can say is going to be some damn good Splatoon coming up after the break. And welcome back to this presentation of SuperJump, presented by the mad scientists over at IPL Splatoon. Alongside Shads, I am Mazer Stu, the announcer, getting ready for our next matchup of the day. Sorry we had a few technological differences, a bit of a shockwave being sent through the bracket in that regard, but Arctic Moon chugging along as they always do, as dominant as ever, trying to follow up that performance at Riptide with a notable finish here. Peeps like Dark, Nick, Ross, and Shockwave joining them. They're going to have to take on some pretty tough competition here, Shads, but it seems like they're up to the challenge as long as they stay blessed.
Yeah, stay blessed. Pick up group between Isaac, Madness, Kojo, Isaac, and I've already mentioned Isaac. And of course, Bless, the eponymous Bless. Got Madness on the Kojo playing H3 Nozzle Nose and 96 Gal. Isaac on the Blob Deco, so more Blob action. Love to see that. And then Bless on the T-Tech.
You certainly do. You really do. You really do love to see it, actually. No, and between what we've seen from Dark and Nick, I mean, straight up Junior and Zap like close range play. Shockwave and Ross, of course, complementing that as we're going to get set for Blitz on Piranha Pit. And you definitely want to have those high ink output weapons just to cover turf and be able to move around on that huge map. Just all the horizontal space that you're going to have to traverse, and of course the ramps providing just a little bit of help in that regard. In fact, we're seeing two end zaps, the 89 being broken out by Nick, complemented by the Squeezer and Naught of Ross and Shockwave respectively. It's going to be interesting to see how they complement each other, but yeah, the name of the game is going to be on Shockwave to get as many kills as possible.
Shockwave and Ross, I like that both teams are going backline. Both teams have a Naught, but they do have a quasi backline. Ross losing that fight. And it turned into a 2v1 thanks to Bless. Interesting to note, the double end zap, we do see double support again, very rare, and Zep 89, of course, is not a common pick. It is a missile spam weapon. You can pump out tons and tons of missiles, but it's not necessarily the best killing weapon. It does have auto bombs, which can make for some funny plays, not very reliable though. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. And then, of course, on the other side, we have the Blob, love to see the Blob. And the H3, which you usually don't see that as an armor weapon anymore. For a while, that was like de facto armor weapon, but now it's taking a back seat to the Junior and the Zap.
Dark is going to get the first points on the board, and a few follow-up clams as well, going to make it a 38-point lead for Arctic Moon. Again, doing so well at their last tournament at Riptide. A couple other people who followed up their performances. They're also hanging around in this bracket as well. Of course, could have been talking about FTWin, then I remembered that it was not FTWin that wound up advancing all the way to Grands. I do regret that error. But Shockwave on the Nautilus, and you were talking about the missiles as we saw them coming in, Shockwave having to move out of the way, and indeed targeting Kojo. Another part of that utility is perhaps just being able to scope out people on those ramps, trying to get in and sneak through, perhaps just anything to figure out where your team is, as opposed to just having an echolocator like you could in Splat 1.
Yeah, there is no echolocator, but you can call out people for taking some missiles. The Blob coming in with the bomb rush to clear out that basket area. They're going to get 2 power slams in, so they will get the lead. I'm going to throw in a bunch of little slams here. Madness as well, so they are quickly chipping away points. This is how you want to play Piranha Pit at Enclave. You want to lock down that basket area. Madness into Inkjet now, taking to this guys, getting the pick on Shockwave, forcing Ross back over to the Graves. Not able to get another pick, but that does extend their lead to 6 points remaining. I don't think we're going to get a knockout, though, because that is a full white on the side of Stay Blessed. So Arctic Moon's going to rush in now. They're going to try and get that paint back. They have the ability to do that with that double end zap. They need that paint go forward or not, forward or Squeezer, so they can move up and get those picks.
The coordination there was simply brilliant. 94 points on the board for the team, and I gotta say, it's a rough look for Arctic Moon to just get pushed back like that. But the Inkjet getting popped just in time. They were trying to get up onto that high ground to spray ink from above, the Inkjet preventing that, making them push back, and that really allowed those last 30 or so points to get accumulated as Arctic Moon are looking to get in here. Dark with a power clam, 12 clams all in all, but they do not have any room to get in, as looks like they're trying to get a numbers advantage. That splatter shot does go down. It's 4-2 advantage. Shockwave trying to work themselves in. However, they're going to get denied at the door by the Nautilus.
Yeah, and with one of their Slayers down, they really need to have both their Slayers up to make the push. They do have bubbles on the line. They can push in with the bubbles. Having it combined with another special would be very helpful, though. You can see that Arctic Moon is very close to getting them. They have the armor, and that is going to get the missiles very quickly. The Naut almost has the Inkjet, and they do have numbers advantage. But armor being launched now by Aikozo, armor being popped by Arctic Moon in response. Inkjet coming out now from Madness, bubble coming out from Ross. So it is going to be all the special pops very, very, very quickly. Ross going down to some well-placed shots by Madness. So 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon. Make that 3 down. They do manage to get a power clam in, but really, when you're that far away from getting the goal, you don't want to do that. Stayblessed already has 1 power clam. That is worth 20 points off their penalty. With the second one that they just got, they only have 7 points. 2 little points. 3 little points.
That was desperation. You could kind of feel that. Arctic Moon not really getting any sort of opportunity to get in. Such good defense, such good inking by Stayblessed. Madness going to take the skies one more time for an encore. Gonna hunt down Dark. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. And now that is going to be game number 1. Beautiful stuff from Stayblessed, who certainly do. Just a sea of green ink, and that will wash away under the tides of the Arctic Moon. Game number 1 going to Stayblessed, and you saw, Madness popping off with 15 kills, and that's it's an impressive number. Shockwave almost matching them with 11, but again, the individual frags do not matter. It's what you do with them, and that coordinated push over by the basket was so key to their success, getting all 94 points on the board right in that one go.
Absolutely. Madness is a very, very good Nautilus player. After Bagel and Biscuit, I would say that he is one of the best. Shockwave, of course, no slouch either. I mean, we're talking about somebody who is good enough to get to the world championship level.
Exactly.
So moving on, Splat Zones, Anchovy Games. It's going to be interesting to see if they change their comp too much. Arctic Moon readied up really quickly, so I don't think we're going to see much of a change. Meanwhile, Stayblessed taking their time. I would expect Madness to stick with the Naut. Not sure what the others are going to run, though. I think probably will stick with the Blob. That is one of his signature weapons as much as it is Pika's signature weapon.
It certainly would make sense, right? Especially with the elevated platforms that Anchovy Games provides. Just being able to dump anything, just that zone damage upon the zone, the quite literal zone. On I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a change in that regard. Perhaps just in terms of the specials and the utility that's brought up in that regard. I did see a lot of things working out for Arctic Moon, just not enough and not all at once like it did for Stayblessed. I mean, again, that push near the basket. I love that Inkjet as they were going back towards the grates. Isaac, I think that was them taking their sweet old time, but we're going to game number 2. I mean, what's going to be the key here for Arctic Moon to really turn the tide?
Really, for both teams, what they want to do, they want to get to the zone, and then they want to move up onto the opponent's plat. You can get a very good lockout situation on this map. We see a double Nautilus coming out. Double NZAP coming out from Arctic Moon. That is interesting. Of course, we have the double Inkjet and armor, harking back to the Inkjet meta. You see 2 on a comp, plus the armor. And then, of course, the missile zap. Very, very interesting pick. But really what you want to do, you want to get up onto the plat, the office, the arcade, push them back into their spawn as much as possible.
It's interesting. Shockwave going to win that 1v1. Madness trying to get them into a corner and says, no, okay, so it's they are down in Inkling, but they do get 20 initial points on the board before the counter-strike. And Arctic Moon going to pile up the purple, pink. I'm not really sure what you call that. Let's go magenta. Okay, purple works too. Kojo, again, on that nozzle nose, gonna try to take on the knot head on. Oh, that charging ability certainly coming in handy in this 1v1, and it's intense, but eventually it is going to be the Nautilus that has to back off. Dark says, hey guys, what's up? And gets shot in the face for it. It's going to be the lead taken by Stay Blessed. And boy, a repeat performance would sure be nice. The missiles rain down from above. Shockwave will get the pick on that elevated platform. 3-3 on the map as they will all get traded off on. And yeah, it's going to be Arctic Moon trying to count down on this penalty. Looks like they will be able to successfully do so, but there is such a thing as a commentator's curse now, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Isaac coming in with the Bombers, trying to get his hit on his zone. Bombers can be very effective on this map in particular. The zone is very, very small, but the missiles coming out very much counts that. Not down on the side of Stay Blessed as Ross takes these guys with the inkjet. He got a beautiful double earlier, but not able to get the pick. Isaac just lasers him with that Starburst. Love to see it. Dark is kind of alone out there in mid. He's got on himself position on the fan, and unfortunately goes down, 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon as Madness comes in, gets a third, trade for his treble, but honestly, 3 for the price of 1, not bad at all. He loves to see that.
Yeah, Dark is going to make their retreat, and yeah, it's a shame that you got yourself into a 3v1 just because a fan stopped blowing, but that is the nature of Anchovy games. And yeah, it's a tight game thus far. 57 to 56 remaining as Arctic Moon are going to try to cut down on their own penalty. 27 to 28 on the board in favor of Stay Blessed. 2 and change remaining as Ross will take to the skies yet again, but not having any of that. Nod is going to get taken out. Shockwave, it is just an absolute bloodbath in the middle of the field. And Dark going to keep their fan elevated, at least for their teammates, but not for long. 4-2 on the map as they cut down on this penalty. They will retake the lead here.
Absolutely. Kojo is in a very strong position on that block there. You can get up to the enemy plat very easily. Armor being popped down by the ends up on the side of Arctic Moon. So they are going to rush back in. One and Nautilus going down on the side of Arctic Moon. Make that both. Madness getting a nice double there for 1 knot and 1 zap, and then he's going to push in. These are the kinds of fights that Arctic Moon needs to be winning. That was a 2v1, and Madness won that.
Yeah, no, when Madness gets the taste of blood in their mouth, they do not stop, and here we go with the Inkjet. Gets that instantaneous pick onto Nick. Gonna try to take out the Inkjet, it looked like. They were so close to knocking that out. 97 points on the board compared to the 45 of Arctic Moon. They're gonna try to retake. They're going to have a couple penalty points to kill here. As soon as Ross lands, they are sent back to spawn. Kojo on that nozzle nose has been absolutely forceful, and this is one of those weapons. I mean, you see nozzle noses a lot in stall compositions. Kojo is saying, oh no, I'm taking the action to you, buddy.
If you are very good with a nozzle nose or any auto shooter, it can be very powerful. The kill time is extremely fast. It's insane. But you have to hit all 3 of those shots, and Kojo is doing a wonderful job of just lasering everybody with it. Getting that nice, satisfying sound that you get when you land all 3 shots. Arctic Moon will retake the zone and put another 45 penalty points on. Ross and Shockwave working together there to corner Blessed, which is a very unfortunate pick for Stay Blessed. They need those missiles to really push in. Their pushing condition requires them to have Inkjet and armor or Inkjet missiles range. Sorry, armor missiles range. They have the armor or Inkjet, so they can push in. Nick is going to pop his missiles. Those would be his 8. If make that his 9. So that we are seeing how the NZEX gets popped out missiles running down. The clock's being run down now, so we are going to go into overtime most likely. Shockwave is getting picked off, but we are getting very close to 2v2. 3 down on the side of Stay Blessed. I think they got it. Yes, they have it. They have it.
They got it. How in the world they were able to hold it off? That was such a good contest by Stay Blessed, but Arctic Moon hanging on, and you see the difference. 98 to 97. The Arctic Moon stays in the sky once more. We're drawn up at 1. Ross on that Nautilus with 14 frags could have made all the difference.
11 total Inkjets, 9 missiles, 8 armors. Insane special counts on the side of Arctic Moon.
Yeah, no, this is a very special-centric game. I think we have established that throughout the past couple of years. But yeah, no, those inkjets, those kills that came out right away, and my goodness, this was this was a little back and forth, but it took a little bit for Arctic Moon to really find their footing in this one, especially after almost getting KO'd. It was a clutch little stall out there from them, but I don't know. What we're seeing right now from Arctic Moon is a team that is not willing to give up on much of anything, and you said it yourself. They had to meet their certain conditions in order to really make that push happen, and well, meet it they did.
Yeah, so specials can very loosely be divided into two categories: specials that are very good for pushing in on their own, and specials that are good for supporting a push. So you have things like missiles and armor and rain in the category of support a push. Then you have something like Inkjet, to a lesser extent Baller, Booyah Bomb. Those are very good for initiating a push. You can initiate a push just by chaining specials that are good at supporting a push. So if you launch, for example, double rain plus missiles, all that chip damage is going to kill people. But it's much easier to do it when you have one of those more offensive specials popped as well. And Arctic Moon just had so many more offensive specials able to be popped that really benefited them.
Absolutely. And Arctic Moon, having qualified through the group stage, only dropping one game all in all to Healthy Diet Food Groups. Yes, that is the name of the team. You gotta love Splatoon, folks. We're going to Tower Control, Manta Maria, and yeah, that second checkpoint, as it is on a lot of maps, going to be so crucial, and we're seeing Bless switch over to the K-Shot for it. Double Knot is going to be what the doctor ordered. Ross and Shockwave going to look to swim around, get those picks, especially on those elevated platforms. That grate could prove to be a lot more key than perhaps anyone's anticipating for Arctic Moon.
Like the double inkjet pick here. So when you want to push past the first checkpoint, you need to capture two main areas. You need to capture the bunker, where Nick and Ross are right now, and then that top left area, which they are shooting at. Inkjet is very good for clearing out that top left, even better than going up the little block like Nick just did, and Ross is following. If you can clear out the bunker and the top left, then you pretty much guarantee to get the first checkpoint, and almost to the second. And the Inkjets are very effective at pushing in for the second checkpoint as well. Bless coming in with the Booyah Bomb, which is also a very good special for clearing out those areas. But Arctic Moon has gotten all the way to the second checkpoint, touched it, armor being tossed by Dark, Shockwave in a very strong position there. You want to have your Charger or Splatling on that wall to rain down death from above. Plus is also very good there. And we can see that they've already gotten past two checkpoints, and that double Inkjet comp just makes it so much easier to do so.
Yeah, immediately already over 80 points on the board. 80 ticks off of the map. And Ross just trying to find their way in through all this blue ink. They do get past that third checkpoint, and they're going to continue on as this fight continues. Madness is eventually going to stop the push. That's a full team wipe, as they're going to all be sent back to spawn, but not before 89 points are assessed onto that scoreboard. And yeah, just a sea of blue ink. They were able to take the middle of the map, but man, they're going to have to push that tower a long way if they want to win this thing.
Plus, there are the two checkpoints that they have to get to. Two down on the side of stayblessed. Can it be three down? Make that a full wipe.
Ooh.
They do manage to get one member of Arctic Moon for their trouble. Shockwave's back in that power position. Love to see that. So,
yeah, I'm just going to make a call here. Not worth.
It's not worth.
Yeah.
It was a good attempt, but once they went two down, they should have backed off. Madness is going to try and fight this Inkjet here. Looks like he's going to get a few shots. Doesn't manage to actually get that kill. So both Neopolis are down on the side of Arctic Moon, as well as their NZAC. So that is their opportunity to push in. They do manage to also get one member of stayblessed down. But the map is very, very green. You don't want to see that if you're stayblessed. You want to see blue.
Yeah, no, Madness going to get forced off of that little ledge there by the suction bomb, but somehow I don't think that they're going to be need to worry about that too often. Yeah, they're just gonna sort of spontaneously explode. I didn't even see the bomb there, if I'm being completely honest. Under 2 minutes remaining. It is still 89-6 as Arctic Moon has seemed to have found their footing in this set. Ross is going to get Isaac, and again, these double inkjets patrolling the skies. Good luck getting anything off on this.
Yeah, they chained the inkjets very well there. Shockwave is lucky to not have died at his landing spot here. And again, the tower is almost to the point where they are getting points. Once you get past that third checkpoint on Manta, this map snowballs very, very quickly. 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon, so they probably won't be able to make much out of this push unless they try to do what I like calling de-plussing it again, where they jump in and they just ride the tower from pulling to continuously jump in and jump in and jump in. And that is how they got it to 11 at the end of their push. It is useful in certain circumstances.
Every point counts.
Yeah, but honestly, on Manta, 11 points, that is, I would say, just as good as a knockout. Getting past that second checkpoint is very, very difficult. Ross is going to take the shot in another inkjet. We have an inkjet fight. Love to see it. Ross is going to win that fight, actually. But then Kojo is going to come in and avenge Madness, cleaning up that weakened jet.
That's the thing. Even when you win those, you sometimes lose. And checkpoint number 1 is finally going to be achieved by the challengers in blue. Stay Blessed as their namesake, trying to do work on that K-shot, just not finding those picks. They're going to shoot on Ink Armor. I think I took away the armor, but the bomb rush going to try to clear out the ledge, but no, there's bombs on the tower. Isaac, no, my buddy! Oh, that is 2 down on the side of Stay Blessed as Arctic Moon have firmly found their footing in this one. Just 12 seconds remaining. It's going to get taken back to the center of the map, and they're going to take the tower for good measure, trying to rush back in, I'm sure. And yeah, I don't think they're going to find a pathway towards the tower. That's going to be game number 3 in favor of Arctic Moon. And yeah, that chill in the air, that's a little ominous for Stay Blessed, who are trying to figure out anything to combat the sustained pushes of Arctic Moon. That 89-point push at the very beginning made all the difference, it looked like, and just the annoyance that double inkjet and certainly the Nautiluses on their own provided wound up being all the difference and really enabled the K-shot to do work.
Absolutely. Mentally, when you get into that position where you know you have to get X amount of points, and it's a lot of points, mentally that is eating at you in the background. It's similar to when the opponent gets a push all the way to 1, and then you know you have to knock it out. It's so much more work, and even if you're not consciously thinking about it, mentally in the background, it's churning away, it's eating at you, and you have to remember that your time is running out. You don't have 5 minutes. You maybe only have 3, maybe you have 2, maybe it's overtime. And all that stress builds up. And even if you're not consciously aware of it, subconsciously it eats at you. And that, of course, doesn't make that match any easier. So now you have that going on for the entirety of a 5-minute match, almost, knowing that you have to get it to 10, which is insanely hard on Manta Maria.
Yeah, but now you have Snapper Canal, another map that kind of railroads you in terms of what paths you can possibly take. We've seen weapons like Brella be effective on this map and mode, specifically online, but doesn't seem to be the case. You're going to see the Splash-O-Matic come out, in fact, and that's going to be matched up by the C-Jet. Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Going to at least get off of the double knot composition. I'd say good call.
Yeah, double knot on this map isn't as effective as it is on Manta Maria or even Anchovy. Stingray, on the other hand, yes, it's Rainmaker, yes, it is an armor meta, but Stingray can still be very effective. The C-Jet is a very good weapon in its own right. It has range, it has the suction bomb, it's not suction bomb, it's burst bomb, and you can really get into close range fights even with it. You can see Ross here pushed all the way up into the enemy street. He's going to back up a little bit to try and avoid that bomb. And he can
the fire rate just helps you so much. You have to be able to push up through into that into that little ramp area. Having a C-Jet just kind of backing you up can't possibly hurt.
No, you love the range, and it also moves much faster than other backlines. So if you are going to run a backline in Rainmaker, that's the one to do it right now. Bomb Rush coming out from the Blobber. We have an Inkjet fight over on the right. That's going to end in a draw as Shockwave Inkjet runs out. Magic sneaks in and gets the pick as he lands. They're going to going to paint up the left side of the map very, very purple. Kojo is running out of time. He will probably self-destruct over here if he doesn't die. He'll probably just run in and wound-side it, just like that. But he does get it to 35. It's an excellent first push on this map. And 3 are down for Arctic Moon, so they can continue this push.
Yeah, and they continue it, they will. Nick's got the ball in hand, and they're just going to try to run into the end zone with it. Though, certainly, just continuing the football analogy, you're going to need some blockers, and certainly, too, supporting them on the side as well. I think they're going to go for that little ledge there. We've seen so many occur on that part of the map. Madness going to take to the skies. I think they got one. I think they wound up picking off the Rainmaker with that, but that's going to be where it ends, is they're going to take a dip into the water. That's, or at least they were about to. Thank goodness for Inkjets, right? They do have a survival purpose. It's like a safety vest almost, life jacket.
Yeah, Ross jumps out there to save his life and the Stingray, which is smart because if you're gonna end up in spawn anyway, you might as well just jump back. It'll be faster. 35 points remaining, 69 points remaining. Missiles are out, Inkjet is out, and there was very good special coordination in the defense right there from stayblessed. The Inkjet forcing the Rainmaker into the bomb rush. Interesting to note, they are running double bomb rush as well, so they will get lots of pops on a Rainmaker. Stayblessed is going to try and fight this, and they don't have to fight with any bomb rushes. They'll probably let the Rainmaker reset. Kojo looks like it's going to babysit it a little bit.
Oh, they will in fact take it, actually. I was expecting the reset too, to be completely honest, but I don't know. Maybe they're just thinking they don't have enough resources to contest it at midfield, so they're going to instead carry it forward, trying to add on to those 65 points that they have. However, 2 are going to die in the corner. Shockwave with the Booyah themselves. That's a full team wipe. And now they're going to try to push this forward. Ross grabbing it. Run for your life, kid. Get out of there and push it all the way to midfield, trying to add on to their 51 point total. Shockwave going to take to the skies, takes out Madness on the Inkjet, and they will, in fact, take the lead. 71 points on the board. They're going to take it again and not really make a whole lot in terms of progress. Isaac lines themselves up for 2 splats, but explosions left and right, just spontaneously combusting squids here, Shads.
Yeah, but Isaac had a very good bomb rush placement, taking out the 2 who using the shield to instead pop the bomb. He's going to grab the Rainmaker now, which is smart. He has the best chance of surviving with it, I would say, based on what gear abilities he's running. Madness is also too valuable to hold on to the Rainmaker since they need him for that spring power. He's going to get taken out by that Stingray, which is interesting because usually you don't see a Stingray taking out a Rainmaker like that. Stingray is so slow moving and Inkjet just moves so much faster. They're going to pick up the Rainmaker now, and he's going to retreat a little bit to get it back into mid. Are we going to see them take it back? Well, I don't think so. I think they're going to go over to the left and they're going to try for more points. Shockwave almost to another Inkjet, which will be important for clearing out that top left area.
Shockwave again going to take to the skies, trying to terrorize anyone that they can find, and not going to find all that many picks, as they're going to actually be contested in the middle of the air and won't kill it as soon as they land. They were looking for their opposition. It's like, wait, where is everyone? It's like, oh, no. We're right here. We're waiting for you. Bless and company trying to get anything resembling momentum going, as yeah, the final seconds are going to tick down. It's going to be, that's a barrier full of green, and they're just going to hold it as the team gets wiped and the squid bags come out. You love to see it. And yeah, that's game number 4, looking like all she wrote. And man, that chill in the air, you feel it, I feel it. It is again the dawn of the Arctic Moon.
We are talking about a team that almost managed to beat Starburst at Riptide, which nobody expected. I mean, let's be real. Starburst is probably the second best team right now in competitive Splatoon, at least Western competitive Splatoon. You could make the argument that they're better than FTWin right now because they have more recent results. And Arctic Moon almost beat them. It's been great to see them climb from mid-level to high-level to being able to stand on their own 2 feet against these teams.
I mean, yeah, no, it's been a steady climb for Arctic Moon. They've shown out and gotten really good results, especially at the earlier swimmer sinks when we started that up over a year ago. My goodness. And yeah, when you're talking about a team that has progressed as far as Arctic Moon has, it's always cool to see. Obviously, there are the low ink success stories like Prodigy and whatnot. But I mean, what we've seen from Arctic Moon, especially in recent weeks, it's a team that's turned the corner, and it's so cool to see them really start to play up to that level. Stay blessed. It was not for a lack of effort on their part, certainly not for a lack of quality, but yeah, this Arctic Moon is firing on all cylinders, and it's going to be interesting to see how far they go in this bracket, considering. But yeah, they only dropped one game in the group stage, and it looks like they're going to continue on with that momentum going forward. So we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. Welcome back. We are in the later rounds of Top Cut here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, continuing coverage of SuperJump alongside Shads. I am Mazer Stu, the announcer. And Shads, this team needs no introduction, but I know that you can give them a good one anyway. This is Starburst.
Yeah, of course, the Riptide champions, which is the first LAN in a while. A couple weeks ago, they're fresh off beating not FTWin from that, with some of the craziest comps I think we have seen in a while. I mean, we are talking about a team pulling out Silver Arrow Spray in grand finals and winning against some of the best players in Western Splatoon. It's crazy. You've got Bran, you have King Dong, who is probably Jared. You have... No, that's not Jared, that's the other one. You have Ice, Charger player, used to be on FTWin. He's been playing less Chargers lately because of the meta. And then King Dog, who did very, very well in Riptide. All of them were great. It was a fantastic set, and we're going to get a very good one because they are playing against some of the best Europeans.
Yeah, it's a team by the name of GreyErzaObiZerraz. They consist of GreyErzaObiZerraz and Obito.
Never would have guessed that.
I know. Honestly, just all the research definitely coming in handy. But yeah, absolute monsters from across the pond going to try to take on the Riptide and Ludi 11 champions. And I don't know, we kind of know what to expect from both of these teams, but seeing these styles clash, it's always interesting when you see the interregional confrontations, because they conceptualize the game in a different way. They obviously know that something is meta, especially when they're playing inter-region. But when these clash of concepts happen, I mean, they always make for some really good Splatoon and some damn good watching.
Yeah, high-level sets like this, where you have some of the best in the world playing, It is so much fun to see. You see weapons being pulled out, contests being pulled out that other people, they just, quite frankly, can't get away with. And it's because these people play the game at such a high level and are so knowledgeable of the concepts that they're able to come up with them and execute them. It's one thing to come up with an idea on paper, and on paper, the idea may work. But you have to have the right people, you have to have the right skills, you have to have the right players, and it just works out really, really well.
Exactly. You can't just take a really talented player and make them play your style and hope that it works. Someone who's already inclined to think the same way that you do to make that game plan happen, certainly going to be preferable. I mean, it's you're not going to try to slot in, a goalkeeper in as a star forward. Let's just put it that way. So we're going to go to Humpback Pump Track Zones for game number 1, and we're seeing, the standard stuff from Starburst. I mean, maybe we're not calling a Neo Splash standard, but this is a team that ran Silver Arrow Spray.
Yeah, so they had not run Silver Arrow Spray, even though this was not they ran it on, albeit Rainmaker. Beautiful pick there from Ice. He was on the Splash. He is playing non-backline weapons more often. We do see that Starburst is running a double Gal comp, which is very unusual. Usually you don't see double Gal because Gal's not seen necessarily as well as other weapons, but it is compensated by the Neo Slash and of course the Fry Slosher, which is wonderful on a map such as Humpback All the Hills. 46 points remaining on the board for Starburst. The European pickup has not even managed to cap the zones. 3 down on their side, so that's 3 more points for Starburst. We haven't even talked about the European team's weapon. They have Vanilla Dual Sculptures, which have missiles, and Vanilla Jet Sculpture, which also has missiles. So very unusual picks in both of those.
Well, you were able to say the weapons before the knockout happened, so I will give you that. However, it's going to be a 4-3 situation. They are trying to ink like their life depends on it. It may very well do so, but simply not able to get the cap until 94 points are assessed. That's going to provide a hefty penalty, and this is going to have to be their route in if these European monsters are going to find their way through on winner's side. Ice trying to nullify whatever impact this has, but they're going to get a little bit of armor of their own, and perhaps this push happens with a little bit more ease. And I don't know, man, this on paper it really shouldn't work because I'm seeing so much weird stuff like the 96 Gal. I know it's a good weapon, but goodness gracious, really 96 Gal? Just kind of rolling the dice. But Starburst has a tendency to just make the weird work, and it provides for some great entertainment.
One of the great things about Starburst, they do have the ability to use weapons that most people would be able to use. I mean, we do have a lot of people picking a Kensei out since that is meta. We'll see how well that sticks around after the patch that comes out next week. We do have another cap in favor of Starburst. Looks like it's nice contesting the zone, but they don't have much time left on their clock, so the European pickup is going to have to get moving. 2 down on the side of Starburst, so it looks like they're going to be able to get this cap. That was a very clutch pick on the Neo Splash. That is their best painter without a doubt. To keep Neo Splash down, it's going to be really hard for Starburst to get that zone.
Yeah, but and again, it was pretty hard for them to be Ludi champions and Riptide champions. It's I've seen them try to confront these tougher challenges head on, and they've been doing pretty well at that. I believe they were also the first swimmer sync champions, unless that was back then. I remember Starburst being involved in earlier tournaments. Either way, KingDog666, gotta love that screen name, is going to get taken down. Well, apparently Starburst did not appreciate that all so much.
Yeah,
they're
going to have to really rush this zone. 1 down on the side of Starburst. Make that 2 down. It is going to be a lead change in favor of the European pickup, coming with a full wipe on the side of Starburst. It did manage to get that cap, though. So they
that's so
do not
huge.
have necessarily the biggest penalty to get through. Jared's going to fall here to ZerazZ. Beautiful work there from that Vanilla Jet Sculpture. They are doing such a good job using their sub-weapons. The Toxic Mist, heavily underrated. It constricts people's movement. It makes it easy for them to fall into the missiles. Obito going across to the right, which is what you want to see on the tank. You want to get up onto the You want one person to be in that pit area, but Booyah Bomb coming out onto the zone, combined with the bomb rush, that is going to be a cap in favor of Starburst, so it is a very back and forth match. Obito's going to get jumped by 3 in the left pit.
94 to 95 on the board, absolutely crucial stuff. And again, with that splat on the 96, it looked like. And this is no, excuse me, that's the 52. Yeah, no, I am just absolutely befuddled by the back and forth nature of this one. The fact that ObiZerraz, I can't remember the full name right now. Please excuse me, but the fact that these people are doing so well in coming back from that deficit just goes to show that you can just make anything happen if you are down to push for it. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. You cannot make that happen if Starburst says you can. They are just too damn good, and they work their way out of that penalty, and they got those kills just in time. I mean, the amount of numbers that they pushed forward was unbelievable. And yeah, that 96, remind me never to talk smack on the 96 again, all right, bro? You got that one. That's 12 kills for them. ZerraZ leading the field in splats with 15, but ultimately not enough. It was a great effort from, I'm just going to call it GreyErzaObiZerraz. And yeah, that's just, it seemed like it was going good until the very end, when Starburst was able to just work their way back in. And what was the key for you in that final play?
It looked like that Starburst managed to get a Booyah Bomb and Bomb Rush combination off, which on this map is more than enough to cap the zone. And it also forces people out of the zone, otherwise you die to the Booyah, you die to the Bomb Rush, and of course that's the paint in the zone for the enemy team. So really, you see those coming, you have to get out and try and paint over it, and you just can't compete with that amount of paint. So even though Starburst at the end there was one down, it wasn't the one that GreyErzaObiZerraz needed to get. They needed to pick off either the Booyah Bomb or the Bomb Rush.
Yeah, and I do find it a little interesting because the 96, it's a weapon that I, kind of played a little bit myself, not competitively, just kind of messing around with it. I like that it provides armor. The sprinklers, it's a good little weapon. Like, if you try to jump in and try to kill those frontliners, I mean, the 96, when it hits those shots, it's absolutely devastating, the amount of damage that it piles on. And as we go to tower control for Sturgeon Shipyard, can't imagine that it's going to be any easier for GreyErzaObiZerraz to make this thing happen. But if they are to find a little bit of hope in what they were able to do in game number 1, especially considering the composition that we're seeing as we take a look at it here, what is it that you're going to really lean on if you are GreyErzaObiZerraz?
Lean on getting picked. So the special composition, they have Stingray, but on the other side, Starburst has double armor. That's going to shut down any Stingray. I speak from experience on that. Erza does have the K-Pro, which can do very well in the killing department, has a longer range than the 52, so it should be able to get most picks on the 52. They just need to make sure that it doesn't get up in their face. I would definitely pick off, probably I would pick off the Booyah and one of the others.
You said that you had experience with that. You were the Stingray. It's okay to say.
I played the set.
No, so we're going to keep on rolling here. The Booyah Bomb again, and that's one of those keys that you were talking about, making sure that that thing is off of the map. Eventually, the K-Pro does go down, and before that first checkpoint is cleared, not quite enough. However, King Dog is going to hop right back up on there. I know they have a different name, but King Dog's just too good. ZerraZ is going to try to find the high ground with that C-Jet. And yeah, just what you need to be mobile. Maybe mobility not the thing that you necessarily value in this mode above all other things, but certainly nice to have. And with the range of the C-Jet, it's not like you're really sacrificing anything.
And given the current meta, where it's very shooter heavy, you want that mobility. A charger to miss their shot, they are going to die to heavy. If they don't have the charge completely finished, they are going to die because the shooter is going to run up into their face and shoot them. C-Jet, meanwhile, it shoots back and it has the Earth Bomb for close range combat. And with the mobility, ZerraZ is really able to play around on the spinners, on the graves, on that high ground, and just get some really good picks. Ice is going to ride the tower,
it really is meta-proof, isn't it? Like, we're just never going to see C-Jet make its exit at all because, yeah, no, you throw up in their face, yeah, you get to shoot, you get that fire rate, and also the burst bomb, and just tack it on. It really is like you're playing very long vanilla splatter shot, almost, when you start getting into those melee situations.
Yeah, the Stingray is going to come out again, and it will do some damage given the fact that neither member of Starburst had their armor ready. Bran on the wall, going to come up with that Tri-Cluster, get the double. Both the Squelchers are out. Ends up coming in, getting another, full wipe on the side of Starburst. So GoEZ going to rush in, they're going to try and get onto that top spinner. That is such an important position to have when you want to clear that first checkpoint. You want to clear off the top. You want to make sure nobody comes in for a cheeky little flank on the left through mid. We can see that one of the gals, looks like the 52, is trying to do that. They're on the top left area. Urza's going to be able to deal with that very well, though. Jared coming in with that gal, gets one, trying to get another, one's in the pit, manages to get them before they can jump out. So Urza is the only one left alive somewhere. He probably backed off. Oh, nope, he died. Somebody found him. They sniffed him out.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, less than 2 minutes remaining now. King Dog and Jared going to try to mount this offensive, trying to add on to their lead. And it was a pretty decent push, all things considered, but simply not enough to get past that first checkpoint. And now as they're approaching the second one, they are going to be denied at the doorstep. Urza is going to go down 3-3 on the map, just respawning back in. And now Ice trying to tag on and just keep it in their half. You don't need to do anything else. You don't even need to push forward all that much, though certainly it's nice. I don't know. Ice trying to cool these dudes off. King Dog certainly going to join them in that effort. And yeah, the 52 just ever so deadly. Never really want to be contesting that as the Ink Armors are going to come out, going to sustain this push and indeed tack onto their lead. Bran is going to get another one. Just an absolute demon on those elevated areas with that soccer.
Yeah, Brian got a very good pick there. Ice chased member of GoEZ straight into two Brand sloshes. You love to see that. Obito is going to try and get a pick on the tower. He's a little bit out of range right now, but he's in a good position. He's going to drop bow. Not necessarily the smartest thing to do, and he's going to pop missiles over by that time.
Still going. I mean, it's this 1-0 lead for Starburst. Looks like it's about to become 2-0, but again, what is it that GeoZ can possibly say about this at this point? They are having to spawn all the way back in. If they're going to make this happen at the very end, man, oh man, it is going to be a rough going for them. Obito going to have to find their spot. They do get Jared. They're going to get snagged by Bran yet again. And 3-2 on the map. Are they able to make it to the tower in time? It looked like they were forced off by the bomb. And that's going to be game number 2. Starburst. Man, they are just absolutely flying out here. And that's a pretty significant lead. GeoZ kind of against the wall here.
Starburst is playing brilliantly. Ice has had some clutch bomb rush plays both in the last match and in this match. There, for example, most people, they think of a GG Booyah. Throw it at the tower right at the end, enemy team can't get on. You can get on, though. But they didn't have their Booyah available, so Ice just chucked a whole bunch of bombs instead, and it works just as well. And then again, over on the right-hand side, right by the first checkpoint, Ice tossing the Booyahs on the grates, on the upper right area by the window where the snipers like to hang out. Key placements there. It walls off that area effectively.
Yeah, so now as we're approaching Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park, GeoZ, it's not because they're playing poorly. In fact, I believe they led in kills for the past 2 games, 15 and 12 from their top 2 fraggers last time. Zerazi certainly doing their job in that regard, but it's simply not there in terms of coordination. It's 4 really good individual players, but Starburst is just looking like the more complete team at this point. How does GeoZ counteract that?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. It really depends on the comp, I think, that Starburst uses versus what GeoZ uses. it's going to be so dependent because GOZ is so good at popping their specials. Ice is finally on a back line, back where we are used to seeing him with that Siege. So we will see Stingray fights, probably running identical gear to ZeraZ. ZeraZ, of course, getting the Stingray first. Ice is going to rush towards mid. Brand is going to try and get up onto the little window area to the right and left, where snipers like to hang out. Very good place. He's going to come down into mid, get that at Rainmaker in conjunction with the Stingray. Stingray being popped by ZeraZ, not able to find anyone. Obito getting the trade on Brand there. Very good trade versus bomb versus his shots. Brand was never going to be able to get close to Obito. He would have died. So he threw that first bomb, and his teammates had weakened Obito enough for that first bomb to kill. Jared getting a very nice pick over on the left. So we do see actually vanilla dually squelchers versus custom dually squelchers as well, which will be a fun matchup. Dually rolls are always fun to see.
I mean, whenever you see someone just kind of rolling around a map, I mean, just the casual in me says like, oh man, this is going to be so cool. They're just going to absolutely John Woo it up in here. But no, it's there's always a method behind the madness when it comes to this stuff, right? I mean, it's never just like, oh, okay, I'm just going to annoy them and that's going to be it. The point sensors, I mean, they are what they are. You know, you can probably just pick them out, even just on comms. Certainly, top level Splatoon players are good enough to do that on their own. But yeah, no, I can definitely see them trying to build up enough, and certainly those 10 missiles going to help. It feels like a lot of that is going to be facilitated through the VDS in terms of just coordinating, especially on defense here.
Yeah, Stingray coming out from Ice, it is important to note that Starburst is running double armor, whereas GOZ is only running single armor, so we are going to see probably a lot of Stingrays being canceled out by that. Urza getting a nice pick onto Rainmaker there from Sharking, and that's really where the point sensors come into play. It doesn't look like Starburst knew that Urza was over there, otherwise he never would have taken the Rainmaker there, or at the very least dropped it. So point sensors throw it out somewhere where you're trying to go, and you can instantly see if somebody waiting there for you. You can see the two members of GOZ are marked thanks to those point sensors, which are very, very helpful.
Oh, the information, any information that you can get in order to pick out patterns is so useful, especially when you have the ability to process it in the moment. ZeraZ going to try to get that pick with the burst bomb, trying to replicate what Obito pulled off in that game number 1. I still love that pick. My goodness. I hope you puts that. ZeraZ going to drop out the Stingray. Ice is going to fall victim to it, looking for Jared, just trying to deter them from picking up that Rainmaker. Jared going to hang there, going to get ZeraZ and Obito in one fell swoop, and that is going to allow this push to go forward. Jared going to combat Urza, and they're going to get 3. King Dog realizing that the area of opportunity is open. That's pretty much a wipe. King Dog going to swim up. I don't know if that was intentionally a squid bag or if I'm just superimposing that, but either way, I'm loving it. And they're going to push forward through this blue ink as many points as they possibly can, and that's 75 on the board to 34. And what a way to go that GOZ has now. Starburst absolutely bursting onto the scene here on day 2 of SuperJump.
Yeah, I backed off there once the teammates were down, which is smart. The instinct there is to rush forward, get the Rainmakers, get more points. It's right there. It's right there. You can get more points. But you're not going to get a lot. The payout isn't worth the risk. And you will die if you do that.
Absolutely brutal stuff. And Ice, the lockdown defense, they're going to need that. And yeah, they just swarm on top of the Rainmaker. You really think you're getting that far when you got 2 of the best Splatoon players in North America in your face. And yeah, the EU not looking all that good for these 4 fine combatants from across the pond. But again, it's just Starburst looking a little bit more coordinated. It's the difference between being a pickup and being a solid static team. And this is a static team that again won the biggest tournament since post-pandemic. It's just GOZ is going to have to push in here. Less than 10 seconds remaining. This is a tough go of it, but they have the opening. Erza trying to find their way in for support. ZerraZ, they're going to finally get points on the board. They could be running into bombs, however. Wait a second, they don't even have the numbers advantage. They're going to get one pick on King Dog, but the Stingray is going to put a stop to it. And by a score of 3-0, Starburst absolutely burning everyone in their light. This team could very well go the distance here at SuperJump, adding another one to their trophy cabinet. Certainly the efforts of Ice helping that with 16 splats in that Stingray at the end. Gotta love what you saw from Starburst.
Absolutely. You love to see the GG Stingray. That's a lie. You actually don't love to see it because it usually means you're going to lose. But it's just a classic Splatoon moment. GG Stingray, overtime. You're stuck in enemy ink. What you gonna do? You can stand there and die, or you can try and move and die. And Starburst just ripped through GreyErzaObiZerraz like they were wet tissue paper. No disrespect meant to them, of course. They are some of the best European players currently playing the game.
Oh, the quality shone through. That was, it was completely clear. In fact, 2 of those 3 games, they were out-fragging them by a significant rate. It just simply was not there in terms of coordination. You saw the practice come through in the results. And that really was the difference. Just the time spent together, being that unit and coordinating together. Like, it really was like a machine. They would just push through, even when you saw them getting outplayed a little bit. That never really deterred them. And that was it was great stuff from Starburst. GreyErzaObiZerraz, they're going to be a threat in whatever tournament they enter. And I feel like the more that they enter as a unit, the better they're going to be.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if one day we see Starburst beating FTWin. Like, dollars to donuts, the actual FTWin, not FTWin members on a pickup. Well, they're just that good.
There's a solid chance you're going to see that today, because in winners semifinals, Starburst is going to take on Kings. FTWin is going to have to take down Jackpot, and we could well see Starburst versus FTWin in winners final. We're going to hand it off to some very capable casters in Kbot and Lily for that action, however. Shads, thank you for being an amazing commentary partner. Where can the good people find you on social media?
Obviously, you can find me on Twitter at ChadTheDragon42. I stream on Twitch at ID_Chad with another underscore in the name. You've probably seen me in the Twitch chat actually already, talking a little bit in between matches. And then, of course, I'm in the IPL Discord. Feel free to hit me up if you got questions on commentating, on what IPL does, what it's like working with them, or just if you want to chat. I love chatting. Dude, you are awesome. You're an amazing commentator. Where can the good people find you?
Well, first of all, if you're wondering how it is to work with IPL, it's freaking amazing. They're absolutely great. They're carrying the community on their backs right now. Some people talk about it. IPL is about it. So gotta love that. And they can find me. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Stu the Announcer. I'm the cynicism that offsets Shad's amazing positivity. So shout outs to you, and of course, shout outs to Inkfarer for being the production extraordinaire for Inkling Performance Labs. So we are going to hand it off to Kbot and Lily for the next couple of rounds, folks. We are getting real deep into this bracket. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SuperJump here on IPL Splatoon.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to, what is this now? Winter semifinals of SuperJump. My name is Kbot. I'm going to be one of your casters, and of course, I'm joined by the wonderful Splatoon Lily. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I have heard we've had some amazing matches so far today, and I'm kind of really pumped for not just this next one, but for the rest of this tournament. This is going to be a wild and wacky ride to the end.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, in some respects, it already has been so far as I'm taking a look at the bracket. We're seeing a lot of close matches, a lot of interesting results as they start rolling in. And of course, we're now here for yet another interesting result, perhaps. Of course, we're going to be watching FTWin versus Jackpot here. FTWin, not surprising to see in winter semifinals. What might be slightly more surprising is Jackpot, who is currently coming off of a 3-0 victory over Freetime, which is a Japanese pickup squad. So sometimes, you know, it's a little bit of a roll of the dice when you're looking at some of these Japanese pickup squads, and you know, perhaps they didn't score the jackpot this time around on that perfect roster. And so it is going to be Jackpot that we're going to be seeing face off here against FTWin, and it is such an interesting match for a variety of reasons. Lily,
Can we talk about how good that pun was, though? I just want to back up for a second and talk about how proud I am. Wow. I'm going to treasure this moment forever.
all right, okay.
But legitimately, we're moving in now to FTWin versus Jackpot, which, as I understand, is just completely unexpected. We were expecting to have that Japanese pickup in here instead, so I'm a little bit scared for Jackpot. I guess a little bit scared for FTWin as well. If Jackpot can pull off games like that, what can they pull off against FTWin?
So evidently, this was a match that was played in I Dare You, which is another tournament that IPL streamed way back in like the end of 2020, nearly a year ago. And Jackpot was actually able to pull off the upset over an FTWin roster with a sub. This time around, perhaps it's slightly less trained roster, as Shaq is going in place of Leafy, who played on the Riptide squad with FTWin. This time around, of course, Leafy is the opponent, and we are already starting it off here on Tower Controlling.
Really excited to see some Duck Q play. Duck Q is just one of my absolute favorite backliners and one of the best snipers, I think, in the West right now. And she does an amazing job. I'm so excited to see more coming out from her. Biscuit already pushing up and some amazing picks on Xe as their team is already pushing and starting to break that first checkpoint.
This is what we start to expect from FTWin, keeping up the pressure here, and it's really going to be a duel of these Nautiluses, right? With Biscuit going up super far, we're going to have to see what Leafy can do, and unfortunately it's going to get jumped on here by Shaq, who's now just trying to maintain presence in bats, and is not going to be able to do that for the FTWin squad. Biscuit's going to go down here as well, and that will be the end of the push, just barely not being able to reach that second checkpoint here, but a good defense overall right now, making sure that Jackpot doesn't let this thing get out of hand early.
Doing a fantastic job here. Jackpot's already trying to control of mid, but is going to go down, unfortunately, to the beautiful Biscuits. And guess they're going to see some not cross-play there. And Biscuit going to start on the left side here. We're going to have to see if they can push up a little bit further. They're going to need a couple more picks to do that if they want to push and break that first checkpoint. I mean, the second checkpoint, I guess, not thoroughly.
Yeah, still going to need to step forward a little bit more, and Joe's trying to do that now. Biscuit's coming up with the Inkjet here. Can he find a pick? Not quite this time around. Inkarmer coming out perhaps just a little bit too late here. FTWin's trying to maintain this push, but right now, Jackpot's kind of using their range to be a little bit more elusive in nature. FTWin's really having to overextend, really trying to push the issue, and they're not quite able to do that. Now Kyo is trying to be individual far on that side, and is able to draw a little bit of attention here, actually disrupting a bit of the defenses of Jackpot. That's going to be a two-down situation for them, and FTWin's going to be able to maintain this push to the tower and continue on forward.
And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we managed to get to that first checkpoint and at least get a little bit onto it. I don't know if this is going to be a full break. There's too many members of Jackpot up and ready on the defense for FTWin to get too far on this one. They're going to have to back up a little bit and try again.
Biscuit again. Here it is, the Inkjet. I mean, how many Inkjets is that already? 4, it seems like, and they've all been moderately impactful. Kyo now going in, able to find 2, trying to come up with another one here onto Leafy, but just cannot quite seem to do that. Now Leafy trying to be the aggressor, forcing Kyo away, but Kyo's going to be pesky like that. He's going to be over there just waiting for the perfect time to strike. Looks like it doesn't quite matter because the rest of the team has gone down around tower. Now Kyo comes in, trying to disrupt this, but on that rotation around, and now another two-down situation for Jackpot. They just have not been able to get out of their base so far in this match. And they're going to have to if they want to try to get any points on the board.
What they did do, though, Kyo up in that base did an amazing job with the distraction, pulled all of the attention from Jackpot in order for them to break that second checkpoint. Now, we're getting into dangerous territory here now for Jackpot. They haven't gotten any points on the board yet so far in this tower control match, and that's a little bit dangerous as we're entering the last 2 minutes of the game. We do only have Kyo up, but we can't underestimate Kyo.
I mean, that's the thing right now. So far, there might have only been one member up for FTWin, but every single time, that single player has been able to make it such that Jackpot doesn't have the resources to push in any meaningful way. And that's one of the things we've seen so far. But it looks like, finally, with a full engagement, Jackpot's going to be able to do just that. They have an armor, and now they're going to start pushing here. Approaching this first checkpoint, which they seem to be able to clear with ease, as FTWin has no specials at the ready. But now you start to see the, advantage getting pushed even more for Jackpot here. Leafy is going to be able to find one situation for FTWin. They're already approaching the second checkpoint. Going to tear through this one here pretty quickly and might even be pushing for the lead. It's going to be another situation as 2D goes down. Leafy's going to be able to find another 3-on situation. Biscuit's going to win the Nautilus 1v1, and now it's going to try to approach this tower, but it's just a little bit too late. Jackpot's going to be able to find the lead here, and they're still continuing to try to push. Legend tries to come up from behind. Looks like it's going to be a 2-on situation. Q's trying to maintain this push, trying to keep up the pressure, but nonetheless, down to the 27-point mark with just 45 seconds remaining.
Absolutely amazing push there from Jackpot. They are going to have to back out here a little bit, but they did manage to control the mid a little bit longer than I expected to coming off that push. We are going to see the members of FTWin pushing on up there. It's do or die at this point. They have 30 seconds left, and they have to push it all the way to 26, which on this map is no easy feat unless they can get a really solid lockout on the enemy flag.
Will the clutch factor come in for FTWin this time around? They're going to need one of their 2 armors at the ready, and of course 2D has that right now. Bombs are already starting to come in this tower, around this bend, where this tower is most susceptible to getting picked off before we start getting to that latter part. And already, it's a 2-down situation. The Squid advantage going to Jackpot, make it a 3-down situation. The last one up is going to go down. That's going to be 2D, and Jackpot is going to take game 1.
I was expecting a wild and wacky ride to the end. I don't think I was expecting it game 1. Seeing FTWin pull out that match, I mean, tower control is obviously, it's FTWin. FTWin's good at every map and mode, I think. And tower control is no exception. We've seen some teams trying to pull out tower control against them in the past to try to force an advantage, and it often doesn't work. So to see them come out here, hold so dominant throughout the match, and then at the very end try to have to pull out reversal, Jackpot, huge thumbs up. That was amazing.
Absolutely was. Again, and I think a large part of that is a testament to even just being able to stay on the defensive for so long. And that's one of the things that, FTWin tends to do a lot of, especially as you try to send Kyo that way and things of that nature. You're starting to see Kyo try to disrupt things on the back line, trying to come in from the flanks, come in for those things, and just cannot quite seem to be as impactful because oftentimes he's getting called out by some of these members of Jackpot so far. And so, they're able to kind of team up, gang up on Kyo, get that taken care of, or say, hey, let's go ignore him real quick while we go focus the other 3 members on top of the tower. Able to keep FTWin limited in their pushes to just that 40-point mark was absolutely massive, and even allowing the opportunity for Jackpot to make a push past that second checkpoint towards the end of the game.
It was honestly phenomenal team play, and to see them staggering the members of FTWin so successfully near the end, I legitimately think that's what contributed mostly to their success. That early pick on Kyo, just as the FTWin is trying to mount their, re-assault here in mid, was crucial, because if you let FTWin get out of control, especially with Kyo on the front line, you're just going to be in trouble. So you get Kyo down early, the rest of the team members are going to wait a little bit longer and buy yourself some time.
And we'll have to see exactly what all of that is going to come into play here on Rainmaker Manta Maria. Should be a good one. It looks like very similar composition here coming in from FTWin. Kyo switching over to the Tri Nouveau this time around. And Q actually switching for the Vanilla Jet, not the Stingray this time around.
Interesting. I've been seeing a little bit more use of these missiles coming out. I wouldn't have been my first pick on this map necessarily, but maybe you know something that I don't.
Hey, these players are here and we're, the ones talking over them. So that ought to say something. But nonetheless, they're starting to push on forward here. You see Kyo come over the wall like we know, just trying to find that trade, trying to mitigate the objective pressure. So even despite this looking very ugly to start for FTWin, it's not going to mean a lot of points on the board because Kyo was focused on taking down the
Lovely seeing Leafy play around mid here, getting a little bit of a standing in mid before having to back up because of those missiles. We did see them stall a little bit longer than I expected them to be able to, and now FTWin is coming in with, I was going to say a full team up, but that's not necessarily true as we look.
Now it is. Now it's true, and they're just going right for the pedestal here. 2D gonna get it down to the 15-point mark. Is it still another 2-0 situation for Jackpot? It's gonna be the push maintained for FTWin. They're gonna be able to find the pop here, but can they find the picks necessary in order to dunk this Rainmaker? It doesn't quite look to be the case, as Biscuit's going to jump away. Down to that 15-point mark, though, was absolutely huge, as they were blitzing for that pedestal.
They did a really good job there escaping with as many lives as they could while still getting it down to the 15-point mark. I saw a really good conversation the other night from Gamer. He was talking about longevity in these pushes, especially on this map, and not trying to go for those fast plays. We're seeing that right now from, two very top-level teams. Leafy and almost getting some sneaky picks with that Inkjet, and now we're going to see another push here coming up from Jackpot.
Another push, seen this before, but Kyo is in the vicinity here with that fall off of that Tri-Slosher. Going to be very dangerous and is going to be able to take care of business with a little bit of help from his teammates. Going to be another 3-down switch for Jackpot. That's the second time we've seen that push kind of fall apart for them. They haven't been able to take it over top of that step because that Tri-Slosher is just so lethal in those situations.
As I play higher and higher level, I find I'd like to take that cut push less and less as long as there are members of the other team alive. More often than not, they know you're going to take it, and they're already ready in position. If you can push through that sweep, you can typically get a stronger push going. And that's not to say there's no point or time for that push. It's just, I find it's less and less useful as time.
Not to see if Jackpot can kind of regroup and take this towards that street play, because that's probably going to be the case now. That said, plenty of time left to do that as we are just crossing the halfway point into this game. Leafy trying to go forward here, find a couple more picks with Inkjet, but already 2-down situation for FTWin. That means a push. Axie going to try to clear out this side, but again, we'll have to see which way the Rainmaker opts to go. It looks like they're okay, hold on. What's going on here, Q? Still going over this step. Interesting. Trying to make sure that this is cleared out, but again, we don't really know that. We can't see what's going on that other side. Kyo getting taken out, though, early is huge, and that's going to allow XE to start moving on forward here in a safe way. Bomb's starting to come in, but it is going to get taken down nonetheless. The 10 missiles were making things just a little bit more difficult for Jackpot, but all the same, meanwhile, 3v2, now 2v2 as Jackpot's going to continue moving on forward. XE trying to get this low, but is not going to be able to do it for the time being. That said, 4 down for FTWin right now. They're going to try to tread this Rainmaker and try to push this one on forward. They just cannot quite seem to find the ink thanks to the fast respawns of FTWin coming in. Here it is. There's the pop trying to push it forward and down to the 16-point mark. Just 1 point away. The firefight still continues here on top of the Rainmaker, but it's just going to be too little too late as the pop is going to go to FTWin's favor and the 1-point meme strikes again.
Yeah, that was just a little bit unfortunate. I think they picked up a little bit too soon on that last jump, a little bit too desperate, but they were so close they could taste it. They are going to have to try again, and this time from mid, which puts them in the last minute, maybe needing to do this push in overtime, which is not where I would want to be in position against FTWin.
Pressure will certainly be on to perform, but we saw Jackpot pull out the last game. Perhaps they'll be able to pull the lever here and come up with 777. So we'll just have to wait and see. Biscuit going to find 2, though, with this Inkjet carrying on forward, and is going to mean that FTWin's going to have a large portion of control here in the middle of the map. Again, not what you want to see if you're Jackpot. Now, backing away is Kyo, trying to save a little bit more and be a little bit more expecting of the push coming in from Jackpot as they try to retake mid. Giving this away from FTWin is huge. They're going to try to set their defenses for a little bit later. They can try to make sure that they're taking out this Rainmaker at the choke points earlier on. That's going to be what they're banking on here. But now, 13 seconds left to go. They have to pick up this Rainmaker here soon as nobody has gone down from either side. Another set of specials coming in from Jackpot to try to continue this one on forward. Single digits in terms of the number of seconds left. Somebody's got to pick this one up. Somebody's got to touch it. Q tries to go for it, but just cannot get there fast enough, and FTWin is going to equalize the set.
Very unfortunate there. We saw at the end a member of Jackpot trying to clear out that bunker when there was some danger still in mid that was preventing the Rainmaker from being poked up. I don't know if that was necessarily a miscommunication or just a split in focus. It was really unfortunate, though, to see just those consistent bombs coming out of the K-shot, preventing Jackpot from reaching the Rainmaker in time to pick it up to force an overtime. But there's some beautiful special play coming out from FTWin at the end there. They just, an onslaught of bombs and rain and missiles, just refusing to let Jackpot into mid long enough to pick up that Rainmaker. It was fantastic.
And that's precisely the reason why you saw Kyo jump back, right? You would expect, hey, Kyo is supposed to be on the front line, right? Always going for the trades, but actually was saving that Ink Storm for the very end of the game just to make sure that that was getting taken care of as fast as possible. So 1-1, so that's going to equalize. Looks like, chat, you have voted for FTWin. I'm curious to know how many of you are still completely confident in that choice based on what we've seen here so far. FTWin has had a few very close games so far in this tournament. We'll just have to wait and see how this one carries on, as now we're heading to Clamblitz on the
Did you say Clamblitz?
I said Clamblitz. That is correct.
Mode? Oh, this is a treat. So, I mean, Clamblitz is no secret. It's my favorite mode. I legitimately think it's the best mode in the game. And I love to see it played at a high level. Now, sometimes it doesn't quite work out. Sometimes we have some teams who are high level who don't have as much experience in clams, and they let me down a little bit. That said, looking at FTWin and Jackpot, two teams I've seen play countless times, I'm so excited. This is going to be a treat. A fine dessert after my lunch.
Fine dessert after your lunch at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But anyway, we're going to be hopping into this one, and here's where we're going to start to see a lot of the weapon variety coming in from FTWin. They're starting to expand their weapon pools quite a bit, and actually, the most surprising thing is to see Shaq on the Neo Splash. Certainly something that I was not expecting, but they're obviously valuing that bomb rush for the amount of the map that it can cover.
Yeah, and I mean, I love to see Shaq. I've seen them play the Splash recently, and the amount of aggression that comes out of that player is something that I wouldn't have necessarily expected from someone who frequently plays support, right? But, I mean, you're talking about players of this caliber, you're talking about players who can typically roll shift without too many problems.
Yeah, they're so adaptable at this level, and that's one of the reasons why FTWin has been so successful overall. But this time around, it looks like it's going to net them their first push of the game here. That first football is going to be able to make itself into the barrier, and now it's just a matter of what clams can kind of follow up here. 2D has a handful, and it's going to be able to throw those ones in. All the meanwhile, Kyo pushing from this side, trying to make sure that these members of Jackpot do not feel safe under their own barrier. Kyo's going to go down in the process, but buys a little bit more time for FTWin to get a few more clams in the basket, and still plenty of green ink on the area where this basket is. Looks like it is finally going to be the end of this push, as Jackpot has now completely retaken their own barrier, and down to the 56-point mark for the opening push.
I was about to say that FTWin was keeping a pretty good control of that left-hand side and not allowing Jackpot back in, and then Jackpot gets a triple, so completely validating what I'm saying, and Jackpot now pushing up with their own clam. We're going to have to see if they can get a push here. All of the members of FTWin are back up, and we don't see any specials just yet, but I'm sure we'll see them incredibly soon, while some of the specials of Jackpot are already coming out a little bit too early.
Leafy goes down, and that's going to be huge here. That's going to mean that they're going to need to take the entire reset and likely give up a lot of this turf over to FTWin in terms of this bridge area and things like that. There are going to all of a sudden be so many fewer ways to try to push in here. As you see FTWin continuing to just keep up their defenses here overall. They are throwing bombs all over the place, making sure that no one feels safe to approach. But here comes the Inkjet from Leafy on the respawn, trying to find this, but cannot quite seem to find one. Okay, does find Kyo. Football does go in here, but still 3 versus 3 on the map. Actually trying to find a few more ways to get in, but just cannot quite find it. There is so much map coverage coming out of this FTWin composition. The barrier is going to turn green, and it's going to go back up at the halfway point. Not quite the push we were hoping for from Jackpot.
Yeah, not quite. I was a little bit concerned about the range discrepancy between FTWin and Jackpot here, with FTWin having a little bit less, their longest range weapon being the Squeezer, which is lucky to sneeze at. But I was honestly surprised to see the solid defense they pulled up when Jackpot tried to roll in.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things that we are complimenting Jackpot on. We might as well compliment FTWin on here. Their defenses there in that way. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't even as a matter of fully engaging. It was just a matter of laying down that ink, but nonetheless, here it is, full wipe for Jackpot. They're going to start throwing these clams and unloading into the barrier. Is going to be able to take the lead here, but it doesn't look like they're going to extend it much beyond. They're certainly, or probably not going to be able to go for the knockout here unless they can find a bunch of clams on the map, but I don't think they are present at the moment. And so Legend's just going to try to solve for a little bit more time, maybe get this one here. Actually is going to be able to, with the help of a teammate, take down Shaq, which is going to be large for just making sure that FTWin cannot get the tempo back up on Jackpot.
Yeah, there are a few starting to spawn again up near the end of that push, but not quite close enough and not quite fast enough for Jackpot to be able to take advantage of it. Going to the last minute and a half, we're gonna have to see if they can pull off another push here. FTWin is nothing to sneeze at. They got a full power clan, they're already pushing on up. They have a special at the ready and a couple more that are getting pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised here if we see another full onslaught. Jackpot's gonna have to get some really early and quick picks if they want to stop this.
Bubbles coming in here, trying to block off this far side and trying to allow for that possibility of a Power Flame to come in. Here comes 2D from the back lines with the Ink Armor. Kyo's going to go down, though, on the front lines here. Now 2D is going to have to try to take this all by his own and is going to get taken down. It's a 3-down situation, and all of a sudden, Jackpot once again in commanding control of the map.
They're doing a fantastic job here, just stopping FTWin from moving up too quickly. You're seeing a lot of really strong defense, especially through that alleyway. Now they've taken back control of mid, they're taking back control of the bridge. They might not have a football, but at this point they don't really need it. They just need to hold control and not go down.
Just trying to do that. All the meanwhile, FTWin charging their specials, trying to get back in here, trying to find an opportunity, but Leafy's going to come in with the Inkjet, going to be able to find one. Now trying to find this last one with Power Flame. Is going to be elusive for the time being, and he is going to be able to find Biscuit on the jump back in. Biscuit was trying to punish that, but was just not allowed to. Leafy able to find the outplay here, and now it is going to be Jackpot with the advantage. Joe is the last one up with the Power Clam on the back line. Shaq here as well has just found one, but we are in overtime now that that Power Clam has fully spawned, and FTWin has their work cut out for them in order to take it back. Hold on, though, which Jackpot might have found an opportunity as Bomb Rush comes out. Biscuit has gone down already on the squeezer. Noah Bomb comes in, is going to be able to take down Joe and Shaq. 2D also taken down. That's a complete wipe onto FTWin, and Jackpot is going to advance to match point.
Oh, I'm sweating. That was fantastic. Some beautiful clam play from both teams. We saw some really good clam economy. We saw some fantastic paint control. We saw some amazing aggressive pushes. Some beautiful special coordination. If you're having troubles with Clam Blitz, if you think it's not the best mode, which you're wrong, but I understand, then study this game for sure. Take a look at it from both perspectives. Both teams did a fantastic job on each of their pushes, on each of their lockouts, on each of their defenses. They just... beautiful. Beautiful team play.
Beautiful team play, but at the end of the day, Jackpot's the one that's able to find the jump in a lot of these cases. And I think in a large part, I keep saying Leafy's name. That's got to be for a reason, right? The inkjets that are coming out of Leafy have oftentimes been so good overall in terms of making sure that they can find the picks necessary to try to prevent anything from happening for FTWin, right? And because at the end of the day, if you don't have all of your 4 members up, it's going to be a very difficult time to actually be able to push in and actually go through, to make that football get scored. But
yeah, and one of the beautiful things we saw was Jackpot during their push, when they pushed so fast and so low, was because every single member of their team was holding at least a few clams. Everyone on their team was able to throw in something and then provide time for others to go pick up more. They did a beautiful job spreading out that clam load, essentially.
But now we go back to Splat Zones, this time on Anchovy Games, and this is probably going to be something where those inkjets are going to come in very critical here overall, whether that be on Biscuit's hands or in Leafy's hands.
I'm interested to see if Kyo brings the slosher back out on this one. We know how good Kyo is on sloshers, and we know how strong this painting meta and shooter meta is currently. So I kind of want to see it. A slosher below the enemy snipe is just essentially a death wish for anyone who wants to approach that way. And a slosher in Kyo's hands below the enemy snipe is even worse. So I would love to see Kyo pull out something like that again. But aside from that, I'm not expecting too many huge comp changes. Ooh.
We shall have to see. I looked away there for a second, so apparently you saw a comp change? Oh, okay.
No, I saw a DC.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate here. I do believe, according to DC rules, that teams do get a little bit of a reset here. So we're just going to see FTWin knock this out real quick, and then we'll be right back to it with hopefully a stable connection.
But to your point, now we get a little bit to talk about the compositions here, which is kind of interesting to see what's coming out here. Shat going over to the 52, Kyo going on the blob. And again, I'm more surprised to see Shaq's weapon pool more than anyone else because I did not expect him to pull out this weapon.
See, for me, it's the blob. Like, I'm paging Pika, paging Azure Pika. Is there an Azure Pika in the room? We have an interesting comp change for you. Yeah, I said a slosher. I guess I technically still getting a bucket.
To be fair, we have seen this come out of Kyo. He's tweeted about it a couple of times, starting to pick up the blob already. And I think in a large part, it's probably due to the amount of paint coverage that it can actually put out, especially on something like this large zone on Anchovy. It's going to be very useful in order to help kind of paint that, find some of the angles, perhaps, potentially. But I feel like he's also playing this weird for Kyo for me to say this, but bear with me for a second, in almost a little bit more of a supportive style. And to be fair, that's kind of what we would expect to see out of Blob. Not necessarily, Pika's hold forward and shove their blobs down the enemy's throat. But nonetheless, right, like, I think that's the overall thing with what this comp's going for. And especially with another, like, perhaps less stellar painting weapon in the 52. Certainly it can be self-sufficient, but you're not going to see this weapon put out a bunch of paint on the zone, right? And so that's, I think, one of the reasons why we're seeing this blob instead of more of that slosher that we might expect to see out of Kyo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a decent amount of geometry, I guess, if you want to get some funny math picks on this kind of map. So it's got some good potential here. I personally have never seen Kyo play Blob, or I mean, even mention it. So I'm actually really excited to see how this turns over. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm accustomed to seeing, like, mid-level blobs in solo queue, and then, of course, the Pika blob. So to see the changes in playstyle will be interesting.
Seeing the changes in playstyle certainly will be interesting, especially when FTWin has to play from behind, where they currently are, versus Jackpot. Of course, Jackpot's the ones on match point would advance to winners finals with a win in this game. And again, looks like very standard from what we're seeing out of Jackpot in terms of the composition. We didn't get the chance to talk about that because we were so focused on the FTWin changes. So going to be very tried and true for what we're expecting here, but already 2-9 situation as Leafy's able to step on forward here with this armor as well, coming in from Jackpot, and now already shooting down this street area, making sure that FTWin can't move anywhere.
Leafy establishing some control here up on flat and making sure that the members of FTWin have to back up a little bit. They're going to need a few specials, I think. They want to break this in, and we see the first one coming out from Kyo, a Bomb Rush, pushing back some of the members, but Leafy and the Inkjet's not really going to care about a Bomb Rush just yet.
Not just yet, but now Might on the jump back in, right in front of 2D, is going to be able to find that one, and now with a one-down situation, trying to find him on zone, but right now the bomb launcher coming in from Legend is going to be able to stall things out for just a little while longer for Jackpot, but nonetheless, finally, FTWin takes back control of the zone, but already pushing this down to 36, and you have to be feeling pretty good about yourselves right now if you are Jackpot.
Yeah, absolutely. I see no reason that the members of Jackpot should be feeling a little bit of confidence with where they are right now. Now, this map can swing incredibly fast and is really hard to break into mid from, especially with as many bomb rushes and specials as we typically see coming out of FTWin. Leafy with the Inkjet finding a really solid pick on Biscuit and is going to be able to swing the zone back.
Trying to swing this one back for Jackpot, but FTWin's going to hold on to this for the time being. Kyo's trying to be a little bit more aggressive with this blob, trying to make his presence a little bit more known, but is going to get immediately taken down by Legend, who's now being more elusive. And now it's already a 3-down situation for FTWin, and the takeback is complete for Jackpot.
Seeing the members of Jackpot push right back on up to reestablish that control. If they can put up a solid fight in the street here and stall that zone long enough, they might be able to burn down through their entire penalty before the members of FTWin even get close. Beautiful jump out there. Absolutely
beautiful
fantastic.
Jump out. Brutal Inkjet and Charger combination with Hugh already on this fan, starting to peek in towards the spawn of FTWin, and that Inkjet coming up from the other side. FTWin doesn't have many opportunities to move, and 2D is going to get taken down by Hugh. Now it's another 2-down situation here as we're trying to start to see them move on forward. Here come the bubbles, the last ditch effort, trying to get on this zone, trying to nuke right on top of it, and is going to be able to find the cap here for FTWin, and that is huge here. Now the question is, will they be able to sustain, because it doesn't look like that's going to be the case right now. 2 members go down, make it 3 members go down for FTWin, and Jackpot has been able to maintain hold of the zone despite giving away that momentary cap.
Biscuit here is just desperately trying to hold on to control of their plat and keep the members of Jackpot off of this area. They need this area in order for their own team to break back in, but they're going to have to give it up to another Leafy Inkjet. Leafy's Inkjets so far this game have been absolutely phenomenal, getting some incredibly clutch picks right when they need them.
So aggressive. The Booyah Bomb doesn't quite land on top of the zone. Here come the bubbles as well to try to come on in here, but there's no paint right now on top of the zone for FTWin. Biscuit trying to do his best, trying to paint on over this with Champagne Bottle, but it's going to be a 3-down situation, make it a complete wipe, and Jackpot is going to take the set and move on to winners finals, knocking FTWin into the losers bracket.
So we talked at the beginning a little bit about how Jackpot had just warmed up against a pretty good Japanese team, and that FTWin might be having a bit more of a tough game ahead of them. And yeah, I said those words, but I don't know if I expected it to be true, you know?
Yeah.
Like I sure said that, but I expected FTWin like plot armor or something.
And apparently they didn't have it. So here's the thing about FTWin. They don't have plot armor on the winner's side most of the time. Most of the time, the plot armor comes in on the loser's side. And so now, because they're not down there, you're going to start to see that come into play. Now, the question is, of course, how practiced is this roster for FTWin? How much can they hold it together? I'm sure they've been scrimming over the past 2 weeks, but really, like, their focus 2 weeks ago was Riptide with Leafy on the roster. And so now, not only are they looking for revenge against Starburst, they're looking for revenge against Jackpot, who sent them down here to the loser's side. So that should certainly be an interesting rematch if that's something we see later on in the day. On the meanwhile, of course, Jackpot's going to go on to face the winner of Kings versus Starburst. Kings being a Japanese roster that Terra has brought along. And of course, Starburst being that team that we expected, might make it into finals, but looks like currently that match is sitting at 2-1 in favor of Kings. So lots of crazy stuff as the day continues to heat up here, Lily.
It actually looks like that is going to Game 5 and just beginning, so we will have the results of that incredibly soon. It sounds like it's going to be an incredibly intense match. I mean, we're no stranger to Terra and their Japanese pickups that they bring on through. They're usually incredibly good teams, incredibly good players, and I mean, Terra themselves is also fantastic. But I am familiar with Starburst, who is also an incredibly good team. Who do you have your money on for that one, K-Pop?
I don't know. Like, how am I supposed to say? How do I know?
You can't read the minds of the people in the game, K-Pop?
Yeah, I know, right? Kind of crazy how that works. The other thing is that this, the Japanese roster is names you might have heard before. Takobon, very, successful Squiffer player for the most point. Shimepi, as well, playing for this roster of Kings, who are trying to take the crown for this event. We'll just have to wait and see, of course, if they can make it past Starburst. Meanwhile, I suppose we can take a little bit of a moment here to start shouting out some of the losers bracket results that are coming in. I say that, in the first team name I see is UJFVGJYRT.
You can do this. Pronounce
no,
it.
I can't. I'm not going to pronounce that. We're not even going to try to pronounce that. That's just not a good idea.
Fush, yeah, my favorite team.
Yeah. So when you're signing up pickup names, folks, please keep your casters in mind. We really do appreciate when we get simple names like Kings and Free Time. But yeah. Anyway, a couple of interesting losers matches happening right now. The GreyErzaObiZerraz pickup is currently 1-1 versus Bed Emoji. And so that ought to be a pretty close matchup happening right now in the loser side of the bracket. Arctic Moon is still in the tournament. They're up 1-0 over Heritage Hinterlander? Maybe? Frog? Sure. Sounds about right. And Free Time versus L plus Ratio plus You Fell Off. Which, of course, is Zero, Bagel, Henry, and Hypnos. They are currently sitting in losers round 5, so that should be happening in just a little bit of time here as well. But nonetheless, should certainly be an interesting day. We'll have to wait and see exactly what this result is. I'm like refreshing the bracket page because I want to know what the result of this winners match is.
We already have the result, and
we do have the result.
Kraken Bear coming in from on high, letting us know that Starburst did take that win 3-2. So
wow, that had to have been a quick game 5 too.
Hey Kraken, how's your script looking? It's looking good.
Oh my goodness.
Another quick thing I want to mention here before we go into our next match, which I think is going to be Starburst, maybe?
Yeah, it'll be Starburst versus Jackpot.
Yeah.
We'll be watching winners finals.
Going into that next, I do want to take a little moment here to shout out that our prize pool is up to $2,800 overall, which is mind-blowing. If anyone here wants to contribute to the prize pool as well and help us break 3K, maybe we can break 3K.
Maybe?
I do believe there's a donate command in chat, so feel free to pop that, add to this prize pool, and help support our players. I mean, this is a fantastic tournament. They've done a really cool thing with our prize distribution as well this time, so we're going to see it reach a few more players than normal, and I'm excited to see if we can break 3K, y'all.
Yeah, breaking 3K would be absolutely huge. I believe the last one that broke 3K that was not the abnormality of the Squid House was something along the lines of an Ink TV Open.
Maybe.
Yeah, something of that nature. So it would be kind of cool to, get this tournament up there. Of course, the support for this tournament has been absolutely massive across the board. In terms of the amount of staff that's been working on it, in terms of there were 150 teams, I think, that ended up playing.
Someone tweeted that was 808 people who signed up.
Yeah.
Whether or not they ended up playing, just signing up at all, just that many eyes on this.
Yeah, lots of eyes for IPL's first large major tournament. Of course, we appreciate you all being here. And all the meanwhile, hey, bring along your friends. I know this isn't the Starburst FTWin rivalry match that we were expecting might happen in winners finals, but also this one's probably going to be a banger too, because Starburst, we got to see them a little bit earlier. They were able to take care of business versus that Geo pickup, and now going against Jackpot, who just beat FTWin, should certainly be a very interesting and a very hype match. So make sure you bring along your friends, because we're going to be hopping into this one, looks like pretty soon here. So bring your friends along, maybe grab a quick drink of water or something of that nature, which I also need to do. But we should be starting this one pretty soon. No, I'm not going to chug live on stream. Not in the middle of my, in the middle of my sentence.
I don't know. I feel like this is a perfect time to interrupt yourself and just start chugging. If I learned anything from watching streamers play, is the second you hit that button, they just got to chug, so...
Oh, is that how it works? The second that you redeem the
they
channel
just gotta drop everything. They just their controllers drop to the ground, frozen, and they must choke. There's no choice.
So anyway, for those of you that are just joining us, yes, FTWin did just lose to Jackpot. Jackpot is not a unknown quantity in terms of a team competing in a Splatoon tournament. Of course, this roster was previously more so at the beginning of the year and a little bit last year as well, where, funny enough, they did actually beat FTWin with a substitute previously as kind of one of their, larger upsets. And so able to repeat that again here and now able to carry this momentum on forward. We've seen that all of these players are certainly individually talented and have certainly been able to provide support for teams or for the team when it's needed the most.
And honestly, neither of these teams is strangers to our scene. None of these players are strangers to the scene. We've seen them time and time again. We've seen them grow and evolve over the past, how long? 3 years? Has Splatoon about 3 years, something like that. They've been around the block a time or two. And
hey, Lily.
Yeah. Oh, has it been longer than 3 years?
It's been 4 years of Splatoon 2.
Yeah, so the Panini ate a year in my mind. It didn't happen. It's fine. Jackpot coming off of that amazing win too. You must be feeling good about yourself coming out of that. There's no way you come out of that set and just don't feel hype. It's not possible.
Absolutely. And now, you're getting a chance against the other, juggernaut of a team in terms of Western Splatoon being Starburst. You go right from facing against FTWin into playing against Starburst, which is a team that we have seen time and time again perform extremely well. Oftentimes, they'll be the ones to upset FTWin to take the tournament and things of that nature. And as a matter of fact, they're coming off of a victory at Riptide 2 weekends ago in Sandusky. And so, we'll have to see if they can try to, take that and capitalize on that momentum into this event, as well, as they seem to be doing pretty well so far, especially with that win over Kings.
Yeah, I mean, and how do you not, as Starburst, come into this going, like, sure, they beat FTWin just now, but we also beat FTWin, right? Like, yep. The amount of confidence I'm sure both teams are carrying right now is got to be extreme, and I'm pumped. I'm so pumped right now. Like, these are both incredibly top-tier teams. We just saw one of them take down arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team in the West. And now they're going to go head-to-head, and we still have games to watch after this? Like, this isn't grand... How?
This is not the end of the tournament. These might be the two best teams right now, but will it be the two best teams in the span of another hour and a half or so? Only time's going to tell in that regard. And so maybe we're going to see FTWin make that run through, the loser's gauntlet, as we might know them to do. Maybe we're going to see these two teams face off again. Maybe we're going to see Kings bounce back and, take that forward and try to contest, and we get to talk about the West versus Japan yet again. So many different things that could potentially be playing out right in front of us here, and certainly something that is going to be talked about for a long time, right? You think about these large events like this, particularly thinking about the most recent ones being Grand Graining Grounds or Inkstorm 8. A lot of those results are still even brought up in conversations today to determine who's better than who.
Can we talk about I'm so happy to see Q playing. Q has been a long time one of my favorite players ever. Just watching her streams, which I don't think she's streamed in a while either. I thought, honestly, that she had taken a break from the game. I legitimately did not know that she was still playing on a super competitive level. And I thought we might see her come out again for SuperJump, but I wasn't sure on that. And to not only have the fantastic treat of seeing them play with Jackpot, but to see them twice playing with Jackpot on stream, yeah. Please keep winning, Jackpot. Legitimately one of my favorite players. Just a super nice person, an incredible charger. To continue playing charger in a meta that has a lot of things that are difficult to play against for charger players, and to hold on tight to that backline role when a lot of teams are dropping it, it's just phenomenal. It's inspiring, I hope, for anyone who wants to continue to play charger in mid or high level and is worried that they won't be able to do it. I mean, Q is out here doing it, so
yeah, absolutely. And it's been a lot of fun to watch, not only .Q, but even Jackpot in general. As I was looking over the bracket, I was like, wait a minute, Jackpot's playing in this? The second that the Jackpot roster, like when they first announced that they were going to be a team about a year ago, I was excited. I was like, this team has got a ton of potential on it. And to see them, they disbanded. Now they're back like 6 months later and they're absolutely crushing it. I hope this roster sticks together. I hope this isn't just like a one-time reunion tour sort of a thing. I want to see them be, as successful of a roster as what we're seeing so far. Because, like I was saying, .Q has been, playing extremely well in the charger. Leafy, obviously, we keep saying her name.
Leafy, please. Please. Just...
Actually, to enable, both, Leafy and .Q, Legend's been coming in clutch on some of the flanks and some of the bomb launcher, shenanigans that we do see. This entire team is such a solid unit together, and it's such a treat to watch. And I, like I said, I really do hope that this isn't a reunion tour for them, and I hope that they stick together.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is just a reunion tour, I'm glad that at least we got to see this. Yes. If this is the last we see them until Splatoon 3, then what a way to go out, It's nothing off. It's okay. If they need to retire after this, I will allow it from the kindness of my heart. But K-Dot and I are clutching our hands. Please keep playing because these games have been amazing.
It was so sad when they first disbanded. I was like, no, you guys had so much potential. I watch it all of the time.
But if this tournament is their jackpot, then that's okay.
Roll credits, everybody. It's time for winners finals. Splat Zones Mako is going to be our game one. Starburst hardly needs an introduction as what we've seen out of them. It's the same roster you know and love, and now they're playing what looks to be, is that right? Yep, that's right. Oh, okay, no. Brand's playing Kensa Rapid. That looked like a shooter weapon for a second, so I was going to say quad shooter just for the sake of saying quad shooter, but I can't say that yet. So nonetheless, it should be an interesting one here, especially that Kensa Rapid is something that we don't see used actually a lot nowadays.
Yeah, we still see the Kensa Rapid pretty frequently in mid-level, but in high level it's kind of been dying off as the shooter meta has been advancing. We're already seeing Starburst come in and take control of the zone. Now that's not too unusual. This map is incredibly small and pretty easy to lock out on, so it's going to be all up to Jackpot here to try to pull back a little bit of ground with this bomb rush.
Here we go, bomb launcher coming in as well as the Inkjet trying to shove Starburst away, but Starburst playing very patient, playing very behind the zone, making sure that they don't get jumped on top of, which is something that we've seen come out of Jackpot time and time again, and they're still 3 members up. Hardly anyone's gone down for Starburst right now as they move forward to recap this zone. Baller comes in from Brand here, and it's another 2-9 situation for Jackpot. Starburst is going to maintain this because they played that defense so beautifully.
They gave up just enough ground to be able to hold on to enough of their map without backing all the way into spawn. The retake was flawless. And Starburst already mounting an incredibly huge defense here. And they're not pushing up as far as you normally see top-level players push up on this map. But 2 going down nonetheless, and we're going to hopefully see a retake of zone.
.Q just can't quite seem to do anything with the Booyah Bomb, with the incomers coming out of Starburst. It's going to be very difficult for that Charger to actually put in a bunch of work, but able to apply a little bit of pressure from behind while enabling the rest of your frontliners to go in and do work. That's exactly what we've seen out of the Jackpot motto so far. That's going to mean what takes them this zone back for the time being. The question becomes, can they defend this, and can Starburst find their own engagement with their own bomb launcher, with their own incomer coming on top of the zone? Jared's going to go down right on top of it as the defense starts to try to hold here for Jackpot. 2-9 situation, and actually the rest of Starburst is going to have to jump out. Brand trying to run around in this baller, but it's going to get taken down as well, and Jackpot, actually going to go ahead to take the lead here.
We've seen a little bit of a staggered respawn here coming out. Every time that Starburst tries to push back in, Jackpot takes just enough out that they're forced to back up and try again. Now they're running into do or die territory here. Less than 20 ticks left on the clock, and they're already pushing back in the zone, able to neutralize it, able to swing that, and get a penalty back onto Jackpot.
Starting to get a little nervous here if you are a Starburst fan. They were able to go ahead and take that back. Meanwhile, .Q going to be able to find one on the punish and perhaps a little bit of an overextension from some of these members of Starburst. But again, doesn't really feel safe, and this is something that Charger really needs to be adaptive of now. Here comes the incomer. Starburst tries to go for the re-engage, trying to get the jump on their opponents before they can get the jump on them back on top of the zone. And looks like they might have actually been doing a successful job of that more or less. Leafy popping this Inkjet, trying to go up here, trying to get one on the King Dog, and is going to be able to find that 2-9 situation, but Starburst is going to be able to take the lead back just before the cap goes back to Jackpot.
It's incredibly dangerous here for Jackpot. They are going to lose the zone again, and now they have a 60-point penalty to work through before they can even try to take back that lead, which we know Jackpot can do, but it's not going to be easy against a team like Starburst. They are 1 down, and the members of Starburst have moved up just enough to try to funnel everyone into the left-hand side. Leafy's going to need some fantastic pushes here if they're going to be able to get back into mid.
Most of you think should expect to see that popped immediately, and there it is, coming out here, trying to find those picks from afar, trying to be that long-range presence, mobile presence as well. The bomb launcher comes out on top of the zone, but again, Starburst backs away quite beautifully. Now is looking for the retake as they start to push back on forward. Xe trying to swim around, trying to get some paint on top of the zone, but just cannot quite seem to find a significant amount of it as King Dog is right there, painting the zone on top of the stack from the Junior. It is going to be the cap for Jackpot, applying that penalty and buying just one more chance for them to come on back in here. As now Leafy actually able to find another one. 2-9 situation for Starburst. The retake might actually be much quicker than we were expecting, thanks much in part to Leafy.
Leafy's picks this game have been incredible. Seems to go down there. Is it going to allow Starburst to back up and try again? But is going to allow Jackpot to try to extend this lead. They do need to try to hold this as long as possible. They have a hefty penalty to burn through.
And now we start to see a little bit more of that engagement as Jared's going to start to sneak on forward here with against the 52 Gal, able to throw that Booyah Bomb on top of the zone, trying to stall things out, trying to neutralize things out. Brand coming in from the side. It's going to be a 3-down situation. Leafy's the last one up as the rest of Starburst is going to go ahead and get that jump. 12 seconds left to go here, and very likely Jackpot doesn't have another opportunity in order to make it back into the zone, although they are going to try. Bombs coming in here. Can they find the neutralize in the nick of time? Actually, have to find the cap before the clock hits 0. And they are not going to be able to do that. Starburst is going to take game 1.
Jared did a fantastic job that game with those Booyah Bombs. Just they came out in the nick of time to completely shut down bomb rushes. They came out to interrupt the zone and just long enough to be able to retake. They came in to stop Jackpot from moving up close enough to zone to cap it. They just a fantastic job in not just timing but also placement on those Booyah Bombs. Something the likes of which you typically don't see in lower levels of competitive. Just seeing people just take a moment to think and hold and not just pop Booyah as soon as they get it, but to wait for those times when they need it. And on a map like this, that's really close quarters. It's pretty important.
And, you know, we oftentimes, you see the memes on Twitter about the Katsu 52 Gal, but in many cases, in order to make the most impactful weapon possible, in order to have this amount of impact on the weapon, especially that Jared's having overall, it does take that, you know, high level of thinking. What's going to be my next play? Where is my escape option? What is my escape option? Whether that's the Booyah Bomb armor, whether that's a splash wall right in front of my feet, whether that's just painting for myself to try to get away. Where is my escape option? Can I be one step ahead of my opponent? And that's one of the things where, as you see these 52 Gal, you know, plays come in, the weapon has, you know, such a wide variety of tools to be able to use in order to get away from things, in order to survive things, in order to create chaos, much like an Ink Rush might, whereas it might give up on a little bit of mobility compared to that Ink Rush. But at the same time, you know, you still have a lot of these tools in order to kind of, you know, disrupt whatever it is that your opponents are doing.
And that's honestly the reason I don't mind the meta with the 52 right now. It's an incredibly strong weapon with a lot of tools at its disposal. I wouldn't mind like a small painting buff so that I, as a junior player, could like paint over it a little bit better. That would be nice. But there's a lot of thought that has to go into it. Like, where do I place my Booyahs? When do I place my Booyahs? What does the other team have? Do they have Bomb Rush ready for zone that I'm going to have to obliterate? Do I use it now knowing that someone's flanking me and hope not to go down? Just an incredible amount of thought going into these plays, and you can see it all coming out of Jared in this game. So I'm excited to see what they can do next. We're going on to Anchovy Zones, which is another highly contested zones map.
It's worth noting here that we are now into counter picks, and so this was a Jackpot counter pick, and you have to imagine it's probably thanks to Leafy, right? Being able to run up there with that inkjet and just peer down on your opponents completely safe and sound from such a high vantage point has got to be a huge plus. In addition to having Legend on that Neo Splash, able to farm for that bomb launcher and just start throwing it on top of zone from very safe locations, you have to imagine the Jackpot feels very comfortable here.
We did just see Jackpot win on this map, doing a fantastic job pushing up into the enemy street. So if they can pull that off again, it's going to be a hard match for Starburst. We did one of the big weapon picks that I saw just as they spawned in. Starburst playing the 96 Gal, opting for a little bit more zone to try to paint that zone from afar. It might be the changing point.
And maybe it's not only painting the zone from afar, but especially if they get into a state where Jackpot is pushed up so far, perhaps that 96 is going to be something that's going to be more useful than an NZAP or a junior in terms of trying to help that retake happen and trying to shut down Leafy, who is again just putting in so much work. It's a 3-down situation for Starburst, and so while Starburst might have taken the lead immediately here, Leafy is going to be able to single-handedly get a few picks, cap the zone, and stall things out and keep it even for Jackpot.
Absolutely, and we do see Leafy with that Inkjet charge popping it over here on the right side, going to cause a little bit of chaos as the members of the Starburst are trying to get things back in control and get back towards mid. They do have quite a bit of time. They can afford to back up here, but it's not going to be easy if Jackpot has anything to say about it.
not going to be easy, but now with Leafy going down, they're going to have less of that frontline presence, and here come the specials coming out on top of the zone. The BO Bomb comes in. That's going to be control right on back over to Starburst as they're going to try to continue pushing on forward here. The question is, what is the response out of Jackpot? Looks like they might have a bunch of one as Xy's going to go down on that end zap. They don't have that armor for the time being, and so unfortunately here, they're probably just going to have to wait and reset in order to retake.
Yeah, there's no chance that they can make it in against a team this strong without their armor or a player down. It's just not going to be possible, but we do see a 3v3 here in mid. Jared coming out with another of those masterfully placed booyahs, holding on for just a second as they try to figure out where exactly they want to push it. And the beautiful lockouts we saw coming out last game from Jackpot on this map, we're now seeing swing the other way from Starburst.
Lead change again. Starburst going to be able to take it. But now, 3 specials online. Incomer, Inkjet, Suction Bomb launchers coming out for the favor of Jackpot. It's going to mean that they retake this zone. However, Starburst, Taylor back on a way here. You notice 2 of them at least up on top of this band. But here comes the Incomer out of Kingdom on that 96 to try to continue to make sure that Starburst does not go down here. They want to try to maintain this push. They want to try to maintain their overall map control. They're doing a pretty good job of that so far. So far, we haven't seen that full engagement come out of Jackpot because they know that Starburst is so far back. And here it comes. Specials back the other direction. Baller, Booyah Bomb, pushing some of these members of Jackpot back, but perhaps it was just a little bit too overzealous as now it's a 3-down situation for Starburst all of a sudden, handing control back over to Jackpot.
Beautiful pick from Q there, managing to get Brand before they can jump out, swinging that back the other direction, and already getting a dominant place here up on the enemy fan. We're going to have to see if they can hold this just a little bit longer. They're almost to their penalty, and then they can start working on this points where they have 2 specials online, and all members of Starburst are back up and trying to come in.
Here comes though Incomer out of Starburst, as well as that Suction Bomb launcher already. 1 going down to Legend bomb launcher as well. Starburst 2-down situation, and it looks like despite giving that cap over, Jackpot still is going to have more time to work through this penalty. Leafy goes down on the front lines here as Ice is trying to scramble to try to get a little bit more on top of the zone, trying to neutralize things, trying to hold on to this lead right now. Jared throwing this Booyah Bomb, likely to try to neutralize this zone, but actually doesn't quite get the case. There's enough ink on top of the zone for Jackpot right now. There's 3 other members there, going to be able to find the trade with Q, but it's not going to matter. Jackpot's going to be able to find the lead, and now 2 down. Make it a 3-down situation. Jackpot could even go for the knockout right here. Still 2 members down for Starburst, and that one has to seal the deal as Brand is going to go down. Another Legend comes over the wall in order to take down another, and Jackpot is going to equalize the set.
That was huge. Those maintaining that zone when that Booyah came out from Jared, maintaining that and painting through it just to hold zone long enough and then get a few picks on top of it. They did a fantastic job. That game was incredibly back and forth, and both teams just did amazing throughout the entire thing. We saw some beautiful lockouts, some great defense. We never saw one team down for too long. The zone swung back and forth more often than I usually see in that map. And I'm excited to see what we're going to see for counterpick next.
Looks like it's going to almost immediately come in. It is tower control on Inkblot Art Academy for Starburst, perhaps expecting that they can steamroll this one and snowball it into a victory.
I am interested because I believe we did see Jackpot play on this one already, right? Against FTWin and pulled it back even. They forced FTWin to try to get a win in overtime almost, and it didn't work out. And if they can pull that off again, I wonder against Starburst if they can manage to pull that through. And I'm also really interested to see what Starburst pulls out for weapons here. We've seen them switching around a little bit between different, not even just different roles and ranges, but like just different weapon classes. I'm interested to see if we pull out things like the 96 again, or if we're going to go back to more traditional armor type weapons.
I really do think that they need to find a way to shut down Leafy. They can't shut down and they can't prevent these bomb launchers from coming out, but they can try to prevent Leafy from getting into positions that are going to be so annoying. And I don't really know what the answer is for that. Perhaps it's more bomb launchers. Perhaps it's trying to see if Ice wants to go back to the Charger, but that certainly is not something perhaps that Ice has been practicing a ton of. We see Ice sticking with this Neo Splash here for the lineup of Starburst.
We do see King Dog backing up and pulling out that Junior again. I'm very excited to see more King Dog Jr., always a treat, but a little bit of a trade back and forth here. We do see Leafy go down early, and Ice going to go down early on top of that as well. So we have a 2-down situation on the side of Starburst, and Jackpot going to push towards this first checkpoint and hopefully get an early break.
Trying to go for that early break, but they don't quite have the map coverage that one might expect in order to make this such a large push. They're going to be looking for the engagement here momentarily as soon as Leafy's Inkjet comes up, and getting close to that right now for Jackpot trying to push this one on forward. All the meanwhile, Booyah Bomb comes out, trying to move .Q out of position here and trying to allow Starburst a window of opportunity in order to take back control of the middle of the map here, as Jared is continuing to be pesky on this far side. Now going for the flank, it's going to get shot away by .Q's charger, and still, for the most part, Jackpot staying alive right now around this tower. Haven't seen a full engagement from either team, I say that. Brand goes down right near the tower as Jared's got another Booyah Bomb to throw on top of mid, provide a little bit more map coverage there, but just does not have the support of the rest of the team. And so while Starburst has successfully stalled out this push from Jackpot, it's really difficult to see which way this game's going to go in the end.
Yeah, so far Starburst has had an incredibly tough time just getting down into mid. Jackpot held on to that left-hand side for such a long time, right around tower push, but it does look like they're 3 down now, 3v2 in this situation, and it looks like we're going to try to get an early break on the, well, I guess not early at this point, a mid-game break on that second, or that first checkpoint there, and try to swing this back the other direction.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Somebody must have gotten a triple off camera that allows this push to even exist in the first place for Starburst. It's going to mean they're going to be able to push past this first checkpoint, and already Jared's starting to approach on top of this Bats area, making sure the .Q doesn't have anywhere to run, doesn't have anywhere to hide. Brand popping this baller up on top of things, but will get taken down with this wrap, and unfortunately not quite as good in close range settings. 3-down situation for Starburst, and so down to the 59-point mark. Somehow, Lily, this seems very familiar to what we watched FTWin play against Jackpot earlier.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a run back on that earlier game. Things looking a little bit interesting here. A flank through mid, going to pull some attention, but there is going to be 2 down again on the side of Starburst, and Jackpot is going to be able to continue pushing this tower. They're fast approaching that second checkpoint, and if they can break it, I'd almost seals the deal for this game.
Legend going forward. Here's Leafy as well. Going to be able to find a trade. Now Legend trying to dodge around another bomb here, trying to find a couple of members of Starburst, or at least keep them away from the tower. But right now has to go back and support the rest of the tower and the rest of the members of Jackpot that are trying to ride this one through. They are able to clear that second checkpoint, which is going to be huge here for Jackpot with 2 minutes to go, though. Still plenty of time unless they can find the knockout here, which they're starting to be able to do. .Q goes down to a bomb on top of the tower, though. And so Xy's going to have to try to dodge around this one as well, but is going to be able to do just that. 2 members on top of the tower right now, as Xy's going to be able to go down here to a member of Starburst. And now it looks like this might be the end of the push here with that 2-down situation, all the way down to 9, clearing past that third checkpoint as well, as Leafy is going to be able to find the jump back, is able to find one, and is going to get taken down here. And so Starburst might not have all the resources to make a push of their own immediately right now.
Jackpot pushing to 9. Not only did they break third checkpoint, but they got a little bit past that, and that is going to be incredible. There's only a minute and a half left in this game, and Starburst has a long road to go with only 2 players up starting this push off. They're going to have to back up and give it a bit more time. They don't have the chance to be impatient here. They have to play it safe because otherwise they won't have a chance to play it.
Finds yet another one here, and as you say, 60 seconds left to go for Starburst to get everything together in order to make a push. These pushes can be very resource intensive, especially when you're staring down. You have so many threats on the opposing side of the map to deal with. .U showing her prowess right now on that charger, able to take down at least 2, and now opening up another potential push here for Jackpot. Now they've got to be careful here. You have to imagine they're not going to be afraid to ditch this one, as you see that bomb launchers coming out left and right all over the place right now on top of this tower. As Starburst is trying to move on forward, Legend's going to be able to find a sneaky little double there, mitigating this pressure right now for Starburst, making a complete delayed wipe, and Jackpot just going to continue riding this tower and continue keeping it safe.
There's barely a moment there where Starburst had a full team up ready to go. We're entering the last 10 seconds of this game, and they have to grab tower. They do manage to pick it up, and there are 3 players down on Jackpot's side. Hopefully that ends up as backing up and ready to pop armor when their team gets back. Starburst pushing up. Incredible pick on that armor, and Jackpot is on the defensive hard now.
the armor staggering is going to be massive for the moment right now. Already down to 50. You've got to watch that number if you are a Jackpot fan. When is Xe going to have that armor in order to pop that one back? Xe, no, going to go down again here, but it doesn't even matter. There's a complete wipe on Starburst, and that is going to be the game. Jackpot is able to secure it at the end of the day, and they now are going on to match point yet again.
Is Jackpot about to beat our two best teams in the West right now? Is that what we're on the road for?
Looks like it. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm blown away. I mean, I know we're in winners finals. I know these are the two best teams in our winners bracket so far, and that we're going to be seeing some amazing losers matches after this for sure. But I just wasn't expecting this, I guess. I don't know.
It's hard to. It is very hard to expect this sort of a thing, right? When you're looking at the teams entering this tournament, you're like, oh, Jackpot, that's cool. They're playing together again. But for it to just click like this, like we're seeing now with all of these potential threats, to be honest, this is even like the same exact composition that they were running a year ago when they were playing very regularly, right? It's like they're not even caring. Like, you could have your meta, your 52 gals, whatever. We don't care because we know our style works.
Jackpot laughs in the face of the meta. Why even pay attention to it? It's fine. All you need to know is what's happening so you can counterplay it. It's fine. And we are going to be going into our, I guess, last game is Rainmaker Blackbelly.
Potentially second to last.
Potentially.
It is the last Starburst counter pick. And so perhaps they're still thinking that their, blitz potential, I suppose, is good if they can really get a push up off the ground running. But so far, we have seen it and proven it to be very difficult for Starburst to be able to win a complete fight and get a complete wipe onto Jackpot. And so again, as we're starting to look at Rainmaker Blackbelly, probably going to be, very close quarters, very tight overall, and probably not that sort of style that we're going to see out of Starburst. We're going to have to see, of course, if they make any composition changes here as well. And it looks like we do see a handful going for quite a bit more range.
Yeah, we're seeing a dually squelcher pick coming out of Jared and opting not to run a Booyah Bomb, which I'm interested to see how that plays out. And then the Rapid Pro coming out from Bran is definitely not what I would have expected either. These are some interesting team comps. I guess they heard us say that Jackpot laughs in the face of the meta, and they decided they want to try laughing too.
I guess so, but the one thing that is the meta that will never go away is, of course, the custom Jet Squelcher. Hope you all don't have, any signs of flashbacks to bad Stingray situations whenever you hear the Ray sound effect, because you're going to be getting those a lot in this match with both .Q and Ice playing those weapons. Of course, those Stingrays can be very impactful as we start to see this overall. We've already seen a handful go off on either side. Here's Ice yet again, shoving that on through here, but very neutral to start things off for this first minute of the game.
Yeah, it does look like Ice managed to pick Leafy off just after their Inkjet, which was a fantastic pick to pull that off because it gives them a little bit more counterplay here moving in. But another Stingray coming out from Q, going to put an early end to this Rainmaker push. It doesn't look like a minute and a half to this game we're going to get anything substantial yet, despite how fast swinging Blackbelly can be.
Very nice play there. Is, again, as you say, very close quarters here overall for these two rosters. And, that's the thing, is that despite the fact there's a slight lead here for Starburst, they're looking to try to extend this a little bit more, especially off the back of the Stingray as well. But they can't quite seem to find that quick play that we're necessarily known for. And, of course, .Q with that Stingray coming out is going to be able to secure that Rainmaker down to this 51-point mark is Starburst right now as they look to try to recap. Not going to be able to find that, though. But still going to be able to persist here, actually, with a handful of members of Jackpot going down, still trying to push this one forward and trying to do a little bit of work. Now opting to rotate around and go back to the other side of the map, is now starting to approach a little bit more. Stingray comes out, though, and that's going to shut it down. 20 points now is the point where Starburst is, and something that is going to be a tall order to send this back to the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, on this map, Rainmaker in general, but Black Belly especially, there is no safe score. So while 20 is solid, incredibly solid, especially for your essentially first real push of the game, it's definitely not safe. So I would be worried moving into the rest of this for Starburst. They still have to hold off Jackpot for 2.5 minutes.
Still have to do that, and of course we've seen that is a, decent order here, as Jackpot has been able to sometimes, as I said it earlier, I'll keep saying it, I have no original puns. They'll potentially try to pull the lever here and try to see if they can get a push going of their own, and already 2-9 situation for Starburst is actually picking up this Rainmaker and trying to carry this one on down here. Can't quite seem if there's a lot of support from the backside. There's a Medic here a flank, as now that Ink Armor comes out of Starburst, they're going to try to approach this Rainmaker, trying to get it down. But for the moment, it's very safe on the side, being guarded by a couple of these members right now of Jackpot. Here comes Ice, trying to step on forward, but it's going to get taken down immediately by Legend. Actually, might have a little bit of a window of opportunity here, but not much paint in front of them to continue on forward. Now we're just going to swim right on forward into some of those blaster shots. Down to the 46-point mark here for the time being, and the Starburst defenses are holding for the time being. Legend's going to try to go on forward, but it's going to get taken down in the process. Rainmaker's going to go ahead and get reset here again, or actually no, Leafy tries to make an approach, never mind, is going to get taken down here, and that will be the last possible effort here on this push. Well done by Jackpot to try to persist this, keep it on forward, and looks like they're trying to keep a couple more bombs in the area, but Rainmaker will finally reset with 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, Jackpot had some incredible patience there in that push until near the end, where they eventually just decided they had to try and repop if they needed to. We're seeing some, that Ray just pulling Leafy right out of the air, I guess, just before we can even get too far off of it. And 2 down on the side here of Starburst. And Jackpot, 4 up, are going to have to try to attempt another push here soon. We're down to the last 40 seconds of the game, and we're getting into dangerous territory. I would not want to be pushing Rainmaker in overtime with this many Stingrays.
They're going to have to, though, in this case. 30 seconds left to go here, as the Stingray is already taken down. Perhaps a window of opportunities opened up here. They have to be careful of when Ice is going to have that one at the ready. Q trying to swim on forward. The bombs, selection bombs are going to try to go off, but it's not going to be enough. 3-down situation for Jackpot right now, down to the 38-point mark. It's going to mean Starburst has control of the Rainmaker area. Is going to go ahead and pop this, and now is just going to go ahead and defend this. We are going to a Game 5 here momentarily, folks, and this has been quite a tight set.
It might be my fault. I apologize for the commentator's curse here, but I'm not sorry for Game 5. That's I'm blatantly not sorry for that. Now, I am a little bit sorry for Starburst going into this last game having to deal with a Jackpot counter pick. I would not want to be in Game 5 against Jackpot with their own map. They've shown us so far what they can do in not their own map. Their own map is going to be devastating.
So, what will it be? Of course, no repeats in the set. So obviously they can't go back to Splat Zones and show where they might feel the most comfortable. But, they're really going to have to pull out something that they really do feel as though they have the advantage on for their composition. And where they are most comfortable, right? That's going to be the largest thing. Where can they have these opportunities where some of these members of, Starburst aren't going to have those possibilities of, areas to run around? Perhaps it's someone playing the Kensa 52. Perhaps it's, King Dog running around with that 96. Whatever the case is, they really have to make sure that they're picking to their favor in this case, because this could perhaps be, what differentiates them between having that grand finals placement and having to qualify yet again later today for that grand finals placement.
Am I naive to hope for clams?
I would say probably. I don't see a world.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen all of our Starburst picks.
I don't think Jackpot would pick clams. I think if either one of these two teams would be likely to pick clams, it would be Starburst of the two.
Well, we did see Starburst cycling through modes a little bit, trying to figure out what to go with. It might be dreaming, but I mean,
you're definitely dreaming.
I'm gonna take a nap. It's fine. I'm just gonna take a nap right here and dream of some clams, and fingers crossed. It's possible. It's possible. It's just.
I don't think we're gonna see it.
It's possible.
We might. Don't know that for sure.
I mean,
I will say
we've already seen 2 zones happen this game. I don't know if we'll see Jackpot pick 2 other zones. We might see a tower control pick. We have seen how strong they are on tower control. It's possible. I don't know that we'll see another Rainmaker pick, just in general. I find like a lot of top teams tend to dislike Rainmaker and how fast it can swing. So I'm expecting probably either zones or tower control, but I want claims.
Of course you want claims. You always want claims. You always want.
How can I not?
Oh goodness. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So what I'm thinking about this, especially in terms of claims, right? I feel like you just throw Ant on the Squeezer for Starburst and you call it a day, right? You have to be feeling pretty confident about that if that's kind of the direction you're taking. Especially when you're going into these bomb launchers, right?
Yeah, and I suppose that they probably took that into account, which is why we're not going to be seeing clams. And we're going to be instead seeing one of my least favorite tower control maps, Sturgeon Shipyard. I feel like they heard me and they were like, Lily can sit down. They already saw clams in the FTWin game. So I'll allow this. It's okay, Jackpot. I still love you.
We need a counterpick, though. I'm surprised we don't have it. Yeah. What's going on here?
I mean, we do have it as Tower Control Sturgeon. TC Sturgeon is going to be our 5th game, and it's going to be something.
Gotta be something. It is going to be something. So, what are they looking for here? They're probably, again, looking for Leafy to get in positions with the Inkjet that make her practically untouchable. And also to have a decent number of sight lines for .Q, right? If I had to guess, that's more or less it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm wondering who they're going to be putting on tower, because there's quite a few good positions for tower. On the first checkpoint, if you put a sniper on there, they have a pretty good range of motion. But after first checkpoint, personally, I typically move my backliner off of tower and as a support player pick it up, and instead move my backliner to snipe. You put a good charger up on snipe, on the enemy snipe, and they shut down pretty much every avenue of approach. Or even up on the right wall if it's clear. You can pretty much shut down anyone coming for tower. And sniper trying to stay on tower through that second checkpoint, that tight corner, is really, really difficult. So I'm partially interested to see if Q pulls out a charger or continues to play the jet, or if we see a little bit of a switch up on who might be riding that objective.
All right, everyone. Game 5. It's a Jackpot counter pick here for Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. The winner of this is going to be guaranteed top 2 of the event, of perhaps the largest event of the year, or the largest grassroots events, I should say, of the year in IPL's SuperJump. Just have to wait and see how this one goes. Brand pulling out the Tri-Slosher this time around, finally not seeing yet another shooter coming out of the Starburst squad.
We are seeing a little bit of a mix and match of all of the comps we've seen Starburst play so far, with the 96 Gal and the Dually Squelchers, and a slight addition of the Tri-Slosher. It's going to be an interesting game for sure. Leafy coming out with an early Inkjet and pushing a lot of the numbers of Starburst with back and out, while Jackpot just toe taps that tower.
Looking to try to do just that. And that's one of the things here, I think that this double armor composition out of Starburst is trying to do, is trying to mitigate the amount of pressure that .Q is going to have and mitigate the amount of pressure that Leafy's Inkjets are going to have. Because if they can do those two things, they're going to be pretty well set up in order to make sure that, they're not going to get super hard punished in some of these wipe scenarios and allow Jackpot to make a push back the other direction. Of course, only time will tell what exactly happens in this match, as .Q is forced to run away thanks to the 10 missiles coming back out, and it's a 2-then situation already for Jackpot as you see an armor get popped to keep Starburst momentum moving on forward as they storm past this first checkpoint.
We do see a few members of Starburst backing up here all the way to mid, so it looks like they might be looking to pick off this first and maybe back up a little bit while the members of Jackpot are respawning. But man, that Tri-Slasher up on Snipe is a devastating effect.
Absolutely here. Starburst continuing to roll through things and now starting to approach the second and final checkpoint. You have to be really careful when you get down to this point in the map, but it looks like Starburst is going to go ahead and back on away, reset here. They're happy with that 38-point push to start things off in this match.
That first checkpoint on this map is essentially like free and bingo. Everyone gets it. It's no problem to give it up. It's not even dangerous. You want to give that up and survive for the second and third checkpoints because that's where things start to snowball. You did see Jackpot here go entirely down and Starburst moving up to try to secure the second checkpoint because this is normally where match points start to be held.
This is it right here. Can Jackpot find the approach? The answer so far, not looking likely. .Q able to find the one onto ice here, but that second checkpoint is going to get cleared, making things all of a sudden very vulnerable for Jackpot. They are going to be able to clean up business here. As they are able to push this tower back into mid. Jared being a little bit pesky on this side, and it's certainly drawing a lot of these members into distraction out of the way. Popping Leafy's Inkjet here as well, but Leafy able to find even more value, getting ice as well. And it's going to be it's a two-down situation for Starburst, and it's going to allow an advantage for Jackpot to start this push on forward as Legend pops this bomb launcher, trying to get a little bit more ink, trying to figure out where some of these members of Starburst are approaching from, and starting to call them out to the rest of the team.
A couple members over here on the left side trying to chase down Legend, but not quite sure where to focus their energies. It does look like Jackpot has managed to touch that second checkpoint and are halfway through clearing it. There are just two members down. Are they going to be able to hold it long enough? But it looks like a flank coming in from back is going to shut down that push before they can get too far through.
And again, well done for Starburst. They're able to recognize the fact that the tower is going to be the most important part. They need to stop this tower. They need to keep this second checkpoint alive for their best chances in terms of walking away with this game. And so they're able to do that. They're able to send 3 members back there in order to take care of the tower. Now, neutral situation. Starburst Ink Armor comes out here as they might try to push a little bit more, or at least keep the members of Jackpot at bay. Again, very engage heavy from what we're seeing out of Jackpot so far. So if Starburst can try to, strike first on their opponents, they're going to be at an advantage. But meanwhile, Leafy's Inkjet able to find one. Xe trying to find another one here as well, and is able to find that. But Xe is going to be the last one up right now for Jackpot, as it's still 2 up for Starburst, and they're going to be the ones to take this tower on forward.
We're getting into dangerous territory now here for Jackpot. We're in the last minute of the game, and they still need to clear second checkpoint. And it's not impossible to do, but when you're already pushed back into your court and the enemy team is pushing tower, it's getting a little bit hairy. We're going to have to see some really good offensive game and some incredible picks coming out of Leafy and Xe if they're going to be able to push this forward.
Ink Armor comes out again for Starburst as they're just continuing to stall this here. You'll notice Starburst not being fully committal here because that could put them in a disadvantageous position and hand the tower back over to Jackpot. They want to make sure that Jackpot's training their resources in order to be able to touch the tower, which they are soon going to have to do. Now, ice is going to go down here for Starburst, and that's going to mean that bomb launcher is going to be at a ready as you see this bomb launcher from .Q come out on the back lines of Jackpot. They're going to be the ones to move on forward here, take this tower with the two-down situation of Starburst. Here comes Bran, able to find the one on the Leafy. Is going to be huge to start things off as Legend might start to step on forward here just a little bit more. We are now in overtime. It's going to be do or die here right at this checkpoint as .Q is trying to find an interesting angle here, trying to go on forward. He's going to be able to find one on Jared to shut that one down. Although meanwhile, back on top of the tower, it's going to be neutralized out as another member is going to step on top of it. Bran is able to take care of business with the Tri-Slosher raining down from above, and it's going to be able to step on the tower and take Starburst into grand finals.
Wow. Yeah, I honestly think the smartest pick for weapons at the beginning of that game was Bran going with that Tri-Slosher. We see them here leading the KAs on the team, and it's no surprise. Amazing armor timings, just a fantastic positioning with that Tri-Slosher that just kept Jackpot down and out of the way. They did a great job, and Jackpot incredibly well played. They are not out of the tournament yet. We will be seeing them in the losers bracket, so there is still a chance we see them come back through and try to retake this from Starburst. But for now...
Yeah, for now, as you said, we'll be seeing Jackpot again, but for now, of course, Starburst is going to make their way into Grands. Folks, we are going to take a very brief break before we come back with some losers bracket matches. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back. Sorry, we had to take a real quick breather after two very close sets between Jackpot and FTWin, and then Jackpot and Starburst. Those were some fun ones. Certainly would recommend you going back to watch those, but of course we'll see plenty more, hypothetically plenty more of both of those teams later on today. My name is Kbot. I'm joined by Lily, and we've got one more match for you before we hand it off to our next set of casters. We are now in losers quarterfinals, where this is between Kings and L plus Ratio plus You Fell Off at, what is this, at Make Better Music. Whatever. It's a pickup of players you've all seen and heard before. Yeah, Zero's back to playing the game. He's going to use the excuse of, oh, well, I don't actually play the game when he loses this. So that's the way it is.
Zero chance.
No.
All right. I tried. So we're gonna have to, see how this goes. I am excited to see the Terra pickup. They always have a treat ready for us. They always put on a good show. So I'm just pumped to see how that goes. And then we'll have to see how Ratio pulls off as well. I haven't seen Zero play the game in a million years. They were one of the best players in the West. I'm sure they're still fantastic, especially if they've been, warming up leading up to this tournament. And then, there's some other players on the team that people should be familiar with as well. Bagel is no stranger to the scene. Henry and Hypnos have been around for a long time, so it's definitely gonna be something. I'm not sure what we're gonna see, but
what I will say is that this roster has actually been doing very well together. As a matter of fact, better than I would probably anticipate. Not necessarily because they're bad players, but because I haven't seen this exact group play together before, right? And so for them to be currently sitting in top 6 right now of SuperJump is absolutely massive. They're coming off of a 2-0 victory over Free Time, being the other Japanese team playing in this event. But we're going to go ahead and get right into this, folks. This is a best of 3, very cutthroat here between these two squads in terms of who's going to make it onward in order to make it to top 4. We'll just have to wait and see here. And here they are. Hypnos on the E-leader for Splat Zone's Humpback.
Bagel on the Mini is another pick you don't see too frequently, especially on this map. So we see some interesting choices, and I'm kind of here for it. A really early missile here being popped by Bagel. We're going to call it pretty much all of the members of the opposing team, and they aren't quite able to swing that zone back. It looks like the amount of paint coming out from Kings is just overwhelming.
Players to watch out for on the King side of the map, Shimepi and Takobon, two of those names that you might have heard of before. Not playing perhaps the weapons that they might be most known for, but nonetheless certainly are going to have a large impact on the map here. And of course they're playing with Terra, who you all probably should know just about as well as anyone on the other side of the map this time around. But here comes the Armor coming out of the Ratio squad as they're going to continue to push on forward here, and they're able to take back the zone, but they're not going to take it for very much longer. A couple bombs coming up on top of the zone as Terra's going to try to aggress, trying to get a little bit more paint down. It's going to be a 2-down situation as another aggressive push comes out from the other side of the map. Clicks going on forward here with the Tri-Slosher, able to find that one onto Henry. And now it's a 2-down situation for the Ratio squad, where they'll have to pull back and regroup before pushing back forward.
Let's looking forward to getting a pretty solid hold on that left-hand side to prevent anyone from pushing up that way. Takobon holding an incredible booyah, just deciding where to put it, and hopefully getting a pick or two with that one, but unfortunately not quite finding it. We do have 2 specials up on the side of Ratio, and we're going to see them pushing in here to zones with those specials, hoping to recap.
Kings doing their best to stay alive and push back in, but it's going to be very difficult to do with this Armor coming out of the Ratio squad. Hypnos is going to back on away and hopefully get a better vantage point here as well, but here comes the counter push coming back in. But all the meanwhile, Kings, 2-down situation, might not necessarily have all of the tools at their disposal in order to move on forward. You see the last member up, the Shimepi there, with that Kensa 52, when it's not quite going to be able to do much of anything without the rest of the team. But here it comes. Pink Armor already comes out here, but it's going to be the lead just flipped in the nick of time for Ratio, as they are going to be the ones trying to back on away from this zone. The zone's going to flip back to the green side of the map, and they're going to start to take back control of mid as Zero goes down here as well. So pretty close so far in this match, as Kings might have another opportunity here to take back the lead.
Yeah, we're seeing some fantastic placement and positioning coming out of Kings, but it looks like the paint might be slightly in the advantage of Kings. We do see a pretty solid hold here in mid. No players looking to push up too far just yet. It looks like we do have a small firefight happening on the right side of the map while we push down to the 27 point, and we desperately try to hold on to that zone for green.
Already, though, 2-1 situation for Ratio as now Kings are going to continue pushing forward here. Clicks trying to put in a little bit more work here and is able to find one onto Bagel, jumping on top of that one, and now it's going to have to avoid the laser of Hypnos in order to make sure that this zone is going to maintain green for the time being. Still about 2 minutes left to go in this game, but time is quickly running out for Ratio in order to get a solid hold on top of the zone.
I'm loving the 52 play here from Kings. This side hold with the wall and the Booyah bombs coming out is a perfect distraction. We kind of need to see L just divert. They don't have time to waste on this K52 anymore. They're going to have to go for zone. Less than 18 clicks left on the timer, and they're running into danger too.
Here we go. Tenemos is coming out to try to open up the window of opportunity, but there is just no way they can get back in with Clicks and Terra swinging around to hop on top of Ratio. It's going to be Kings taking game one.
That was a lot more back and forth than I think I was expecting, especially when I saw the weapon compositions. There were some interesting picks on both sides that I wasn't quite ready for. The remix in particular, like we don't see a whole lot of remix played in Western Splat anymore. A lot of it being dropped in favor of a more shooter meta, and then the Hypnos with the E-leader. I mean, obviously a very strong Charger player. I wasn't expecting any of it, so I kind of thought that Kings was just gonna get super dominant and push right on up and overwhelm Ratio, and while they did take the game, it was a lot more back and forth than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely was more of that back and forth thing. And that's, again, one of the things is that it is surprising to see this roster be playing as well as they are. Not because they're bad players, but because of their overall teamwork. Like one might expect that, they're going to get taken apart a little bit more, especially when you're looking at some of these players that don't necessarily play the game all of the time anymore, being Zero. Hypnos has kind of been taking a little bit of a break recently, and even Henry to some extent as well, right, who's kind of come back more recently. But it's certainly kind of interesting to see them, again, having gotten this far in the tournament overall. Certainly, fun to see these names back on the screen on one of the largest stages in Splatoon. But now, nonetheless, our second predetermined map going to be Tower Control Anchovy Games, which should be interesting here, but I imagine we're going to see a lot more mobility come out of these backliners.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Hypnos still pulls out that E-leader. E-leader is very good on Ancho, but not a typical pick for TC in particular, because you need to be able to move so much, and same with Rainmaker as well, right? So I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Hypnos' weapon pool, aside from just that they're incredibly good at chargers. So I'm not entirely sure what they have in their back pocket to pull out here, but it'll be interesting.
I mean, the back pocket pick is probably going to be like a bamboo.
Oh,
true. If you throw the bamboo in there for Hypnos, and then Bagel probably switches off of Mini to play Blob.
I was going to say Blob as a joke, but...
No, I mean, it actually could potentially be the case. Obviously, I don't know for sure. I don't know what else Bagel would end up playing, unless it is the Nautilus anyway. Actually, it's the NZAP. Yes, this actually makes sense, because Bagel's been playing the NZAP a lot more lately. And Zero playing the 52, does he even know how that weapon works? I thought he just played, Tenetex the entire time.
I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. What is the 52 if not a weird Tenatech? So we're already seeing Ratio trying to pull up here into the middle of the map, gonna get picked off a little bit early, cornered by those missiles and a few amazing shots from Terra, and we're gonna see the first push go for an early break here on the side of Kings.
Booyah bomb already coming out of Clicks, just throwing it over there to try to make sure that Ratio doesn't have anywhere to run as they approach this first checkpoint already. It's going to be a very quick and easy clear for Kings. Now, can they keep the momentum up? You see Schmeppy go up there with the Inkjet. Zero's holding the Booyah bomb for the time being, trying to throw it on top of Tart, trying to disrupt things, but there's nobody around to fully capitalize on this for right now. Kings, finally one member goes down, and that is Schmeppy on the Nautilus here. And now we're starting to see a little bit more for Blinkers as they start to approach the second checkpoint. Bagel's going to be able to hop on this, but going to get taken down here by Clicks. Now one goes back the other direction here. And it looks like finally Ratio is able to kill him things down for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like Ratio is going to be able to move up into mid. They're going to have to get some paint down pretty quickly if they want to be able to capitalize on any of this. But I don't really see the members of Kings pushing up into the other side, and the members of Ratio aren't quite moving up as far as I would like to see them meet that. So while we took tower, I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to hold it.
We'll have to just wait and see. With the jumps going back here, it's going to mean that these specials are going to come very quickly online for Kings, and you're not seeing the full presence that we might expect as a complete push, or certainly not a push that we saw just a little bit ago. As Shmethi is going to go into the air, find another 2 with his Inkjet here, and that's going to be the quick and easy cleanup before this first checkpoint for Kings.
Mephi with a Nautilus and an Inkjet to rival the Leafy's gameplay we just saw. Terra dancing on this tower. Looks like we're going to see a little bit more aggression coming out and pushing already up into street to try to extend this lead. It really feels like Ratio is having a hard time getting a foothold against the monster amount of paint, bombs, and walls coming out of Kings.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting to see a little bit more of that pressure come out here of this Ratio side. Shmethi now going back up into the air, but it's going to get taken down by Hypnosis Charger here. That coming online for this side. And so now, halfway through this game right now, haven't seen a full completed push come out of this Ratio squad yet. We're going to have to start to see Purpling starting to get further and further up towards the enemy base. But right now, having a difficult time even hitting down some of these members of Kings in order to feel comfortable getting into mid and taking care of business, because they've maintained this push already, forcing these members of Ratio to back on away, and now they're going to have to try to re-engage here in order to try to find this. Takabon backing up, firing these missiles with Vanilla Jet Squelcher, and then stepping back on forward towards the tower. It's going to be a 2-down situation already for this Ratio side. Terra's going to hop on this tower yet again. 3-down situation as Clicks and Terra are both pushing this tower on forward, clearing the second checkpoint, which is already huge, potentially even going for...
The first checkpoint on this map, like on Sturgeon, is pretty much a given. It's bingo space. Second checkpoint, things get dangerous. Third checkpoint is where things get really hard. We're already pushing down to the 2, and that's going to be a full knockout from Kings. Amazing gameplay from Kings here. The amount of paint and bombs coming out were just overwhelming. I wasn't playing the game, and I was getting stressed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done overall. Again, it's going to be really interesting to finally get a chance to watch this squad, because we haven't gotten the chance to so far this tournament, actually, unless we saw them yesterday, but certainly not today, right? And so to watch Kings play and overall see how these members are actually playing off of one another, how they're pairing up and things like that, is certainly going to be something very nice in order to watch out for the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. If you haven't been paying attention yet so far, you should start now. Things are about to heat up even more than we've already seen. And if you have been paying attention, you're in for a huge treat. Grand finals in this tournament is going to be absolutely wild. And I mean, I'm at the edge of my seat now. I have to go fairly soon and eat dinner with my family. And I'm going to have like my phone under the table watching the matches. Like there's no chance I'm going to miss this. It's going to be incredible. And you have another amazing set of commentators coming in to help carry you through this. It's going to be a great show.
Yeah, absolutely will be a great show. So don't go anywhere, folks. We are now in top 4. And the first match we're going to be seeing is FTWin versus Kings. You might have expected this to be in Grands, but this time it's in losers semis to decide who gets knocked out at 4th place. Don't go anywhere. But that is going to be it from Lily and myself. Thank you all so much for having us, and thank you to IPL for putting this one on. Of course, we're leaving you in very capable voices in 9-Hole Grands and Austin. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to SuperJump presented by IPL Splatoon. We are here with the final four teams, loser semifinals. My name is Ninehole Grains, and I'm so excited to be commentating again alongside my partner, a vaunted commentator who's gone through major events in Smash Bros, Dissidia, and Overwatch, Asti La Vista. Asti, it's time, my friend!
Bro, you are hyping me up way too much, but I don't even care because I'm way too excited for this top four. Did you see those matches beforehand? We are here. This is the top four that you predicted, Nine.
It is right at the start of the tournament, a list that only I have by myself that I am not verifying with anybody. Yeah, I definitely
wrote the
predicted
script.
this entire thing down.
But you would never lie.
No, absolutely never lied once in my life here. But FTWin and Kings, everybody, you can see that we're diving into this pretty quick, so we won't waste too much time on any of the logistics behind the scene. We are going to be starting off on Clam Blitz, Mako Mart, to very quickly talk you through these two teams. Terra Takaban, Clicks and Shimepi versus Shaq, 2D Biscuit, and Kyo. Asti, it's so, I wish we could see these teams play 100 games.
Bro, seriously, what's crazy is I think a lot of people did not expect FTWin to be in losers, at all. I think everyone was just expecting them to just go into the bracket, have a clean sweep, not drop a single game. But then all of a sudden, they got knocked down by Jackpot, and they had to recover from that. They've been just kind of waiting for their next match. They climbed a little bit, and now they're here. And I don't even know what to expect. These two teams have not fought against each other this whole tournament.
No, they haven't. We're going to learn a lot about this game. A very interesting one to start it out. The most variable team in the tournament is Kings. They've gone through pretty much 6 or 7 different comps here. We'll talk through the comps here as we get going here. I know that Biscuit is, of course, a top Nautilus player, has been playing some of that foil squeezer instead here to give the team a little bit of room to move around. Of course, everyone knows and loves Shirley Bubbles. But talk us through here at the beginning, Asti. I know you're a huge fan of Clam Blitz as these teams start to fight over the clams here in the middle.
Bro, Clam Blitz, listen, I know it's got that little bit of a stigma that people think this game is, completely random with where the clams spawn or whatever, but, I absolutely adore this game mode. It's just filled with such chaotic energy. They're just constantly trying to grab these clams all around the map. The goal, you want to try to get 10 of them, right? You get 10 of those, you build the power clam, the super clam, the ultra clam. You get that football, you're able to throw that into the dunk. There's one right there. Kyo's got one. And if you manage to throw it in there and break the barrier, people are going to be able to score in right after them. They have 2 ready to go. They're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Probably going to wait for a pick to happen before they're trying to make that initial push. They don't want to get too crazy now. Speaking of,
There it is. The patience that entire time. You called it out right there, waiting for either a pick or for Biscuit to crash in with the foil squeezer. And that's really how this map tends to go. We've talked about all different types of clam blitz throughout this tournament. The important thing to note is what's the easiest way to get in on any given map here. And oftentimes on this map, you build up some bubbles, you maybe build up a baller or something and jump in, but it's all about the sustained pushes. 48 points left on the first push. You can see there's a decent checkpoint here to get through, but that's a certainly fine way to start this out. Jack's going to build another clam here, and I'll be interested to see when Kings finally is able to get in, right? They've got a very, very Slayer-heavy comp right here. They're going to have a pretty easy time if they can push FTWin back, but you see they've had a couple people go down each time they've got a little bit of control in the middle here. So FTWin, a very rotation-heavy team. They've been very good, really throughout all of Splatoon, at identifying where the threat is going to coming from, putting some bombs in that direction to stall so that the rest of their team can get in. And again, honestly, we're just kind of seeing them trade some specials back and forth here. Shimebi's going to jump in and a very, very nice pick. Going to run in now, even able to get a double here. 2 down already. The points are going to start raining in. Kyo is able to get 1 pick to slow it down ever so slightly, but this should be the lead and then some, Osti.
Bro, just that additional clam, and they're still scoring. They're not done. I thought for sure they were going to be over by then, but that clock is still ticking. And while that's open, you can't even score on the other side, so you have to play defense at this point. Even though I know a lot of teams like to try to push to the other net while this is happening and try to get like a sneaky, score in. But if the other team's still in your home base, they're going to keep the scores running. And there it is, 27 points left on the mark. And that's going to be a lead for Kings, even though a very valiant initial push come from FTWin. But now here we go.
There it is again, the same thing we saw last time.
Yeah, exactly, dude. They got the balls, they got the supers coming out. Here comes the rush bombs, throwing them out there in the center. Now, this is going to be interesting, right? Because we've got a little bit of meter on Kings. You got that charger ready to go. Could be something devastating coming up.
Here, this is kind of the moment of Clam Blitz where you will see teams maybe try to get a little bit of paint on the ground, try to move around some. A nice pick there by Kyo to start moving. Maybe over to this side, you see Never standing in one spot too long, and I'm curious to see here. He's waiting on something. They called out somebody on the backside. Great pick there. You saw he absolutely 180 to go and try to get that here. But now Kill probably not the one that they want holding this clam if possible, and he does get taken down by a bomb right in front of Biscuit here, and Biscuit stuck with the bubbles here. What a horrible way for that to end up going. They had that entire situation set up so that they could put 2 people on stack, fall in behind Biscuit's bubbles, and get a shot to go in, but I mean, again, so much of this is timing. Kyo is going to be back here, and they were able to at least save the power clam, so the threat is not gone. That was a huge wrench in what they were trying to make happen.
Now both teams got power clams ready to go here. 1 minute left on the clock. They got to make this push here if FTWin wants to try to do this. Trying to get that splat. It's a very important splat. Trying to get them all in their own base. Where's the clam? It's all the way in the back. They don't have anything ready to go. They were clearly right there in the end base. So now they're going to have enough time to respawn. Try to get in here.
And, you called that right there, all the way back behind. So much of Clam Blitz's timing, right? We talked about how important it was for Biscuit to stay alive and save that clam, but also more important is the fact that meant that the clam was way back and someone else was just able to dive the carrier here that entire time that they had to reset up, slowed it down just enough. Now Shaq desperately looking for one more clam. They're going to find it, calling for it here, even this way, but with just 16 seconds left on the clock, they're going to need this power clam and a little more, Osti.
They need someone in the end there. Someone to super jump to the end. 9 seconds. They have to make this push. This is now or never. They have the power clam ready to go. Can they make this? There's one splat. That's going to make it easy. 2 seconds left. Overtime is going to be happening. He's got to hold on to this. Overtime's going to last until that clam goes away or enough time has passed. So they break it now. It's now or never. They got to get the clams in, but they only have 1 slosher up. That's it. That's the game, and that's going to be Kings taking that first game of this race to 3. Can you believe that, 9? Race to 3, best of 2 of 3?
What a way for it to end, too. They had almost enough, and you saw Kyo there making a desperation dive to try to get that final one in. Credit the members of Kings there. So often the composure, really the aspect of this game, that it's so hard. You can look at numbers, you can look at splats and assists, you can look at how hard someone's meter is, but you can't put numbers on composure, and the members of Kings able to sit back, especially when those bubbles came in, not diving too hard after those or trying to pop them. So often bubbles can be a distraction in those situations, so I really give a lot of credit to the members of Kings for holding that one through in a very, very back and forth game, and a great way to start off what should be a great set.
Yeah, and what's actually intriguing, Nine, is we talked about this before the set started, is how Terra made a tweet about how they're not even in voice call, or at least in the past they were not a couple sets ago, that Kings are just kind of playing like without calls or anything, just like the text-to-speech, which is, if they're still doing that, that's insanely impressive. I think it goes to show the skill level of the Japanese players, which I know you love talking about. I know you love the players going to Area Cup.
Yeah, at Area Cup, every time Area Cup comes around and top North American and European teams go over, it's always the talk of, okay, how far are teams going to get here? It's always fun to look at the different compositions that teams run there. And we've talked about such a variable team that Kings brings here that have so many different weapons on their roster. We're actually going to get to see that on Splat Zones now. Hey, Osti, remember that homework assignment I gave you here about a very specific map and mode combination? Yeah. What did we talk about when we talked about this map?
Bro, I mean, what didn't we talk about? We talked about how important this initial push is. How important it is to get this first call. You're going to see them off to the races. Some players are actually going off, you know, so they split up to try to get as much ink as possible. But what is Taco doing there in the back? Like super far back.
Yeah, this is a patented age-old strategy here. Go back, build an instant Stingray. Use that to give yourself a 1 or 2 player advantage. So you have 3 people in the zone, 1 person way in the back, putting on that Stingray. This is something straight out of 2019, and I love it. You saw 2 members of FTWin went down before they even touched the zone. They're not going to have any special to work with, and another Stingray is already out, or maybe it was just 1 really long Stingray. No, that's definitely a second one, and already down to 50 points. Takamon hasn't even left the top part of the map, and there isn't a speck of green anywhere near that zone.
And literally, just like you said when we were going over the maps, dude, seriously, that first take is the most important. They're already 30 points away from winning it, and there's been no take at all from FTWin. Are they about to go down with a 4th place finish? Is this actually happening?
Oh, they're still fighting. They've got enough people around the zone, but Kyo needs to find a pick here. He needs to not go down. This weapon not the best at painting. You see nobody on Kings has gone down this entire time. That's another 2 down. They don't have anybody here. I can't believe the way this match has gone. And with 3, 2, 1, FTWin going to get 100 to 0'd on this map. Osti, we talked about how important it is, this very first push, how very difficult it is to push back in on this map. But I'm not sure I've ever seen FTWin be put in a position like that.
I saw nothing but blue, dude. Like literally just a sea of blue. Not like that. That was the color of the earth. You know how they say it's like what 80% ocean? Like that's what that was. Like holy moly, no grass in sight.
Okay, I mean I can take a breath here, but it is the set. Like I want to say lots of things here, but you know it is going to be one to go back and look at. And you know, congratulations to FTWin getting 4th place here at this event. 151 teams. I know not the ending they would hope for. They're of course going to go say their GGs, congratulate their opponents. They're prideful players. They want to win too. 4th place, still an impressive finish here, but what a performance here by Kings, who lost a very, very tight set. For those of you who didn't have it open on the side to Starburst early on, they are making their run through the bracket right now. And if this is any indication, Osti, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, no, honestly, I could not believe how dominant that game 2 number was. But that's the nature of Splat Zones, man. Like you get in there, you take that zone, the first team to get that hold. Like it is so difficult to take a zone from like a top team, especially when you've got tons of meter. Because what happens, right? You get 4 people knocked down, you get a wipe, you suddenly have all this time to just paint all you want to start building meter. So now not only are you're playing defense and you're holding the zone and you have that first hold, the enemy team has to gather together. They got to find their composure. All the while, you're just chilling, building meter, and you probably have a special advantage at that point. And while you're in the back trying to paint a little bit, trying to gain some meter, they might play a little bit aggressive and try to mess with you. So the first hold is so important, man. And that, like, I didn't know it was gonna be that important. Like, literally, not even a contest. There was no penalty points put on the board whatsoever.
Yeah, and that early Stingray, that was so many sets that I analyzed way back in the day, 2019, even some early 2020 Splatoon here, where that's just what players would do. Each team would have somebody come out with a Stingray. They would both sit back in Stingray, and they would bank on the fact that their Stingray could take somebody out to give their team a 3-2 advantage in zone. They would hope that the opponent's Stingray didn't get anybody, so it would essentially be a 3-1 in zone, and then the entire snowball just becomes a huge avalanche of pain at that point. But to see it executed like that against such a strong team is, it truly is a pleasure to see.
Yeah, I mean, that was all Taco's doing too, man. Like, when they went into the back line like that, like literally, if you just look at that map on the very opening of that map, like, they just ran all the way to the back, built meter, and they were then set up in prime position with no one contesting them in the back, and just was able to just Stingray all day.
All right, before we dive into this here, we should note, the last I was told, our prize pool, everybody, is at $2,800.
Hello?
An incredible amount of money, but it gets better because you all can donate. You can hit !donate in the chat. See if we can get up to 3K. 3K, a very nice number, the number that we all try to get to in solo queue. That's really all I can think of that's good for 3K. But Class of 3000, that was a good animated show back in the day. But $3,000, let's see if we can get to that, everybody. This is not anybody telling me to say this. This is me because, I just want to see big numbers get bigger. But everybody, thank you again to all of you who have donated to make this such a big prize pool. $2,800, nothing to sneeze at. And thank you again to everybody who's donated.
Yep, it's actually incredible how much money we've raised for this major. I know a lot of people were really excited when this tournament first got announced, like a month and some change back, and a lot of people were like gunning to go. And I didn't know people were this excited though. Nine, how many entrants did we get for this tournament?
So based on the numbers I have, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Aussie, I have 151 teams, which is a fantastic number by any stretch of the imagination, and over 850 entrants.
800, even if like some of those players like just signed up and DQ'd afterwards, the fact that 850 people signed up and were interested to begin with, like, that's incredible. It's so exciting to see this game thriving so hard, especially because, there's a little bit of fear that, like, when Splat 3 was announced, that people would like not be caring about Splat 2 as much because they just want to wait for the next game to come out. But that, like, this is definitely just destroying that fear altogether. Just seeing this many people still interested in going into the tournaments and seeing the prize get that big, very fantastic. It's really cool to see. I would love to see this go to $3,000. Imagine having a Splatoon 2 tournament online with $3,000 on the line itself. Like, that's insanely impressive. So shout out to IPL for putting all this together too.
Yeah, thanks. You said basically everything I wanted to say there, but thank you again to IPL. Everybody, this is what you did, so I'll just find some new thunder. You'll of course hear more of this as time goes along here, but it looks like we're back in the lobby here, so we might have to kind of fill a little time, which is what I'm best at, and I will do so by thanking the members of IPL Splatoon for not only this event, but for the work that they have done to building this brand and building the community around their events. People may not remember, but there was a time when people didn't know what the next group that was going to be putting together Splatoon events was. It's not easy, of course, everybody knows that, but I don't know that everybody truly appreciates all the different things that have to come together to make not only one of these events happen, but even a weekly with decent production. To not only be able to do that, but to have podcasts around it, to have multiple pieces of content around it, to have a great media strategy around it as well, to build this up. Like, low ink events consistently get high entrance numbers here, and the consistency from one event to the other and the number of teams and the types of teams that come in it's all because of the work that they've put in for so long, and the passion is incredible here. They absolutely deserve the turnout they got today. They deserved all the love they've got today and all the viewers who are here as well. So we'll be dishing out some more love for IPL as time goes along here, but I figured I would at least get a little bit of it out of the way here so that it's a little less mushy once these teams start, trying to claw kids' throats out.
You're gonna start making me cry. Bro, like, no, but seriously, like, it is actually incredible seeing, like, everyone come together to make this happen. There's a lot that happens behind the scenes that people just aren't aware of. Like, all the casters coming through, put in a lot of work, all the stream runners, the cameras, the literally just making the TOs, like the entire team. There's so much. The designers. I keep thinking of stuff like on the fly. There's just so much more. I'm sure I'm missing a lot. There's just a lot that goes into this type of stuff. So this kind of thing doesn't just happen overnight. So it's really incredible to see. And I hope IPL continues to thrive.
I hope so too. And speaking of thriving, we finally have our match up. Jackpot versus Kings. We are entering the casino. Thank you to the teams that made this happen. So I finally got to make that horrible joke.
No.
We are starting out on Splat Zones, the Reef here. Run and gun, get the fight ready here. We're going to, of course, talk about these teams over the course of this set, but you all will be happy to know this is Losers Finals, so we have a 3 of 5 and plenty of time to digest these fantastic players.
That's right. And of course, we're going to be starting on some Splat Zones here at the Reef. Now, again, same type of strategy. Both teams are going to be wanting to get to that center Splat Zone, want to be able to take it as soon as possible. Remember, the key thing is not the first take, the first hold is what's actually important. And right out the gate, there's already 2 splats. It's already just kind of like a slobber knocker here, dude. They both just charged at each other so fast that, of course, naturally the splats were going to happen that quickly. But what's neat about the Reef is that there's 2 different zones instead of just like the singular one in the middle.
Yeah, it always makes for these really annoying situations where you have one zone and you feel like you have pretty good control, but then there's somebody sitting on the side who just keeps throwing bombs at the other one, and now you have to go over there, commit some time to that. Now the time you're spending there, the opponent got to respawn. So the big holds, like we saw in the FTWin Kings game, not as common here, but it is, again, you called it a slobber knocker here. We're 4 minutes in. Both of these teams have held the zone for 1 point, and neither team has more than 20 points off their timer because...
Yeah.
Again, this is just how this ends up going. You never want to push too far because of how open you are once you try to move on to the opponent's side. So you're just going to see these teams, I feel like, show a lot of respect. What you're seeing here from Q, popping a couple shots off, giving away bridge, now moving back here. You can even see on the overhead here, Takabon on the other side is just pushed up a little bit further and is able to paint the zone. But it's all very procedural, right? One person goes down on left, we will push left. One person goes away from bridge, let's push somebody up on bridge. And this frontline duo of Shemepi and Terra are doing that right now.
Yeah, and that Tenta missile is going to be a pretty good thing to be, just help push them back a little bit so they get a little bit more time to try to build some meter missiles. One of the more annoying specials to deal with when you're like on the opposing receiving end of it, because it forces you to move. Like you have to get out of position. Anything that you had planned, you suddenly have to be prepared for when those missiles are coming down at you. And here we go, 9, the take. They want to go for it, the quadruple 7s. Here we go.
See a nice shot there on Terra. Q's been having a fantastic event. She's no stranger to this type of stage against these opponents here, but it's always great to see the execution. And, as we say that, commentator's curse, it all changes so quickly. Q did get a great shot here, but it's important to note Shemepi, one of, if not the best frontline player in Japan, has an entire stable of weapons to be used. Terra's going to sit back here, watch the flanks, and mostly just try to keep feeding armors here. It's not always pretty, but it gets the job done. You see them rotating people on bridge there. Shemepi pushed right up, waiting to pop back out and hit somebody as they go up. A nice early inkjet here to try and snipe that out, but it's going to go down with a trade instead. That's their bomb rusher down. Clix is actually going to have an opportunity here to identify anyone who's coming in and attack him. I don't know if Q knows that Clix is there. Has to go over and again gets Terra on the zone. The same spot as last time. And honestly, that one's going to give them new life in this game.
I know, she's just not budging. She's in that right spot. The second she starts to move up a little bit, suddenly getting caught. There's a double coming out from Shine. This is going to be huge for them to be able to try to take this back. He's got meter built up as well. And now it's all going to be about just the holding game. Like, yeah, you got those penalty points, but this can still be taken by the opposing team as long as they, try to make that push. But the Shine is just going in there, maybe a little bit too hard.
Yeah, a little bit too hard, and it's actually funny to see the knots go up against each other in that situation there. But that's the type of game that Shemepi is going to play, right? Shemepi is going to go up, try to attack, trust that the team is going to have an escape route painted, so if you do go in too deep, you can try to get it, but that's the good players are going to try to take the shots they need in order to get the picks. There were 3 different people that Shemepi hit over the start of that, and you see there, it really does feel like Kings has just kept Jackpot up on this raised area. We haven't seen real presence on the zone this entire time, and Shemepi is now back in the same position, going to be able to attack. Clix is up there, Terra's going to be watching this side. I mean, really, it is kind of Sisyphean, and another shot to take down Takabon there. Q is really the only reason this game is still going on. Like, this is
I was just about to say that, like, he was getting such killer shots, and yet the score is still this big of a gap.
Individual plays only get you so far. We're going to see once again moving. All about the team play, and Honestly, as this continues to go around and we see more of these picks, this rotation of the way that Clix and Chimepi have been moving around, we've been seeing it for really the past couple of minutes. But, just talk a little bit about how difficult it is to defend against a situation like this when you don't know where the attack is coming from.
When you don't know where the attack's coming from, you're just going to get sniped altogether, right? But then also, when they're this pushed up in your enemy base, 4 seconds left to go, that's going to be a wrap. Yeah, just like that. Kings coming in, taking a very strong game 1 over Jackpot in this race to 3. And 9, honestly, I felt like Jackpot was kind of clustered together a lot of that match. I don't know if you felt the same way, but there's like a lot of moments where I saw Jackpot was like 3 of them would be like in the same area right when Tenta missiles was going off.
Yeah, talk about the 10 missiles. Like, you think that every single one of those wasn't timed to hit at least 2 or 3 people. You're absolutely right. And it's a great observation, too, because, we saw what Terra's base game plan was, right? Like, if my teammates are attacking directly at their zone and the flank is open, let's go to a flank. Like, if nobody's at the flank, paint the zone. And I'll just keep rotating around. That's my job. Make sure that if one enemy gets out, I can at least trade with them and keep the advantage going. Takabon, let's continue to paint. Let's move up if we have to. But really, let's just keep missiling. And then Chimepi and Clip just rotating around and attacking. And that's, if a team as strong as Jackpot feels clustered up, it's just because the opponent has, I don't want to say their number, but they certainly know the map well enough to where they don't want to get spread out, because if they get spread out, it could be a 2v1 or a 1v1 from a disadvantageous position. And if you do cluster up, that's where the missiles are. And it's just, again, what mechanical skill plus just a general game plan can get you here. Rotating at your attackers around, especially with 2 weapons that are, as devastating to play against as the Tri-Slosher and the Nautilus are, it's just very difficult. And there really are games where you feel like you're playing tennis with a brick wall.
I've played tennis with a brick wall before, and I won. So I they can do it. I think they can pull this through, 9. It's definitely possible. You just got to hit it hard enough. Eventually you break that wall.
All right. Expert analysis here from Osti. Simply hit the enemy team harder. That's
best strategy.
Stuff. It is
what could go wrong?
Well, especially on this map and mode here as we transition into Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. This is one of the most famous tower control maps really in this game's history, because at times it does just feel like you just hit the enemy team harder. This is a great map because you get to attack the enemy from so many different positions. It makes the exchange of offense and defense very intriguing, whereas many tower control maps, I feel, do not do such a good job of doing that. We'll take a look at the teams here. Neither side going to be bringing a Stingray to it. That is so old news, unless apparently it's Splat Zones, but this should be another really interesting one. Both teams are, again, going to try to not lose the game in the first 30 seconds here. That's already 2 down. Q's going to have to jump out. She's going to be the last one, so effectively a full wipe here from Kings. And look at Chimepi and Clips, man. I swear, we just see the same thing over and over.
It's wild to me that so far these maps have just been started with them just running at each other, like I was saying, and just like playing super hyper aggressive. Like, usually a lot of people want to try to stay alive as long as possible in this game, because the more alive you are, the more painting you're getting, the more special you're building, the more you're helping the team, the less you're out of the map. But like, people are just diving in from both teams.
They're diving in, and the decisiveness, I think, is the most intriguing part here. Is, it's one thing to simply move forward all the time. It's another thing to say, all right, this is the spot and I go now. You'd be amazed at how just a couple of seconds of hesitation can completely change it. Look how far Clix has already pushed up. Clix was in respawn a few seconds ago, and now is already here with a Booyah Bomb. This Ken's 52, the most infamous weapon in this current patch. The survivability this weapon has, once it gets in with this wall, with 2 shots, with everything that it has alongside that Booyah Bomb, once it gets in, it is so difficult to displace. We saw Jared do that earlier today, but you're going to continue to see this over and over, Osti. This push is not going to stop until it's at least 3 down.
Yeah, I've seen this time and again where they just push it to like 15 points or less at the beginning of the map, and then finally, when it's in your home base, finally start to do something about it. We'll see what Kings can start, or Jackpot's gonna be able to do here, because Jackpot's just getting pushed back so far, man. I don't even know, what do they even do at this point? Pray?
My honest opinion is you look at game 3. That's
get ready for game 3. That's exactly where we're heading.
And I say this with the most respect for the players of Jackpot, but there are so many maps here where you reach a certain point where the cycle just rinses and repeats. And so often Splatoon comes down to a matter of somehow making an incredible individual play to reset the cycle if the opposing team is firing on all cylinders like Kings clearly seems to be able to do right now. And once you get past that third checkpoint there, you have 2 people in spawn. There's just not a lot anyone can do. You can only fire so many shots in that amount of time, and even if a couple of them hit, they have a wall up, they have a booyah bomb up. So I think the best thing at this point is you take a look and say, okay, well, tower control for our counter pick clearly wasn't the way to go for this. That one, very, very difficult to go through and watch. And I know that Jackpot has been playing well on tower control throughout this tournament, but I think that probably gave them the info to maybe go back to splat zones.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they're going. Anchovy Games. Now, what's going to be, Jackpot's stuck in this really difficult position now where they are down 2-0 at this huge deficit. And even if they win this game, they're all out of counter picks. It's now going to be on Kings' side to be able to pick the rest of the maps as long as they're legal for the rest of the set. And that last game, both games, it would make you think that because it was so dominant in Kings' favor that it's like, what is Jackpot doing? Are they even good? Blah, blah, blah. Some people might be thinking that. But you got to remember that they're here in top 3 as well as taking a set off of FTWin in winners. So they definitely know what they're doing. They're just getting overpowered, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. And to look back at the Starburst Jackpot set, for those of you just joining us, Starburst did get a very clutch victory, 3-2, an emphatic victory in a fantastic set. But Starburst changed a lot of the way that they were playing. There was one map in particular, Black Belly Rainmaker, where they went long range. I mean, I think the shortest range weapon they had was a dually squelchers. Like, there was a ranged comp because they didn't want to be overrun by the members of Jackpot here. They felt that they could control it a little better. They felt that they had a better opportunity to not lose a very painful game of Rainmaker, which can so often happen. And clearly it was something that they had prepped for that scenario. Meanwhile, here, it's just, okay, you're fast, but we're faster. Deal with it. We are going to execute. And again, I know I've kind of harped on this, but you're not going to find many better frontliners in the world than Shimepi. 3,000 plus XP in Japanese solo queue and has competed against the best and beaten the best in Japan for years now. It's a tall task for anybody. I do like the fact that they've gone to a map here that should give Q a little bit more of an opportunity to pull this. They won on this map and mode earlier, so I think this is probably their best pick, and it's where they're going to try to mount their comeback.
Yeah, and you got to remember, like, this Kings is a pickup team from Japan. Terra got them together, and that's crazy that they're getting this far with, like, just as a pickup. Like, not teams have been working for years and years. It just shows how impressive and how important just fundamentals in this game are. So here we go, Anchovy Games. Big fan of this map. I like shooting that fan over there. Oh, gets caught already. 2 splats again, just like last time.
Oh my goodness. Like, you blink and suddenly they're in your spawn right next to each other. And again, the survivability these weapons have, maybe getting lost in the sauce here is the fact that Shimepi is using the variant of the Nautilus that has Baller for even more survivability. Shimepi doesn't want to go into Inkjet. Shimepi wants to stay right at you and attack and bank on the fact that Clix is going to be able to run in, survive, and punish you as well. And good job to at least land from that from Leafy. But again, there's a wall here. How are they even going to get down? They don't know where the members of the enemy team are.
That's the most impressive part. They had to actually use their inkjet in order to take out that frontliner, man. Now, all of a sudden, Legends got to make this push. 22 points left on the docket. I don't even, like, I feel like...
behind them!
How did they do that?
That's a white. That might be it. 20 seconds.
We have access to the map 9, and I didn't even see that. GG's, I guess. Like, good lord.
Congratulations to Jackpot. A great tournament run here, finishing 3rd place in a very, very strong tournament of 151 teams. But, Asti and I, to let you all look behind the curtain here, Asti and I had some notes coming into this. We had some things that we wanted to talk about on commentary, and the big circle star triangle next to it was be genuine. And my stupefaction right now, tripping over my words, not knowing how that happened, is genuine. I have no idea where Shimepi came from.
I seriously, like, no idea. Like, we're cheating. We look at the map. We can see where the players are at all times. Where did they come from? like how did they get in the back line that fast? That's what's important. Like that, the fact that they got there right after dying, just immediately get into the back line and just starts getting splats one by one, showing the power of the frontliner. Good gosh.
We have a moment here to recover, everybody. We
Yes.
have 2 teams left. We have 1 set left, and I'm very happy that this is what Grand Finals is. This set was played off stream earlier. We have Starburst versus Kings. Austin, we watched that set, and all 5 games, man. All 5 games, fantastic to watch.
Yeah, the finale I remember specifically. But for those that don't know, this was actually streamed. We watched, I believe, Jared's point of view.
Yes.
And when we were watching Game 5, like it was literally neck and neck, nail biter. I don't know who's gonna win this. And then Jared just suddenly popped off, got like 3 kills in a row at the very end, and managed to push it in. And I was like, oh my gosh, like it was that close. So I can't even begin to imagine how Kings is feeling going into this, because right now Kings is on fire. They just FTWin 2-0, Jackpot 3-0, going into Grands. What, like, you gotta know that Starburst might be like a little bit, you know, they haven't played for a second. They've been waiting in Grands, you know, not as warmed up potentially. Meanwhile, Kings is just on fire, raring to go. But the difference is this is Grand Finals. So first off, it's a best 4 of 7, right?
We'll double check here. I want to be certain that it is. I know that that's the usual one, but I do want to point out everyone again for just joining us. The only team that Kings has dropped a game to throughout this has been Starburst, first of all. So that should tell you again how strong Kings has been playing here on day 2. And even on top of that, right, the fact that they'll have to win 2 sets here. I know a lot of you are familiar with this format, but at the very least, Starburst, if they don't win this set, is going to have a set to kind of scope it out. But I mean, here's the painful part, right? Like, I don't think that Kings really cares about getting figured out. Their strategy and style is not one that you simply figure out. You know that Shemepi and Clicks are going to be coming at you very, very quickly. They're going to attack. Terra's going to be timing the armors very well, and whatever Takaba wants to play, it's going to make your life very difficult. And they're just going to bank on you trying to outplay them, out-execute them, move around them, find ways to pincer that team. It's not easy to do. And again, such a close set earlier that did rely on that incredible individual outplay at the end from Jared to finally push that into the knockout they needed to win it. But this is going to be a good one, everybody. Get strapped in. We're excited. And this, frankly, with the way that these 2 teams have been playing, this was the set that we wanted to see.
Yeah, this is the one I wanted to see again, and they're getting like the live stream that they deserve now here in Grands. What's really interesting that you were talking about earlier is like the style that Kings brings to the table, right? Because Kings is just totally about just like rushing down their opponent, just like not letting them breathe, getting in there. But then I remember we were talking about this earlier, Nine. You mentioned that like Starburst has like this free flow type of energy going on whenever they play. They're patient, but they're just kind of moving around, waiting until they get that one pick, like sharks. They just wait in the water, wait till they get that very first pick, and then they just snowball from there.
We have a bit of a hype train going on in the chat, as we should, because we have a donation update. $2,921.11. We are so close. So close to 3K. $80, y'all. That's like an order at Starbucks. That's just a few Jack in the Box tacos. We can get to that.
What are you ordering?
We don't need to talk about it, but we can get there, everybody. Again, thank you so much to the generosity of everyone who has donated here. Let's get to 3K. There is still a lot of Splatoon, at least 2 more sets left to be played between 2 teams that took it all the way to Game 5 last time. It is going to be a best of 7, which means we have plenty of action left to talk over, Austin. I hope you're ready for it.
Oh, I am more than ready, man. Because I was like, at first I was kind of like a little bit disappointed because I thought we were only going to be casting Grand Finals, and then I found out I was pleasantly surprised to find out they were casting a little bit more than that. And then they were just like steamrolls from King, you know, just a 203. I was like, oh, that was really fast. And now we're hearing Grand Finals, and you know, I don't like to play favorites whenever I watch these tournaments, right? Because I as a commentator, it is very important to remain neutral. But I want to see Kings take set 1 because I want a game 14. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is that really playing favorites? I think that's just asking for chaos. I think you're an
I want the world to burn in this game. I want everyone to just go ham and I want to see just complete chaos with these next couple of games coming up.
Well, I think you're going to see that. Some very, very, very fast-paced chaos while you're at it. So, I'm happy that we're getting a little bit of time to recuperate and recover here.
We need it.
We do need it, and I know the audience needs it as well. Everyone betting their points, gambling their points. Love that as well, where we're heaping praise on the IPL Splatoon. The interactivity of this tournament in terms of not only making polls so that people can vote and try to bet, but also then putting those in graphics up on the screen. That's just good production value. That's quality.
I know. It's awesome. And the best thing is, it's not obvious who's going to win. Because, there's definitely been tournaments in the past where it's like, oh, here we go, FTWin's going to get it again. And then people it's like 98% to 2. That was very common. But now it's like, you have no idea. I couldn't tell you. I have no way to, yes, Starburst technically has the advantage. They won the set in winners. And they do have the advantage where they only have to win the first set, and then it's done. The onus is on Kings to take 2 sets on top of this. So, they're clearly at a little bit of a disadvantage here, but I still don't know who's going to take this tournament. So, I'm excited to see what the polls come in.
Yeah, the poll, I think the really fun part about the poll is there are the very smart folks who wait a little bit and wait until the last second before the poll closes to make their bet to try to get as much information as they can. Because there was an earlier set where I think right off the get-go, it was very much favoring FTWin, and then as the set went along, suddenly the money started to shift it back a little bit towards Jackpot, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's not how this is supposed to go.
Wait, they don't close it off after game 1? What's going on?
I mean, it might have just been that it happened very quickly. I mean, there's tons of scenarios where that can happen, but it's always fun to see, again, the voice of the people as the money lines come in. One day, this will be legitimate money. DraftKings will notice Splatoon, and we will sell our souls to the great gambling gods.
Imagine the money changing, with real money. I think people's feelings will get hurt at that point, because don't get me wrong, I'm very proud of all the points that I have on Twitch, and I would not, if I lost all of my points suddenly, I would be devastated. But I with real cash though, I can't pay rent with points, 9.
Clearly aren't trying hard enough, or you don't have the right landlord.
Have you? What landlord do you have, man? Can you introduce? I got a lot of points, man. You can call me a millionaire. At this point,
call me after the event.
Bet.
All right, everybody. We finally have everybody in the lobby here. We've filibustered with gambling talk as long as we can. From what I am seeing right now, we do have everybody currently in the lobby, and I believe that I'm currently seeing Splat Zones, Inkblot, Art Academy. So in any case, expect to see a lot of Splat Zones over the course of this. Very, very common to see teams like to start here and then work into their counter picks. We haven't talked a ton about the counter pick system. Asti, you kind of hit on it a little bit, why it's so difficult to go against the opponent. But essentially, any of the posted map list you can counter pick to. You just can't counter pick the same one twice in a row. The losing team gets their counter pick. It's a very efficient and simple system. You probably know well before you lose a game what your first counter pick is going to be.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do that. And also, on top of that, the fact that it's 7 games, it's going to open it up even a little bit more, because you can't have any repeat maps or modes, right? So, if we start on Inkblot Art Academy for Splat Zones, that exact mode and map cannot be played for the rest of this set. So even if you like it really much, a lot, it's not going to be making a second appearance. And it's pretty safe to say that we might see Mako Mart make an appearance in the set somewhere down the line, one of the fan favorites.
Well, we're talking about gambling. That's probably I
make the safe bets. Whenever I play roulette, they say bet everything on one color. I do it on all 3 colors. I even bet on green, because I want to win. Even if it's a lot, a net total loss, I want a little bit of a win so I can feel proud about it.
All right, well, you heard it here first, folks. Bet on everything so you can't lose.
It's statistically correct, right? You don't lose.
That's not how stats work.
What do you mean? I won!
Yeah. Okay.
You're just mad that I won.
We're arguing about the what a victory is here, I think.
I take the little things.
Well, little thing is going to be your bank account if you keep gambling like that.
Okay, listen, I just want this match to start. before we start exposing my bank account information to the masses. Okay, we gotta change the subject, man. We gotta get this game going. I know we're probably dealing with some like a player technical difficulties. Maybe someone's having like a little bit of an issue with the internet connections. You guys are just gonna have to deal with our nonsense for now.
All right. Well,
Nine?
I'm finally going to go to the lowest common denominator of
Don't do
commentary.
it.
Predict the set in numbers, Asti. We've done it. We've fallen all the way down. Give me your number. What is it? 4-0, 4-1. What team?
23-7. That could happen
No, it can't.
if it resets the reset.
You're unbelievable.
I'm sorry. I'm literally at a loss. We're finally setting it up. I see the Alpha team. I see the Bravo teams. They're coming into this next match. Good gosh. I am so sorry, Nine.
All right. Well, I'm not going to offer my prediction here just because of that. But we do finally we see host as deciding team. I see Dura in the lobby. Duracell here. Somehow this is probably his fault. I'm just going to shove all the blame onto him.
Wow.
As we finally Man, I'm tapping my foot here. It's like I'm playing double bass. This is unbelievable. Finally, we are here. Excellent. It is Splatzone's Inkblot Art Academy. We're going to finally get to see these two teams fighting it out here at the start. This is one of the most, if not the most, famous map mode combination in all of Splatoon 2. One of the first ones that we saw when the game was very first announced and very first played in the World Championships back in 2017. And certainly one of the most picked map mode combinations in the entirety of the game throughout then. But this map is so fun, and the reason people go to it here is because if you take zone and you push back onto the opponent's plat area, just like we saw in tower control Asti, they're just gonna fight. That's all it is. They want to fight.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're probably gonna get. And Inkblot Art Academy is one of my favorite stages, to be honest, especially with splat zones, because I like that you can like they put a building in the middle of the splat zones, right? Like a tall building you can just climb on top of, so that people like fight for like the king of the hill spot up there. Because if you have control over that top spot, you can paint like crazy. So let's dive into these comps. What we got going on here, Nine?
Well, we see a little bit of range here. Brand going with the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, which is one of my favorite weapons, but it's got a lot of heat here, so he's going to, again, try to poke out, isolate these players, and actually he's already going to force Shimepi to go way back here, so a great call right off the get-go to force Shimepi to reposition. That's going to throw off the timing a little bit, and it is actually going to be Starburst who takes the very first take. It's not really a full lockout yet, and it does look like Ice went down over on the left side. That is 2, so the first true hold is going to be in favor of Kings. That's a full wipe, and now let's hope that they fare a little better than FTWin.
And what did I tell you, dude? That first take, the first take doesn't mean anything. It's the first hold. All right, here we go. Clicks in the. Oh, how did he not get that?
You saw him get the shots and then immediately rotate away. So often people just try to hit the 3 shots or the shots they need and rotate back. A miss there, but no real punishment for it. Again, we talked about when you get an early wipe here, it's so difficult to build your specials up because you're not starting from halfway through your special meter like you would be midway through a game. Shimepi's going to have an opportunity to take 2 or 3 of them out, and if they do, that's going to be the game. A very timely Booyah Bomb from Clips. Shimepi is up there fighting against the world, and now Clicks is going to come up to assist. The timer all the while, Asti ticking down.
It is, man. We got Slimes here in the back row trying to get this combat. Gets a splat on Ice. That's a big pick. He's going to be able to try to go for a push right afterwards. The team's going with him, too. King's in the back with the Junior trying to get those bombs going.
A few seconds, and Brand.
Oh! That was incredible! That was an incredible double pick!
I had to take my headphones off there.
I could not believe that!
I'll add to the hype here to say that the prize pool has broken 3K. So I don't know if it was the screen that did it. We are over $3,000, but Clicks just doing what that weapon does there at the very end. Huge picks off to the side. They had put poor Bran in the corner who couldn't get out, and right as he was there, another teammate tried to jump down to do something, save it. There were 5 seconds left in the game. But again, the first take. That was all it took, man. The first true take going one way and the first true hold going the other way.
Nine, history is repeating itself. We saw these like dominant wins with Kings against FTWin. We saw them against Jackpot. Are we about to see it against Starburst? Are you serious?
Eggs all around, man. That unbelievable. Like, it is so rare to see a team at this level not get a single splat or a single assist. It's almost unheard of. Firing on all cylinders. It's like 5 a.m. for them right now. They've only gotten better as time has gone late. We're going to move to Tower Control, Sturgeon Shipyard. We talked about this map already. This was the map that Starburst won that incredible Game 5 in their previous set. So this was the natural counter pick. I agree. If you did it here, let's go ahead and put Jared back on the K52 and let him go to work. But, woo, doggy.
Yeah, you gotta get something going here, right? Exactly. So Tower Control, gonna be the map. We got the people off to the races, heading to the center. And every single time, right, it's like who gets there first? Who can actually get there and try to make things going? Because Kings already, I feel like they're incredible at just like getting to the objective as fast as possible and just start putting pressure on their opponents. Because I feel like a lot of teams just expect it to be like the safe game, a defensive game, or just like try to play safe. But Kings is just not allowing that. Look at that, 3 splats already, 9.
3 splats already. Terra's going to ride the tower here. Terra's probably going to be at or right near Ink Armor as they get to this checkpoint here. That's going to make it even easier. It does look like one person went down on the side, and that is going to be Click. So a battle up here at the top. Brand probably ended up winning that 1v2, and that's what's going to open this up here. So a huge individual play from Brand to slow this down, and they aren't even going to be able to get past that first checkpoint. So great job to Brand hiding in the exact spot as necessary. Jared's going to have, look at that stall, and almost long enough for the spinner. Almost able to wait. I thought Jared was going to be able to hold that long enough to pull out an incredible play there. A truly stylish play, but not to
I wanted to see it so bad. You know he's playing to the audience right there.
Right. Keep it on here. Now it's going to be Takabon on the tower this time. Those are going to be missiles there. It's going to force Ant into a kind of awkward position here. They know that this is the spot that Ant is going to naturally rotate to and pre-fire in that direction. Ant going to trade some paint here to at least try to get armor up to help the rest of the team. Takabon's going to rotate back here and just try to make sure that nobody gets at the tower. They got what they came for in that checkpoint. They're going to move Terra up here, and now they've got their frontliners here. That's a great pick. And it's going to be missiles here, 1-1 down on each side. If Terra gets this pick onto Jared, that might be huge. Instead, Terra is going to be up on the side and is going to get a chance to rotate around with just 42 points there. Terra needs to get this pick. Brand gets it. An incredible play again by Brand. If Brand had gone down, this push might have gone the distance, but as it stands now, it's going to be a stop.
That could have been the game. Like, literally, Terra sneaking in behind them. Like, I for a second, I literally thought that they had no clue that they were back there. But like you said, Brand was very aware, had huge knowledge to be able to try to stop that push in its tracks. And now, finally, it is their turn to push this tower. There's already 2 down on the enemy team. They got 2 specials ready to go. This could be a big push for them. They played their cards right.
Yep, and look at this. It's Jared here. I'm getting flashbacks, Ozzy. This was the position that Jared started their big push on. Here it is. Let him make plays. He's going up. This is huge. They only have a few more points, and Jared's in the right position.
Just let him play. The tower keeps pushing. Booyah Bomb. They took the lead. Hold on a second. 32 points remaining. Oh, there goes down ice. Big pick on that one. Jimmy had to get that and try to just like neutralize that. They get another pick on top of that. The wipes are starting to happen here. They're just playing a little bit of cleanup. There goes down Jared, and they're going to stop this push in its tracks.
A very, very nice push. They timed a great suction bomb rush to make sure that nobody could get over to that Booyah Bomb once it was up. That allowed Jared to wait as long as he wanted there. Maybe could have even thrown it a little faster to try to get the attack, but in that situation, they knew that they had to get the lead. Throwing it early might have let Jared in, but it also might have made the push not get to where it needed to if they got flanked. So a very, very pragmatic and practical decision in that situation. And now look at this. They're already behind them and attacking, and now it's Starburst who's feeling themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they just needed to get warmed up, man. That game 1 didn't happen. In the first initial push, so this one did not happen either. Here comes Jared going up to the top, avoiding the missiles. Look at that evasion, just hanging on the wall before jumping up there, trying to get a snipe, doing the Booyah Bomb again, this time landing on the spinning platform, yet no splats happened. They got armor.
They do. Clicks was waiting. That was a devilish spot that Clicks was waiting. You saw that another member of the team was back there. They had 2 there, but they only knew about 1, and that allowed Clicks to break both of those armors really, really quickly. So understanding, okay, the opponent's coming in, let me wait just out of your reach here. Missiles flying everywhere on the side, but for the last, really almost the last 2.5 minutes, it has been map control very much in favor of Starburst. They have not relinquished it since that first push.
Yeah, and now it's the onus is on Kings. They probably have enough time for 1 more push, and they got to push it pretty far because it's in their home base, technically on their side. So I don't know if they're gonna be able to pull this off, Nine.
No, it's going to be very difficult. And of course, first they have to be patient enough to stop this push. You see, Bakumon is just going to try to build missiles here to give his teammates something to look at and at least try to maybe pick off one or two of them here. Jared's in a great spot. Ice is going to be moving back and forth. Very difficult to get off of that side. You see, Terra's going to try to move around and hit Jared, but of course, Jared has the Booyah Bomb. Terra's going to get taken down as well. They rotated there. With 10 seconds left, Jared is in their spawn. He's going to go ahead and get a pick. He is still by their spawn. They're going to make one last desperate attempt, and it does look like they've got enough people around there to maybe get on the tower, but I certainly wouldn't say they're controlling it.
This has got to be one heck of a push if they're going to be able to try to take this back, because they were in dominant control. There's a pick. Hold on a second. Shrimp is riding the tower. I mean, they got no one in the back base, though. They got to be able to stop Ice and everyone. Ice is one of the very devastating players you got to deal with. They're pushing it. Wait, hold on a second. What?
3 down.
Are you serious? What? How? They had it. The game was there. It was done. They were dominating in their home zone, and all of a sudden, Kings, from the jaws of defeat, they don't give up. They come back in, and they just take it back, and they just push it. They just push. They didn't overextend either at the very end there. They were not overextending. They were just in the back line waiting for the opponent to like make that initial push based on how much time was left. It was an overtime 9.
You said right there they didn't have anybody pushed ahead to really clear any space for them like we saw when Jared had pushed further on the other side. They were really all kind of by the tower. And then Shimebi got, I don't know if it was all 3, but Shimebi got incredible fall-off damage on 1. I did not expect in any world for those shots to hit in the way. I know the 52 gal is 2-shot, but you think that RNG eventually works against you. And then to clear up the pick on the other side, everything that had to be done there happened, and time just flew by. I didn't think they were that close to getting it.
I literally blinked and I missed it because seriously, like it was in overtime. The tower was on their side of the map, and they had to push it that far. And Starburst, they still had 3 people alive. Like it was like 3v3, and they were just pushing the tower. And Kings had no one in the back line. They were just playing the long line game, and they just kept going forward, and they never got kicked off the tower, and that was game.
I mean, incredible stuff again, and we're going to see now, basically it looks like this is going to be the plan of counter picks from Starburst here. These are the 2 that we've seen them counter pick consistently throughout this tournament. They're moving over to Rainmaker, Blackbelly Skate Park. I'll be curious to see if they do opt to go with their longer range, more control and spacing based comp, but wow, to lose game 1 in the way that they did with just a painful game that you can say, all right, well, everything went as bad as it possibly could here. Let's just brush that one past. And then to lose a game like that, I really, really hope that they're able to put a good fight together here and get this victory. I do not want to see this snowball in the way that it looks like it might.
And you got to remember that, like you said previously, this is Starburst's like go-to counter pick when they're like their backs against a wall. This is the stage they try to like overwhelm their opponent and try to like reclaim that like momentum, right? Because this is the stage they need to like, okay, we're down 2-0. We need something to pick our spirits back up. Let's go with the map that we're really good at pushing our opponents. And I dare say, if they lose this game, they're losing this set. Like this is they need this for momentum, just for momentum.
For momentum and to figure something out here, I think is part of it too. So interesting to note here, Jared is going to be staying on the 52, not going with the dually squelchers here, which is a weapon that he pilots as well as anybody. He wants to be able to fight here. The self-sustain in the range is nice on the dually squelchers here, but clearly not feeling as though that weapon can keep up with the gunplay style that we're seeing here from Kings. Shmeppy going to go off of the 52 gal, meanwhile, switch back over to the baller here, or I'm sorry, not to the baller, to the non-baller variant, rather, of the Nautilus here. So they've clearly got an idea. This is a very nicely timed Stingray. It's just going to be 1 up, and now that 1 is down. That's a delayed full wipe. Pink armor. Shmeppy's the last one who can say anything about this before it hits the 30s. And right now, Starburst has a good push here. They're trying to wait to get all the points they can here, and that's going to stall out this push just a little bit with Booyah Bombs and other specials on the way, and Jared coming behind them. This is going to get ugly quick.
Yeah, I told you, man, this is the Starburst special. Look at that initial push, already to 40 remaining, and they might be able to reclaim it too.
Certainly got the pop and they got the control. Click's waiting just long enough with this Inkjet, and that's going to, again, be enough to at least keep them from losing the game. But look, Jared is still in that same area. Should be able to get another pick, and does. So all of these trades well. The Rainmaker's in a dangerous position. It's going to be, again, very precarious for the members of Kings here. We see Ant coming back here again. He's going to do a little bit more paint. They're going to try to hold on to this long enough to let it naturally reset. But again, we're 90 seconds into the match, and it has been all Starburst thus far.
Yeah, if they let this reset, this is totally doable for Kings, and it resets. Because, like, that's the danger zone, right? That's what's scary about this map, is that you could just push Rainmaker into the end in, like, a second.
Let's take a look here.
Speaking of...
Yeah, here we go. 2 specials coming up now. Terra with the Rainmaker. Ran not going to be able to survive the Stingray, but they did just long enough for Ice's Stingray to move off unopposed. That's going to be a big pick there. Now Ant's going to be able to force him back and actually gets a pretty interesting trade here. If Shemepi gets one here, this is a really dangerous spot to be. Thankfully, it is Brand who's going to be able to outrange Shemepi there, and they're going to try to push it for a little bit further, but how do they respond so quickly? Like, I was about to say they did everything they needed to do there, but they're already back. The survivability, they just keep having one up to try to defend. And now this is another Inkjet, another huge pick from Shemepi, and they once again are in a dangerous spot, Austin.
And you got to look at the meter, too. Like, they had all the meter ready to go to make that push, too. They're just coming back in super fast. Ice just kind of waiting for someone to come in to get, like, a sneaky pick. Opposite just abandon that fight, get back into the backline, regroup. Because you don't want to be back there by yourself. You don't want to be doing any 1v4s.
No 1v4s. And the other nice thing about the comp they're running is this is a precarious spot for a lot of team comps. This is still precarious, but they have the tools to deal with this. They have the walls, they have the range, and they have Ice's Stingray. So they're banking on the fact that as long as they keep the Rainmaker over there, they're not going to be able to be pushed too far on unless somebody flanks them. And just banking on not getting flanked here. They do have a couple that are on that left side. It's going to be tricky. You see, if Click's able to go and get Jared here, they don't have anyone there. Brand's going to try to make the pick and is able to escape Shemepi. And they are going to hold again.
That was a huge pick from Brand. He had to get rid of that Inkjet, and he definitely did. Now, this is just a defense game. Like, the second Starburst made that initial push, they're just making sure that they don't get past this ramp. They have not gotten past this ramp, and they're going to keep it that way.
The defense from both of these teams throughout this has been unbelievable here. Again, this is such a scary spot for the Rainmaker to be when the opponent can continually run up and grab it. And just one misplay, going down maybe 2 people, will give the points necessary. It's been incredible defense. The fact that this is still 31-46 is unbelievable.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't gotten down to like the teens or even single digits. But here we go, back into the reset. That's going to be 3 splats on King's side. Starburst has the run of the muck. If they want to go make that push, they can. But I think they're going to try to get some splats instead of grabbing the Rainmaker. Like, why do they need to push if they can just play defensive? They have the lead.
Talk about not giving up that position and being able to get Bran is huge too. You're going to see a run up here, but now Ice, this is a very, very big Rainmaker here. Ice is actually going to get the chance to maybe knock out 1 or 2 people and give them the opportunity to push if they like. That's going to be Terra down. Clicks is going to be all the way by themselves in the middle, and thankfully has an Inkjet to make this maybe a little more threatening. But just 3, now it's just 1. That's a delayed wipe. And now Ant might just sit back here and continue to paint.
Yeah, do you agree with this decision of not grabbing the Rainmaker and just playing defensive like this?
I mean, you held it in the danger zone for that long. Why not try to hold it here in the middle? You have the range. You know that they're going to build an armor and push in, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Shemepi's going to have maybe 1 or 2 more chances. Going to hold on to that Booyah Bomb as long as possible. 3, 2, 1. There's going to be a chance to grab it, but the wall is there, and everyone having to rush it at the end means that Starburst is going to get the victory on their counter pick and a much-needed slowing of all of that pressure that Kings was throwing at them.
That win, Starburst desperately needed. They really needed this win just to get any form of momentum, even if it wasn't the way they wanted to, because I guarantee you, Starburst picked that map so they could just get a steamroll, right? They wanted to just get it in, knock them out, go to the next game. But they ended up going for the stall strategy, which ended up working because of their long range, and it may not have been the way they wanted it for the momentum's sake, but a dub is a dub. So now we're going to go over to game number 4 in this race to 4 and see what the counter pick's going to be from Kings. The first time picking a map this whole tournament, actually.
And again, just a reminder to everybody, Kings has only dropped games in this tournament to Starburst. Right. Only Starburst has beaten them on any map, any mode. So
they just a set.
Yeah, I mean, for these 2 to be the top 2 remaining teams here, I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. A team that can absolutely run through everybody and the only team that's been able to even slow them down. So We will see a counter pick here coming out, waiting for that to come in a little bit. Again, everybody, thank you so much. I know we have over 750 viewers currently. Please tweet out the stream. Let's get some hype going in here. I know a lot of you were spending your bits on the hype emote earlier. Let's get it going again, because there is a lot of Splatoon left to be played.
Yeah, tons of it. And you know what? I'm gonna be that guy, Nine. I'm gonna be that guy. Can we break 4K? Can we do it?
Holy
Can we do
Not even 3,100? Okay, how about this? Can we get
4,000?
Okay, well, I'll give a slightly more realistic goal. Can we get our prize pool to be higher than Chocopero's top XP in solo queue? Somebody research that. I know he got above 3,100.
Match it.
Let's see if we can at least match with money how good Chocopero is at the game. We do have the map mode now.
Disgusting.
Flat Zone's Humpback Pump Track, and whoa boy here. This is an interesting map mode combination. If there was ever a degenerate Splat Zones map where people just pick Booyah Bombs and throw them at the zone and just where you get 20 Booyah Bombs from 4 different weapons, this would be the map to see it on. So the fact that Kings is going here makes me think they have something very devious cooked up. Either that or they just say, yeah, Splat Zones worked last time, let's just do it again.
I'm kind of leaning with you that they got something cooking that we don't know, and frankly, I'm a little scared. Like, imagine they go in with like 4 splat bombs. Just do it. just throw splat bombs at the center, because I feel like that works. You could throw a splat bomb from almost anywhere on this map, and it'll go towards the center. Like the range, the little avenues, the little like areas the windows you have to throw a splat bomb, it'll land, and that has a big explosion. That's from my take, anyway.
Well, we'll see it here very shortly as the teams get loaded in. I have been informed behind the scene that Duracell is going to be suing me, so I may get pulled off stream partway through here. On the other side, it's going to be talk about just going back to the heavy remix, and this is a weapon that was piloted very, very famously for many years by Kaji, the famed backliner for Kraken Paradise. But it builds Booyah Bomb amongst all the other great things that it does, and on this map, Booyah Bomb, quite powerful, can eat through a lot of the specials that people will be throwing at the zone here, so expect that backliner to have a pretty good time, especially with, once again, Ice not using the backline. This is clearly the build that they're going for now, using the shooters for the control and for the suction bomb rush, rather. We'll see here if anything is able to really force Takabon off of these positions.
Has anyone died yet? And the score's already like this?
That's this map. Throw things at the zone. Continue who needs to fight, man? We got objectives to play.
Exactly. I mean, they do say go for the objective, but like it's already at 37 points, and finally the first splat, like when this close to the win happens in King's favor. Wow.
They didn't get the zone. I think Bram was looking for the last person there, and the zone was almost taken. He's going to go ahead and build an armor here, and they're going to gear up for one more fight. But look, they still haven't taken it. Bram's painting all the way through, and finally, with Ice and Ant and everybody focusing there, they finally get it. But that's 9 more points that they kind of gave up there. And, that's one of those split-second gut check decisions where if you're Bram, you know that someone is there, and if you get taken out, that might be game. But it's so tricky. Those split-second decisions, always difficult to know what the right call was.
Right, especially with the Tri-Slosh, right? Because like Tri-Slosh is so good at painting the splat zone area because of just the 3 different ranges it has, and to not instead of focus on that, you go for the kill instead. Probably the smart decision, even though it didn't work out. It was probably the right call.
All right.
Well, I mean, they're in control here a bit. They're down 1 player, but it is 3v3. But just as I say it, like they just start throwing stuff at the zone.
Yeah, throwing stuff at the zone, it kind of ends up going here. But I do like the fact that Starburst has kind of been rotating, and Ice maybe getting just a little bit overzealous, banking on the fact that the flank from Jared was going to come in. But Terra was actually able to put both of them down in that spot. I actually like the decision of Ice moving in and banking on Jared coming back around. If they had gotten that, they might have been able to take the lead off of them. So credit Terra for not only getting that pick, but then getting the armor out to continue holding it there. That was a very, very dangerous spot for them to be, and instead now they're going to be able to at least put a penalty back on and give themselves a chance at holding the zone. As we see, again, Bran getting chased down. This is going to be a big Booyah Bomb here. Where's it going to go? Shimepi's going to throw it back in the zone, knowing that he wasn't going to get a landing. And it does look like, again, it's going to be Starburst in control. It's been a very scramble situation for the bit here, and I think Starburst has just been able to keep their wits about them.
And what's crazy, he put that splash wall down because he knew that Brand couldn't do anything with the Price Slosher, so he was able to go for the Booyah Bomb with no repercussion.
Right, this is the big moment here. They need to get this pick. Takabon is able to help them get there. You see Brand immediately going for Takabon, and instead, they're not going to be able to get it. And oh my goodness, the 1 point lead is alive and well. Brand trying to take out the Splatling there, I think, again, was a good call. Because again, if Brand gets both of those sloshes and then able to turn back around, they just needed 2 more points to get the lead, even if they lost the zone in that spot. And instead, now they went 3 down to delayed 4. It's going to be 3 specials on the zone to take it back. But keep an eye on the top of the screen. Only 1 down. It's going to be Terra. Takabon is going to have to run away. And it looks like it's going to be, again, a scramble with 2 people on each side of the zone.
And Starburst doesn't have any meter yet for this next fight here as they're trying to hold on to it. They gotta keep painting over there. Slime opting to ignore it to try to get some picks, which honestly, probably a solid strat. Might just go back and get some more painting. He's waiting. There's some players coming. Oh, but they see him!
Oh, 1 minute left. This feels like this game has been 20 minutes, even though it's been 4. We have 1 minute left on the clock. And again, it's a huge fight in zone. Everybody firing towards it. 30 points of penalties they're going to have to get through. And desperately firing at the zone just to try to get a little solid control. The Booyah Bomb's going to come back out again in the rotation of specials. Once again, more paint on the zone from both sides. Another person going down on both sides. Another Booyah Bomb coming out. Another special. Just 10 seconds left. They only have to hold for a little longer.
Oh my gosh, can they hold on? Just here we go. They took the lead. How did they do that? They were just throwing Booyah Bombs and just throwing everything at the zone. And now they're going to push. They're going to push as hard as they can to try to make sure that they can't make it. But here comes another Booyah Bomb coming from Kings. They take the zone. They're going to hold on to it. It's probably going to be the last take that they get. They can hold on to this for like 50 odd points. Then they get the game. Let's see who's going to take it.
Delayed wipe there, so they're going to have the best opportunity. Here it comes, the set play. How do you want all of your specials? Because you're probably going to get at least 3 of them, maybe all 4 of them. So we're going to see an early Booyah Bomb from Shimepi to try to zone them to go one way. Shimepi's going to go ahead and attack and get ice. That's going to be their suction bomb rush out of the way. Shimepi's going to try to come behind. They have to paint the zone until Shimepi gets there. Shimepi gets there in time, gets 2, gets 3, and that's going to be the lead going in favor of Kings.
That was the clutchest splat. Like, he had to go for it. Honest, 9, I felt like that game literally just became, it was like a game of dare, right? Or a game of chicken, rather. Where you're just coming at each other like, who's going to Booyah Bomb first? Are you going to Booyah Bomb? You better Booyah Bomb so I can Booyah Bomb your Booyah Bomb.
That is high-level Splatoon strategy. Like, honestly, the concept of waiting for the opponent to use their specials to then use yours, which is why Shimepi's early Booyah Bomb there to separate the members of Kings and to kind of zone a couple of them out was huge. You saw that it forced Ice to go, even with armor, right? The Neo Splash-O-Matic is going to have a very difficult time against a 52 gal when the wall is already up. Shimepi picked that one up. That meant there was not going to be any suction bomb rush. That may have been enough paint to take the zone back there, at least for a split second, which is all they needed. Then at that point, painting over the Booyah Bombs just long enough for Shimepi and Clicks to come back around and take out the members who were trying to paint. I mean, it's artistry, really.
Would you say that Shimepi was like MVP of that game? Because I think that would be my safe bet.
It's so hard to say, man. Like, it's one of those games where I can say that Shimepi's play at the end was the play of the game. I can say that because, again, it's a situation where if you lose the zone, the game's over. There's no debating it. So, I mean, to be able to pick Ice off in that, Ice is probably the one player that you most want to take care of in that situation. Because that's the suction bomb rush. That's the most difficult thing to deal with. So, you know, that's huge. But again, having the presence of mind to paint over that while also fending off the attack. Because again, if you're shooting the zone, it opens up an avenue for the opponent to attack you and try to take you out. So there's a lot of balancing that is done in those final seconds. And in that delicate balance, I do think Shimepi made the exact right play. And, you know, they were rewarded with a victory for it. So after, again, just a very gut punch of a game 1, to lose game 2 at the last second in overtime, to win game 3, then to lose game 4 again in overtime. I think this shows that Starburst is moving well. They're moving with them. To lose 2 games in overtime means that you were right there every step of the way. And we're moving on to game 5 with both teams, I think, playing very well.
you say both teams playing well. I mean, that's got to be a testament to how many overtimes we've seen, right? Like, so many overtimes coming up where the score is literally neck and neck, where it just becomes, I don't know, it's the last second and you don't know who's going to win. Like, even if Kings wins his next game and it's a 4-1 victory, it was a close 4-1, you know? But it's not over yet. This is a best of 7. And remember, for those at home, Kings has to win 2 sets to win this tournament. So if they take this next game and take this set, they have to play an additional best 4 of 7. But before that, let's jump into Anchovy Games Tower Control. What do we got going on here, 9?
Well, a lot of the same here. Both of these teams, You're probably not going to see a ton of variation here. I know Kings was the most variable team, but when they've been playing in the way that they have, there's really not a lot of reason to shake up what's been working for you. So, of course, you're going to see Terra working the armor, talk about using timely specials, and that was the missiles to get 2 this early. And talk about might get a 3rd. Jared's going to at least stop some of the bleeding here. The call-out has been made. Is Jared going to sit here or jump back? They have to know that Jared's here. He's going to put that out because he has the Booyah Bomb here, and he knows he can safely use it. Is he going to land right? Yes, he did. Okay, do it early enough. I was worried that he might have been right on the border. So actually very fortunate that Jared was able to win that 1v1. If that was 3 down and the 4th going down Right's path, we have seen what Shemepi and Clix are able to do if they get to set themselves up when they're attacking.
And Jared's still fighting. Like, he has not been taken down yet, and he's taking everyone out trying to backline him. So Jared holding the defense, being the anchor of the team currently, and manages to stop that push in its tracks before it got too far. Not even past the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and the beauty of this map is now from that defensive position, Jared is already up and ready to attack. Takamon and Clix are going to zone him out here and probably try to trade paint until a special comes out. They're going to fire again at Jared. They're going to have to rotate back because they lost a little space here. Now there's quite a few specials that are going to start to come in here. Bran has Baller and should be able to crash in whenever he so chooses here, but this is starting to get a little out of hand. That's another special coming in. Andrew's going to sit on tower and continue to paint the way so that they can jump their last player back in here, and the ball firmly in Starburst's court.
You gotta get back away. All the specials being thrown at you, you gotta give up space. Literally, there's nothing you can do. You just have to retreat at that point. And an Inkjet on top of that. Shemepi just trying to get people off just to stop the push in its tracks. Even though they didn't get any splats, it forced them to get out of position, and the tower stopped moving towards them for at least a brief moment.
Jared is unbelievable. Got another one. Got that pick after Bran went down, then Ives was able to rotate up as well. A timely Booyah Bomb. The survivability of the Kensa 52 is just unbelievable. They're going to get to march all the way to this next checkpoint. Bran's going to make sure nobody comes in from behind. All of this chip damage, that's going to be, looks like the next checkpoint gone. They're going to happily hop off of here. Takamon's going to try to make a desperation play. But how about this after the way this set is gone? Getting hit with a haymaker earlier, how about it coming back the other way?
I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing there. They're just trying to just not get knocked out. And it's still, okay, there it is. 3 points.
You'll take that. You'll take
honestly, if I was Kings, I'm looking at the timer. I see there's 2 minutes left on the clock. I can still win this.
Shemepi going to use a very, very early Inkjet here. See if he can get a pick and maybe make a little space for his team. Click's going to go right in front, and actually, I'm really surprised the Booyah Bomb armor didn't break there. This push isn't going to amount to too much there. There were already 2 members of the team down, so again, so separated there with the Inkjet being up in the sky and Click's being pushed so much. I think the rest of the members of the team just kind of got jumped on by the other 3 members of Starburst, but Starburst saying, hey, oh, yeah, well, that's okay. That was one chance. We finished that. Let's see how many more times they're actually going to get. Or maybe we'll just try to knock it out here. That might be even easier.
One thing that I'm really noticing a lot about Starburst as they move the towers, I love how they dance around the tower. Like they're not, Bran thought they were so sneaky, just waiting right there on the wall, but no, just got completely jumped on.
And doing a pretty decent job. You see now, they're probably not going to move up as far. You see the Clix is kind of painting a little bit, but they've picked off Jared on the side. They know that he's there. So instead of moving up as far as they had last time, you see maybe a little bit more control. Terra's going to deal with it. I think Jared fell off the map there. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but hey, that's one way to deal with it. And hold on here. That's going to be a nice thorn out of their side. They know where Ant is. They've moved Ant back, and Shemepi is already up here with this Inkjet, wasting no time trying to find a pick. Is going to land here, and I think land safely too. That's going to be another special down. This is a lot of pink ink on the ground. If they can throw away a couple of these specials, it's might get a little hair-raising.
literally, all they needed was that one pick on Jared, and now all of a sudden they're pushing it extremely far. They're in their home base, but now we got some meters coming up. They're coming back in there. They lost the tower, throwing the Booyah Bomb right on top of it to force them out of position. And now they're kind of playing a little bit more defensive while we see Starburst going in with a little bit of a push here.
Yeah, Starburst did a great job of, I think, turning that back, and again, sitting back, understanding that they have enough chip damage and enough bombs that they could really reliably force them off the tower until they got their specials. Once they got their specials thrown at the tower and they had to give up the space, all the momentum was lost. They were able to take back their flat, and now it's going to take basically a miracle for Kings to have any real chance of winning this game.
Yeah, they had 2 people down, and there's another one. I think this is a wrap. Yeah, they're on the tower. There's absolutely no way. Even if they ran dead set right at the tower, holding forward, they would not have made it in time. So that's going to be another game win coming from Starburst, making the score 3-2. They're still in this. They're completely still in this. And Nine, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you think when Jared fell off, he was doing a Booyah Bomb?
No, because there was not a Booyah Bomb that was thrown, and frankly, he was so far away that if he did throw a Booyah Bomb from there, it would have needed to be a very precise Booyah Bomb. But he's been
doing it so much, so I had to ask.
I think he did it once. Come on now, let's give the dude some credit.
Okay, no. It's when I say when he falls off once, I mean he's been tiptoeing the line multiple times.
Sure, that's fair. Tiptoeing the line, and I just want to again break down a little bit more of that final push. We kind of talked during it about how there was some momentum going there for Kings. They had a couple people up and push. They had that flat area, their color, so they had the mobility. But there were enough members of Starburst that were up. They could continue throwing just a bomb here and there, doing enough to make sure that they could build their special. Once they had their Booyah Bomb set up, they were going to be able to use that to slow down and at least get people off the tower. Then once Ice got his special, that was enough to take back all of that space that they had lost. And from there, it's just banking on Jared to get a pick or two, win a 1v1, or just even slowing them down to make sure they don't have a position to attack you. This isn't a map where you can simply run up and force people out of the way, right? There's a little bit more subtlety to it, and they did exactly what they needed to. Again, the composure to understand if we throw our bombs here, that's going to be just enough. But enough about the last game. I know we're going to be hopping into this one pretty quick. Osti, we talked a little bit about this one before.
Yeah, dude, the Reef, one of my favorite stages. I'm a big fan of. Honestly, splat zones are just really fun in general, but especially the Reef, dude. There's a lot of places to flank on this map. You can sneak around so many odds and ends, and we've seen in the past that that's kind of King's specialty, right? They love getting into the backline and surprising their opponents. This is a specialty stage just for that.
It is, and I think sometimes when people talk about flanks, everyone thinks about the big, huge 360 circle that you go around and then
MLG trailer
about to have it. Yeah, but there's something to be said for a flank just being the opponent is looking to the right and you just happen to be to the left. I mean, sometimes it's that simple. It's just the opponent in their firefights not able to see where you're coming from. And this map is great at that too. There's so many avenues, like you said, to attack the opponent. You can get really creative with them. Starburst is no stranger to that either, and I'm really interested to see what Bran is going to pick here. He is going to go with a more aggressive weapon here, his patented Tri-Slosher, and it's going to be a Tri-Slosher with clicks as well. So they're going to be duking it out here, and I'll be very interested in seeing how Starburst is able to apply pressure, because in that earlier game where we saw Kings just absolutely have a grand old time with Jackpot, they never really even had to try to break out. It was always them aggressing, kind of like we see here as Bran again wins a huge fight to keep a little bit of pressure on the opponent, but they will potentially have something to prove if they do get locked out.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly how this is going a little bit. I mean, we saw the initial push. One thing that Kings has been dominant about is they're always the first one to the objective, and they're always overwhelming their opponent right at the beginning. They got the first splat, even though, we saw Bran hold on, but here come the Booyah bombs coming on the bridge. Having this bridge, by the way, very important point to just hold on to, because you have access to almost anywhere to be able to shoot. Just having the high ground is so important.
Oh, and that's another 3 down. You called it there. The high ground's so important. All of that maneuvering that Jared was doing was just to try to get a foothold on the bridge, much less get a pick. And all of that effort, all of that movement just really got nothing here. Now Bran has the armor. Bran's going to have to wait. This is a weapon that's going to try to make a little bit of room for itself and then wait for the team to come in. You see Jared up there with the Booyah Bomb, but Amp was already taken down. They're going to desperately put everything they have at the zone. That's a bomb rush, and they get it to keep themselves in the game. That's 2 down. Jared's going to run away and somehow escape here and just try to hold some position. But you saw, Austin, all of that just to keep the game going. That was not a let's get control. It was let's just give ourselves another chance.
Yeah, literally just an extra. You did all that work for an extra life, and you got to make the most out of it, right? You put a lot of penalty points on them, plus 61, so that's almost a full 99 points. If I'm doing math correctly, that's like 70 something. But regardless, listen, I didn't take calculus it was a long time ago. But we're going back into this. Here we go. We got Ant with some shots here. What's going to happen? He's trying to play from a backline, right? Trying to like be a little bit away from his opponent. But here come the Tenta missiles. Oh no!
I mean, that was so painful to see. It was 1 second, he was firing, he was painting using his ink armor, and then the missiles come down at both of them, and then 2 members of Kings are there to lick up whatever is left.
Jeez, they just cleaning up the mess with the mop. Nothing to see here, folks. Plus 30 points left to go on top of the initial 9. I mean, this is looking pretty strong in King's favor. I mean, I feel like, you know, Starburst is going to have to get something going here. Here we go. We got the special. Special is exactly what the doctor ordered. They got a pick, 4-2. Let's see how this push is going to go. Shiny! How is that? Oh, we're live!
They got away from that whole thing. Finally, 3 people go back and get it. SuperJump did everything to escape from that scenario where Bran was waiting, and then all of the other members of Kings were already respawning, so they were like, yeah, let's just send 3 people back there. And he's like, come on now, I did all of that, and this is the things I get. But, you know, that was basically a 3 down, and I think in going back to get Shimebi, maybe they gave up a little too much space here, because you see that the members of Kings were able to get back into relevant positions of the map, and that's not always an easy thing to do. And not only do they have the zone again, but I feel like they've got pretty solid control, and I don't even think they had to take that many people out to do it.
Now Shimebi's just having a field day in the enemy zone, just charging back there. Bran's gonna have to come back here to try to get some pickups action going. Realizes it's a 1v2, backs up a little bit. Let's see if they can keep painting by himself. He's gonna keep trying though, because at this point he kind of has to. He can't just dive back at this point, and he gets splat. And I think that might be the game and the set. They need a miracle at this point.
Yep, Soccer Mom's going to wait to hit 3 people there. That's a Booyah Bomb. The run is going to come in here to try to get anything on the zone. That's an armor. They're hitting all their buttons and doing everything they can. And, hey, that's 1 zone that they got. But that's was just Ant remaining to try to paint it. And, I will be really interested to look at that final push there where they had some decent control. They went and got Shimebi because I felt like that something happened and that zone got taken very quickly. If it was one person being taken out in a really disadvantageous spot or whatever it may have been, but that is going to be the first set. So we are going to be on the bracket reset now. Congratulations to Kings for equalizing here. And now we are truly in grand finals.
The true finals. It's like when you're fighting a final boss in an RPG, and then you beat it. It's like, yeah, I beat the game. But then there's a second form, and that's exactly what Starburst is doing. They're evolving into their second form for the second set. Can they hold on? We're going back to a clean slate, 0-0. Now, I was hoping for a game 14 that is no longer in the cards, but, you know, we could get game 12, potentially.
We could. And the interesting part of this that I think that we can kind of, now that we have maybe a little moment to breathe in between these 2 sets, is talking about how that set ended up going, right? 3 Splat Zones games, all won by Kings. Now, one of them was in overtime, I know, but 2 of them were very convincing. They win an absolute nail-biter, a map and mode that they had lost on in the previous set in tower control to set things in their favor. They lose the Rainmaker game, they lose the second tower control game pretty convincingly. Starburst has to win Splat Zones. They have to take at least 1 Splat Zone if they're going to have any chance to win this.
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because let's talk about Area Cup again, right? Because Area Cup's that tournament series that literally Splat Zones the tournament, and that's where Japan players go to compete a lot, and that's what their strength is because that's the map they have the most experience with. So, I think there's like a certain type of like wall you have to climb when you're playing against Japanese players on Splat Zones of all things.
And the tricky part is that I think the hard part of it, like, and it's not to say that that North American and European teams don't play Splat Zones, because they do.
No.
It's the most popular mode over here as well, but it's always been the one hurdle that's been difficult to crack. Every time that a top Japanese team comes over to a North American European tournament, it's always Splat Zones. It's always Splat Zones, and they win Splat Zones, they win the money, and they go home. Starburst has the chops to do it, and this is going to be a very interesting map to see it on, because this map, I would say, is one of the most difficult to game plan for. There's so many different avenues to attack from. You see that Ice and Talk About it both gone with the same weapon, and in fact, these comps are very, very similar. The only difference just being one side going with a Splattershot Junior with Ant here for a little bit quicker armor, and Terra going to stay on the NZAP. So they've got the same ideas here. It's simply going to be about the execution.
And Ant is going super deep in there with Junior. Already got a splat on their side. Unfortunately, this is looking like this is going to be Kings' first take here. Let's see if they can have the hold as well. There's a pick from Brand, throwing them bombs. Let's see if we can get something going here with that one splat. Can we get another?
Oh! The jukes! The dance! Everyone get in the way!
Oh my god, he still got him!
I think he just tanked a Booyah Bomb too? Okay, yeah, Jared opening it up. Gets taken down there, maybe feeling himself a little bit too much, running right into a respawning opponent there to get taken down very early. But that is going to be lead in favor here of Starburst. Again, it's a scramble situation. Ice is in a pretty ideal spot to continue raining pain with that Vanilla Jet Squelch here. You see that Jared again goes back and kind of runs into two people here. So maybe getting just a little bit overzealous, either that or Kings has just wisened up to what was working earlier here. You see they're going to brute force their way through, throw an early wall, and take a little bit more space. Ice rotating all the way back. Jared is going to be sitting up at the top with Brand. So they've got a good opportunity to push themselves back up, and I think that's why you're seeing Kings give so much respect and not push further.
Yeah, and I also saw that, you know, they're both teams. The Starburst is also backing up a little bit the second they were down 2-4. So they're just kind of trying to play as safe as possible, wait for their teammates to get back in before going for that initial push. They managed to do it, and now all of a sudden, Kings has the zone, they have the lead, they have the control, and they got some splats to boot. But now, here comes the pressure.
Oh, resourceful.
The shimmy on the little line.
Well, I mean, there wasn't anywhere else to go, right? The missiles were coming there, paint it, run back up, and then jump up. You've got a little momentum. Get a pick there, get your Booyah Bomb, throw it on the enemy zone, and now, hey, guess what? I'm back and ready to fight. Meanwhile, Brand ready to fight as well. Is going to have to rotate back and isn't able to fast enough. There were too many suction bombs on the zone. Brand's momentum was slow. Now look at this, 3 members on the back side of the map trying to attack. Credit Starburst for being able to hold off a couple of them, and Terra retreating all the way back to make sure that there's at least enough on the map. You see a jump back here. Terra's going to try to move up, and he's going to punish Jared for using that Booyah Bomb, and now has to run away again. All this fighting, but it never feels like Starburst is out of it. That's the power of Piranha Pit zones.
Yeah, dude, it's the fact that there's just like treadmills everywhere, just like bringing you up to the top. When you're on top of there, you're in such a prime position to be able to shoot anyone from below you. So you need those specials to get people out of position. And here we go. Shimmy Files going for the kill, going for the back line. Can he get it? Oh, good dodge.
That's good. Yeah, I mean,
that was the smart call.
Yeah, it's a smart call, but that's still getting somebody out of there, and you're still up and ready to attack. They lost zone in the middle of that, so there is going to be some points applied again. Takabon, once again, is in a good spot to make sure nobody gets down here for free. They're sitting back on zone while the rest of the members go up and attack. That's another 2 down. It's imperative that they stay alive here. If one more goes down and the jump out is going to at least preserve their special, this is again looking very precarious. There goes Ice, gets taken out on the jump, and once again, it is Shimebi who is pushed up. Takabon's in position, Clix is in position, Terra's in position. What is Starburst going to be able to come up with?
Like that Ice needed to get out of there. Oh, no, it happened again, 9! It happened right there for everyone to see. Unfortunate.
They're going to have one more chance. They came in behind. They set 2 people after Terra. Brand wins the 1v1. They're actually going to be able to equalize this. They both won 1v1s, 2 people back behind on the flank. And I don't know if they just rested a little bit there and they weren't certain that they were going to get attacked from that side. But once again, they're going to get to continue playing this game.
They're bleeding. They're wounded. They're on their last knees, but they are not giving up. Here we go. 375. They got control. 54 seconds left on the clock. So this is still insanely doable. They just got to get a clean push, a clean wipe, something Something's got to give. But here we go. We're seeing Clicks just circle around, trying to get some painting going here, waiting for an opportune moment, just riding the treadmill up to the top to try to get a jump on someone. Here we go. There's a pick.
They give up the zone very, very quickly there. They know that 2 specials are coming after them. So giving up the zone oftentimes very, very smart, using the time that you have left as a resource so that you can preserve. They know they only have a few seconds left, and then they can start thinking about that final pick. Takumon's not even going to target more than one person, just try to use them as quickly as possible, and now needs to swim back, getting caught in a really awkward position. And yeah, Starburst is going to say, hey, if you move that far back, I'm going to take that space as well. 10 seconds left. Every death so important at this point, and Ice does get taken down. Shimepi's back behind them here. There's just too much pressure coming in on this zone. That's going to be one. The Booyah Bomb is going to get thrown on the other side, and there's just not enough resources left. And Ice getting caught in the worst of positions at that crucial moment.
I cannot believe Taco ran opposite direction on the treadmill to get away from someone, and then like filled with ink of the opposite color all around them, and they still survived and got a pick on Ice to boot.
Yeah, huge. And again, we talk so much about the decisiveness, right? For Takuman to immediately fire the missiles, then retreat back, and then say, all right, I've given up enough space. If I give up any more, I'm going to be back at my spawn. Move up just a little bit. Another member of the team coming to help push that out. And then as they push in with Shimepi, who was already on that side, Ice, again, being, I don't know if maybe Ice fell off of the treadmill. That does happen from time to time, or if it was just a situation where there wasn't anywhere for Ice to go. There were just too many members that were pushed too far up. There was no support, and Ice got caught in a bad spot. We'll just have to look at the tape on that one. But again, man, the story stays the same. Splat zones goes to Kings.
Splat zones is dominant, man. And it's a tough position, especially on Piranha Pits. To just try to, like, you know, get back in there and get the zone. So we're going to get off of Splat zones, recuperate. Let's go to Anchovy Games. This is the tower control. This is the map that Starburst won on previously, correct? I'm pretty sure this is the map they won.
Yes, this was the one they won. You notice that they didn't go back to Sturgeon Shipyard this time.
Oh.
They were like, well, we won it in game. We won it in the first set. We lost it in this set. We won it on this map on this set. Yeah, let's just go with that. Let's not overthink this. They know what they want. And, you know, the nice thing for us as an audience here is we have some comparison points now. We know where the key moments were. We know exactly what caused the big openings that they were able to use. We saw Jared, when 2 teammates were down, getting a really good spot early on, was able to get a huge pick and then push that into an aggressive spot. We saw how they were able to defend very well, very timely defense. And I think Bran on the Kensa Rapid Blaster is a huge part of their success on this map as well, because being able to poke these very, very quick players and the Slayers and make their life that much more difficult, I think is something that works really well on tower control that he's not really able to utilize in the other modes as much.
I mean, you're playing against one of the best Slayers potentially in the world. Like, you need something like that, you know? And it's one thing I've been loving about these sets so far, 9, is I feel like if I blink, I miss something huge.
Yeah, that was your first mistake, is blinking.
Yeah, my eyes should be bloodshot red while I watch this. You're absolutely right. What was I thinking?
I mean, the chat is clearly just talking about Starbucks coffee right now, so maybe more caffeine is the answer.
Get that $80 Starbucks order like 9 gets.
Yep, thank you to Starbucks for the $3,000 prize pool that we have here today, all coming from our glorious coffee overlords at Starbucks. Tower Control, Anchovy Games. This is, I mean, this might be the most important game. I hate using those sorts of just like glorifications, but like this is, if you can't win the one map that you dominated last time, that does not bode well for it. And we see Takuban finally coming out with the Squiffer. This is what I've been wanting to see for a while. Everyone, keep your eyes on this thing, because this is one of those weapons that is so difficult to pilot at a high level here. But this is also a weapon that with 2 shots can erase the enemy team, is mobile, is hostile, and very, very difficult to deal with, especially in this meta where people like to throw out walls, people like to get set up, they like to use some momentum with their paint. This is a weapon that can erase all of that and do it so well. So I can't wait to see what Takuban is able to do with it. Currently landing very painfully as Bran punishes, so that's, I guess, what Takuban can do with it for now. But now we're going to see here, this is the first opportunity as Bran gets another fantastic pick. Let's see if Starburst is able to replicate their success from the last one.
Now we see Bran, still just making the push even further, allowing his teammates to be able to push the tower a little bit further in past the first checkpoint. Jared gonna go with the Booyah Bomb, setting up shop there, just force the opponents back. Let's see if Kings can do anything. No one's down just yet, but you're noticing the difference here in the push, right? Because like Kings always gets like that initial victory almost every single time in this set. And this is the first time that we're seeing Starburst actually get a huge initial push, besides that one map on Black Belly.
Yeah, this is an initial push, but I'm actually pretty impressed. The way that Jared had moved around onto that part of the map and was actually in a really great position to punish them, as two people left on the map in that scenario. Jared gets the better of that 1v1. I actually thought that had a chance to go even further, but Jared, of course, winning that 1v1 means, well, okay, you know, we didn't actually stop our push. This is push 1.5. Let's just see how this one goes. And they actually are going to have 3 of their specials on deck, and the 4th one is going to be up very soon. Meanwhile, Shimebi is already off the map and out of the battle for the time being. If they can push aside this Inkjet, they might be able to get through this checkpoint and more.
I mean, it's not looking likely anymore. They got a lot of first pick clicks coming in. They're just all kind of on top of each other. It's kind of a scary position to be in based on the supers, but there's no specials ready for Starburst just yet. They're just trying to find this tower. Oh gosh, 9.
Jared gets another one. Jared's been here this entire time, and once again has Booyah Bomb. So again, this push will be able to continue. Ice is going to get the jump in there, and I think Jared maybe just took a little bit too much damage before landing from that Booyah Bomb. Ice, though, was able to jump Brand back in, so the pressure is still on. This has been 2 minutes and 30 seconds of push.
Like, this is push 1.8 now. You know, like the patch notes just keep flying in.
Oh my goodness. And this, you know, to your earlier point, Asti, this is the really like frustrating part of this too, is it just does seem like they haven't even gotten the chance to start their own counter push. They've just been on defense the entire time, and when they finally are able to make it a 1v1 at the end of the map, Jared has, with the weapon that has so much survivability, has been able to stick around and keep the push going. Now finally they're going to get a delayed full wipe, and they're actually going to get the chance to paint the map, much less start a push. You see that Shimebi is on the top of the screen, and that's going to be really important. 2 people going on the top of the screen. They're going to see Shimebi, and now Shimebi's going to have to rotate all the way back because those are both ranged options. Now he's going to come back and try to take this fight as well, banking on the fact that he can at least stall 2 of them out. And now they're going to have a nice target here for this Inkjet as well. There's not anybody who's firing at the tower. The tower should be able to get through this checkpoint without any real trouble, and this could be big.
Dude, there's one thing Shimebi's godlike at doing is surviving. Always getting away whenever the heat of the battle gets him. Goes in there, shoots a couple times, and then even if he like gets the kill or not, backs up just in case. It's super important to just stay alive for your team to have someone to jump to, have someone to take a spot. Now we got specials going all over the place. Brand cornered in a 1v2.
The bold gamble there by Brand to jump down with the baller. Wasn't able to get anybody, and now there's 3 people pushed up here. One of them being Shimebi, and a bomb rush going. Shimebi is going to immediately try to attack Jared. Jared needs to win this 1v1 and isn't able to. Not even able to trade. Shimebi is going to get the attack on the backside. There's so many fights. Ice is going to try to take out a 4v1 and will lose. And it's going to be now one more chance here. There's only 30 seconds left in this game. Forget the penalty. They might not even get the chance to make the counter push.
Like, even if they do get this counter push, it's not getting, like, the other push it so far in one push. I don't think it's possible, 9.
No, and you see they're running at the tower here. They don't have a choice here. It's the unfortunate reality of the game where it's not feeding if it's your only option. And with just 15 seconds left and 10 points left, they're all going to try to make something happen. Ice is going to try one last desperation heave. But it is once again now with a knockout in what I would argue was their first real push. Kings up 2-0 in this set.
All they need is one. All they need is that singular push. Once they get that momentum, they just take it a mile. And what was interesting at the very end there, you talked about how like it's not feeding if it's the only valid strategy. And that's exactly what was happening. That's the reason it went to a knockout. Yes, they could have regrouped and try to like stall a little bit. But if they stalled, they still would have lost because they had to take the tower. There was just not enough time at the end.
Okay. Well, I would wager, if I were a betting man, that we'll probably see Black Belly Skate Park Rainmaker. If I had to guess.
Do you want to make the safest bet in the world?
I mean, yes, it is the safest bet here, I would argue. But I think that's the map where they feel like they have a legitimate strategy that they can plan around the way that Kings is trying to well, really what Kings has done all over. We saw them execute that strategy flawlessly last time. They got maybe not the hugest push, but once they set up on the defensive side, they knew that they couldn't break through. So I would expect that that's probably going to be where they're headed. If not, they might go to another tower control. But we talked again about how Starburst needed to win a splat zone in addition to winning the modes that they were, I guess you could say, favored on, or that they'd had more success on. And now again, staring down 2-0 in the face, they are going to stick with tower control and go to Inkblot, maybe saving their Rainmaker counterpick for the very end. But oh man, again, just the way that last fight went between Jared and Shemepi, was Shemepi having the higher ground and getting the fall off advantage. Once that happened, there was no hope for them to stop that tower push or lose the lead, but that also is what made it so difficult for them to get back to the tower, period. And you never want to point out just one situation. It's, just the one on the camera, so it's easy to talk about, but
it was key.
It was key. And I mean, Jared was the one who was keeping them in that game for most of it.
Yeah, and we've seen Jared win those 1v1s from below before. So, you can't fault him for losing it either. He's at a disadvantage. You're shooting from below, and he has the ability to do it. But let's try to recuperate here. We're not going to Black Belly. We're going to be going to Inkblot Art Academy, not for Splat Zones, but for tower control. Interesting pick. We're seeing not many Splat Zone counter picks coming out from Starburst. Eventually, they're going to have to play on them, But might as well go with the ones you at least have a fighting chance on, or at least they think. Even though they could easily take splat zones if they manage to just get that initial push, but it's very difficult. So just try to reclaim. It's the same as the first set, 90. They got to reclaim that momentum. This is how they're going to try to do it.
We'll see it here. We've seen this map go so wild so quickly, and again, throw the biggest punch you can on this map and make it count. So we'll see. Again, we're probably not going to see much, if any, variation on these team comps. There's not really anything to even talk about on that sense. We're just going to be telling you how it's going as it's going. And again, we've seen a game where I swear again, that last game, Starburst had control of it for at least 3 minutes, maybe even a little longer. But that's how tower control ends up going. Not only is it just somewhat of a snowballing mode as a whole, but on that map, once you get pushed all the way back, the opponent knows the only spots you have to defend against the push. And if you're able to get them 2 or 3 down on those key moments, there's just nothing that can be done. At least on this map, you have a little bit more room to make plays happen, but of course you got to get there first. Bran effectively getting 2 down, does get 1 pick and forces the last to jump out. He's going to be the first one to choose where he wants to attack the defense from. Jared up there as well, and this is a great way for them to start it.
Yeah, I noticed that Ice was waiting on the tower, waiting for Ant to jump down there. They wanted Ant to be the one on control there, which, makes a little bit of sense. Ice wants to get there in the front lines to try to get some pushes going here. Jared throwing down a Booyah Bomb to push the opponents back. Now, this is going to be interesting, right? Because we're at the second checkpoint. Everyone's alive. They got their specials ready to go. They almost got a second one here. Do you think they would take this push, Nine?
Guys, well, getting Terra is a very nice start there. That's going to be no armor. I think Terra was able to get the armor off right before going down, so it is actually going to be 2 of their members going down there. So if Terra was able to get it off in that situation, very timely. Meanwhile, the other members were able to slow it down a little bit. 41, not a bad push. Getting rid of those 2 checkpoints will pay dividends when they go for future pushes. But this is the moment that we want to see, right? Click's already getting taken down, and actually that's 2 down. We didn't even get to see the moment because they ended it so quickly. How about it? Ice, the backline legend, moving all the way up and dancing with arguably the best frontliner in the game.
That was solid 3 picks coming out from Ice. Is they're going to get this free push because of that incredible play coming out, as now we're seeing teams start to recuperate here. They're setting up for this next push. They got to play a little bit defensive, wait for their teammates to come back in, but there's a pick. Let's see if they can try to push it a little bit further. Booyah Bomb coming in from Shemepi.
To get Ice out as well, and I do think that that's going to be at least the immediate threat done. Jared's pushed back here. He's going to have a nice escape route thanks to Bran. And look at that, Shemepi cutting him off. And now immediately going for the flank here and trying to attack. And Bran with a nice shot, though. Of course, that was one thing that we were talking about earlier there. The blaster being able to poke on this mode and make it difficult for players like Shemepi, doing just enough to, again, slow that momentum. But this is the fear, right, that Kings can put in you, is just as you have what looks like a safe retreat back to mid off of your own push, Shemepi has pushed in to attack you. And that's, again, one of the reasons why it's so difficult to keep pace with this team over and over is goes in, said, I want to fight me all the time.
They always want to fight, man. If they're trying to shark, waiting for someone to come in, like you said, the blaster is so good at just, catching stuff like that, especially if they're trying to shark on the, around the tower a little bit. It becomes insanely difficult. Now, here we go. Shimepi's on the scene here, backing up a little bit. They're getting that push, though. He's just trying to, stay around, trying to paint, trying to build a little bit of meter. They got 2 specials on the board, ready to go. They're going to let them rip, just get this free push on top of that. It's going to force Starburst to back up a little bit. There's a pick on Jared yet again. Shimepi gets down, and that's going to be 3 splats. They're going to win that battle in Starburst's favor. They're going to try to get that tower back to center.
And a key little moment there, you saw when Shimepi retreated back and actually looked behind and did a little painting there. Shimepi already had special at that point. I think that was maybe a little bit of a preemptive play to try to make sure that there were nobody flanking around them, because that's been how the defense has come in. They've been attacking from so many different angles. So the way that Starburst has been playing maybe bought them a little bit of time there that they used to get reorganized in that defense. And now they're going to get a chance to push again with a couple specials of their own.
Yeah, they literally had 4 specials ready to go. This is going to be the freest push ever.
See, all the way
is what I would say.
Yeah, no, I do think that they maybe set back on that one, didn't try to dive in as hard as they could, because they have the lead, and I think...
They don't need to.
Right, well, keeping it around this area, I think, is, a perfectly valid strategy. It means that they're going to have to come over the wide open middle, and it generally is, I won't say it's easy, but it's at least a more manageable task to identify where they're going to attack from. You see 2 people already firing at Shimepi there. Now Shimepi's kind of caught off in the middle, and is now the only one left. So you talk about the push, they got exactly what they wanted out of this. A delayed full wipe with 30 seconds left. Map control is theirs. All they have to do is keep this tower crystal clear, and they will get this victory. You see Brand moving all the way back, making sure nobody can jump in from the right. Ant firing and painting to make sure that they have their armor when the attack comes in. They're going to have all 4 specials to stop what needs to be a huge push.
Yeah, and literally, it's so difficult for them to try to make this push now at this point. They have control of the tower. They're throwing the Booyah Bomb on there. Kings is making that push little by little. We've seen this before, though. I'm a little bit scared. It's in overtime. Kings has the tower. They have a pick. They got some meter a little bit to play with. They're almost at a full special. They have it. Speak of the devil. They're pushing it past that second checkpoint, 9. This is scary.
No, it's just Ice, and Ice is going to throw the bomb rush at it. But when you're throwing in the bomb rush, you're not as mobile. Shimepi's put that up. They just have a few more points. He's already booyahing. No one's there. I can't believe this happened again.
Are you serious? The Kings have returned.
Guys, I spelled that. The reason why I'm so stupefied is right there at the start, with that, I spelled it out for you, right? I said 30 seconds. They have control of the map. They have all 4 specials. They know the opponent is coming out of spawn. I want you all to appreciate just how wild that entire scenario was, because they did have everything in their favor. This just speaks to the execution level of Kings. I can't put this on Starburst messing up, because against 9 out of 10 teams, Starburst wins that scenario, right? I would say out of even higher than 9. I don't know how. I can't say 10, but 9.9 out of 10 teams they win that scenario against. It's incredible. I can't wait to go back and look at the film and the footage on this, because I just can't believe that Kings is able to seemingly pull these victories out when they feel like it.
They had a delay wipe with 30 seconds on the clock, not even. There was a moment where Shimepi could not escape when they were by themselves. They could have tried to go for a jump back to base, but if they did that, they probably just left themselves like a sitting duck to get caught. So the fact that they had that delay and then they still lost the tower and they still lost the push was immaculate of Kings to be able to bring that back, just honed in on their inner skill, just to be able to just not give up face. And this is a team that, it's a pickup team. You got to remember that. This is truly a pickup team in this tournament with so much money on the line, $3,000 on the line, here in true finals with the best of NA coming up, as well as the rest of the world coming to compete here in a potential final map. It is finally time for their Gambit, 9.
It is. This is where they've gone to when they absolutely have to have a win. Of course, we can say now confidently every game is a must-win game. Now, one thing that I will point out that's a little interesting, I don't know if this is just a strategy that they've got here cooked up from the way that last game. Terra is actually going to be going over to the Tentabrella here, and this is not something that we have seen Terra play. Now, one thing that I do want to point out here is, of course, Tentabrella on Rainmaker. You know, there are ways that you can kind of break through blockades with that. It may not move points the quickest, but against a team that's playing very defensive and stall heavy, it can get it done. But this does mean that they won't have any armor to work with. There are currently no armor producers on that team. So this might make the job for Bran and Jared that much easier, and that might be enough for them to at least stall this momentum and get the win on the map that they've always won on.
But now Bran's by himself. He's got to like play a little bit careful here, which I think he's trying to do. I think that's a knockdown, unfortunately. Here comes a Booyah Bomb. King's side, they got the initial push. They have the Rainmaker in sight, using the Umbrella to their advantage. Look at that. They're just kind of following it, helping protect the leader.
Yep, and already the 16 points much, much further than we saw it last time. And, I mean, that's why you go the tent, right? This entire time we haven't seen Terra's tent because it's been, you know, it hasn't been needed. It's been mobile. But on the one map that they felt like they got game planned around and beaten, now Terra brings out this that some people would probably call his main. And look at that. Immediately using the bubbles, using the tent to get, I mean, all the way down to 16. They got stuck at 40 last time, Austin.
Yeah, it was 30 to 40 for the longest time the last time this map, and all of a sudden the initial 16 put so much pressure on Starburst to make that big of a push. But hold on, that's a big almost wipe for Kings. This is going to be really difficult for Starburst to try to push back from. They're not gonna go too hard. They're just kind of getting some more splats instead of opting to go for the Rainmaker instead.
Yeah, and this is where this comp that they've chosen becomes very, very difficult. I frankly don't know how they're going to fight through this. I mean, it's longer range. They're going to be able to put together some chip damage here, but this is not a team comp that is built to bully their way through here, and especially when the opponent has a Tentabrella that you know is going to be sitting at the one spot you want to push, you're going to have to use misdirection. You're going to have to try to make flanks. You're going to rely on Jared making big plays, and you know, maybe Ice can start the opening by using the Stingray here, but I mean, even though they're in this position and it looks like they've got a little bit of real estate that they could move it with, it's just going to be so difficult. And sure enough, the Rainmaker is going to get reset back to mid. And there's just so many things that are going to have to go right for them to make even a more sustainable push.
That was a pretty good escape from Ant, by the way. You know, they saw that Blazer just going at them, just rotating around and dancing around. But unfortunately, there goes down Jared. This is a 3v3 now. Let's see if Shemepi can try to make this a big, better push here. The Inkjet's out of the gates, going for this double. How are they still alive? Oh no, Ant's down, Shemepi's got down. Brand's back in it. There's the Rainmaker. Not going to grab it just yet. Want to make sure they get all the splats before going for the initial grab. Or maybe they're waiting for someone else to grab it?
Yeah, I mean, again, we kind of talked about it. When you see that situation where people aren't really grabbing it, oftentimes it's they have a certain scenario that they're looking for. They want a certain person to pick it up so that they can use a special to push through. But all that time when it's slowing down a little bit, that allowed the members of Kings to get back up here. Now look at this, Shemepi has bubbles to play with. That's a free shield. And of course, Jackpot is just going to run right in as well. All of that, and again, it's just because there's so many things that have to go right for them to set up a push here. Meanwhile, Shemepi's already pushed up. Blix is already pushed up. Terra's going to be up here with his wall here very shortly to push it through. All the while, Jackpot's going to run the Rainmaker right up there, making it even further of a push. Terra's going to dance a little bit here, try to stall them out as long as he can and push that through so that there's maybe a little bit less pressure coming. And sure enough, Shemepi's able to jump in and able to take out Jared. Brand getting the punishment. But, you know, again, all that time it took to kill Terra, that's going to give them even more space to work with here on the map. Clix is now running in and fighting once again. And honestly, with just 45 seconds left, things are looking grim.
There's not enough time. Like, literally, this next push, they need, like, Starburst needs to win this next battle. And after they win it, they need to go. They gotta like push. They can't wait for like the best scenario to come up. They just gotta grab that Rainmaker and go chugging. But right now it's not looking too bleak. They're already down one player. Let's see if they can get anything else going here. Ant desperately trying to break open this Rainmaker. So that's gonna be a big splash of Mepi. But unfortunately, Ant's going down as well. 3-2. We got specials on the map here. Not breaking the Rainmaker just yet. They're just trying to keep it blue to prevent it from being popped and even having the possibility of it going into overtime. 9 seconds left to go. Still a minute on the clock. Here comes the Laser Man. It's going to be it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no one's grabbing that Rainmaker. The tournament is over with a swift 4-0 from Kings, taking the entire IPL tournament. SuperJump your champions, Shemepe, Terra, Taco, and Clicks coming in clutch in a pickup team, previously losing to Starburst early on in the bracket, coming in and winning 2 sets in a row and taking a large chunk of that $3,000 pot.
Congratulations to Kings, but let's also give it up to Starburst. One of the best performances I think I've seen them put on to get this far in the tournament, to beat Kings in the earlier set and Brand right at the end. I gotta give the credit here. You don't see it very often. A 20 bomb, 20 splats and assists by Brand there, doing everything that he possibly could to bring that one and will the team back to it. But as you said, a 4-0 sweep. Starburst will walk home with second place. And once again, Terra and the rest of Kings, the Japanese pickup team, come in and get the victory after a fantastic blitz through losers bracket. And congratulations once again to Kings.
Honestly, this was an incredible tournament, man. This was so fun to commentate and watch the whole day. I sat down on my computer at right at noon Eastern, right when the stream started with the top 32, and I've been having a blast just watching the entire day. And I've been at my screen for about 5.5 hours now, just watching that, just completely glued. I just could not look away from all the incredible sets that we saw today. Just so many. Give it up, by the way, for everyone that entered this tournament, dude. Over 850 people came through to try to make this tournament like a spectacular event. Over 150 teams competing. Down to the wire, Kings finally coming out on top. And, also give it up for the rest of our top 8 here. We got second place, obviously, Starburst coming in very clutch. Jackpot with a 3rd place finish. A surprising 4th place finish from FTWin. And then the rest of the way down there, just so many great teams that we've seen. Just give them some snaps, you know what I'm saying?
Only you, Asti. Only you.
Only me.
Only you. And again, just want to throw down the hard numbers here at the end. We did get over $3,000 for the prize pool. So thank you to everybody who donated to make this such a fantastic number. And I know that the players very happy to be walking away of a couple days of Splatoon with a little money in their pockets. And again, a major thanks to IPL for putting this on, because again, just to kind of reiterate here, majors not easy. I think that was probably something that most of you could have figured out, but all the body of work that IPL had to do to make this a major well ahead of time. You can't just show up, run an event, and call it a major. There's a brand that needs to be built. There's a following, and you walk up a couple weeks from now, you're going to see another IPL event that has another 90 teams in it. It's just what they do. It's a polish. It's a brand. It's a product. And they're going to continue doing it. They've built it up, and they deserve every bit of the praise. There's so many people on this staff that I won't even try to name all of them here, but they make themselves known. They're proud of the work they do, and they should be. So, Asti, before I send this to the credits, do you have any final remarks for the people at home?
Honestly, I'm just thankful that I was able to jump on the mic with you, Nine, and thanks so much to IPL for bringing me on. I had an absolute blast jumping on this cast and just watching the matches with everyone at home. And everyone at home, I hope you guys had a blast listening to us, watching the top players play their games, and having just awesome all-around Splatoon action. I think this is what's very important here that I think is that Splatoon 2 it's not going anywhere. Like, even though Splatoon 3 is on the horizon, Splatoon 2 is alive and thriving, especially with we have events like this. So keep supporting your favorite game, guys. That's all I can say.
Keep supporting the game. Keep supporting the games. There are so many wonderful opportunities for people to get involved in the scene, to play. Just ask around. People are very helpful. There's always work to be done, and with a new game on the horizon, as Asti said, this one isn't done, but there's always more work to be done for the future. So, I think we've talked enough here, and I know the TOs and the stream runners need sleep, so thank you, everybody, once again, for IPL's SuperJump, the Splatoon 2 Majors.